Hey guys, this is the third part of the story about Xu Yang and Lin Qingzhu. Remember the intense argument they had, where Lin Qingzhu told Xu Yang she hated him? After that, Xu Yang disappeared for 3 years. Her words had hurt him deeply, and he decided to leave without telling anyone. Lin Qingzhu tried to find out where he went, asking classmates, teachers, and even going to his house, but his family had moved, and no one knew where. In desperation, she begged her father to use his connections to get the police involved. But even the police couldn't find anything. Lin Qingzhu started to think that Xu Yang might be dead. During those 3 years, Xu Yang became a different person, immersing himself in his research and work, but he thought about Lin Qingzhu every day. He didn't know she thought he was dead, and that those 3 years had been a torment for her. For Lin Qingzhu, those were 3 years of pain and longing. Every new admirer reminded her of Xu Yang, but no one could take his place. Her love for him remained steadfast, despite the uncertainty. She was the most popular girl at the university, with many admirers, but she couldn't forget Xu Yang. She stayed true to her love for him, not knowing what had happened to him. And now, Xu Yang was back, ready to do whatever it took to be with her again. If you haven't seen the first 2 parts, be sure to check them out through the link pinned in the comments. After returning, Xu Yang stood outside the girls' dormitory with a bouquet of flowers, drawing the attention of passers-by. Lin Qingzhu appeared, looking stunning in her casual outfit, and smiled upon seeing the flowers. She teased him for his sudden romantic gesture. They went to a crayfish restaurant for dinner, where Xu Yang gently tucked Lin Qingzhu's hair behind her ear and fed her crayfish. He even crafted a zerg model from crayfish shells, which amused her greatly. Lin Qingzhu admired the model, joking that if crayfish were that big, one would be enough to fill someone up. They talked about crayfish and lobsters, and Lin Qingzhu asked if Xu Yang had finished his work. He reassured her and hinted that if their research was successful, they might add new dishes to their menu, which amused her. After dinner, Xu Yang packed some crayfish to go. Before Lin Qingzhu returned to her dorm, he teased her, suggesting she feed him directly next time, making her blush. Back at the dorm, he found his roommates watching anime. He received a playful message from Lin Qingzhu, suggesting they sneak out together, and he agreed with a laugh. During the National Day holiday, while Lin Qingzhu went home for a break, Xu Yang stayed at school. He received several truckloads of precision biological instruments and a zerg corpse from the military, planning to investigate if the zerg meat was edible. After seeing Lin Qingzhu off at the airport, he returned to the lab. There, Xu Yang discovered that the zerg corpse was preserved in a special nutrient solution. Although the zerg appeared dead, its blood retained genetic characteristics that had caused mutations in injected hunting dogs. Xu Yang decided to study the mutated hunting dog first. He conducted a viral check and found no lethal toxins in the dog's tissue, suggesting the meat might be edible. To test this, he prepared various meat samples and fed them to lab mice. The results were startling. The mouse that ate raw meat died quickly, while those that ate undercooked meat showed signs of increased strength and size but survived. Xu Yang planned to analyze the surviving mice's blood to further understand the genetic implications. Soon, Xu Yang had collected several blood samples from the mice. The ones that exploded were discarded. Mice are often used in biological labs because their genetic sequence is similar to humans. What mice can't eat, humans likely can't either. After placing the blood samples in the gene testing machine, Xu Yang had to wait. Soon, a gene comparison report appeared before him. The most significant changes were in the mouse that had eaten the medium rare meat. Its genetic strength increased by nearly 50%, enhancing its power and reaction capabilities. However, there were severe issues. The original gene chain in the mouse's body had experienced significant damage, especially in the nervous system, and new mutant gene chains had appeared, showing a high similarity to a segment of zerg genes. If the mouse continued eating the meat, it would either turn into a zerg or inherit its violent nature. In martial arts terms, it might go mad during cultivation. The mouse that ate the well-done meat showed less genetic enhancement, but its original genes remained mostly intact, though it still inherited some aggressive traits from the zerg. The mice that ate boiled and steamed meat saw a minor increase in cell activity, particularly in genes related to reproduction, enhancing their reproductive abilities. In ancient Chinese terms, you are what you eat. It's unclear if these genetic enhancements are temporary or permanent. If permanent, the zerg genes could be used in health supplements, similar to abalone or ginseng, enhancing reproductive capabilities and attracting a lot of interest. Men might find women irresistible after eating it, and if both eat it, the bed might not survive. Overall, cooked mutant hound meat could slightly enhance genetic strength without side effects, a great benefit. After examining these results, Xu Yang moved to the second experiment. He summoned his nano armor and, fully covered, extracted a small amount of Zerg blood from a corpse. Then, he approached a biological breeding pool filled with various freshwater and marine creatures. He chose a crayfish and injected it with the Zerg blood. The crayfish's size didn't visibly change, but Chu Yang felt its weight decrease through the nano armor's sensors. He placed it in a special metal cage and threw it into an empty breeding pool. Next, he retrieved a large piece of pork from a freezer filled with various meats, cutting it into small pieces with his armor and feeding them to the mutated crayfish. The crayfish quickly consumed the meat, shedding its outer shell, which it also ate. It grew from palm size to the size of a human face, its new shell covered in sharp spikes. Its mouth and antennae transformed into powerful weapons. The crayfish, needing little energy to evolve and continually fed by Chu Yang, soon became a mini monster, twice the size of a human face. It resembled the Zerg corpse in the lab, and its temperament became highly aggressive, trying to break out of the metal cage. However, the nano-enhanced cage held firm. Chu Yang, wearing his nano armor, used a special needle to extract blood from the crayfish to study its Zerg transformation. The crayfish's reinforced shell was too hard to pierce. Frustrated, he opened the cage, grabbed the crayfish, and brought it to the dissection table. With a swift motion, he decapitated it, green blood spurting out. The crayfish struggled briefly but soon became still, its nervous system shut down. Chu Yang sighed. Couldn't you just cooperate for the research? Now I had to kill you and waste some Zerg blood. What bad luck. The 7-day National Day holiday flew by quickly. Since all of Chu Yang's dorm mates went home, he spent most of his time in the lab, handling all his needs there. However, his intense effort paid off with remarkable research results. Currently, Chu Yang had transformed the so-called Life Gene Laboratory into a massive mutant crayfish breeding farm. In one of the lab rooms, there was a nearly 100 square meter breeding pool for these mutant crayfish. To ensure security, Chu Yang had placed 4 sets of first-generation white tiger armor at the corners of the crayfish pool, guarding against any escape attempts by the mutant crayfish. Wang Wyman walked over to the breeding pool, looking at the gigantic crayfish in disbelief. He turned to Chu Yang and asked, Chu, are these the significant research results you mentioned on the phone this morning? Earlier that day, Chu Yang excitedly called him to showcase his research results. Wang Wyman expected a breakthrough in genetics, not a pool full of giant mutant crayfish. Each crayfish was nearly the size of a soccer ball, covered in intricate shells, with large, intimidating claws. Mr. Wang Chu Yang smiled. Haven't you noticed how calm these crayfish are? Wang Wyman looked again, astonished at the gentle behavior of the mutant crayfish. How did you manage this, he asked. Chu Yang explained. From my preliminary experiments, I discovered that Zerg meat is highly nutritious and can strengthen the human body. So, I used gene coding techniques to modify the Zerg blood, removing the genes for infinite division and the violent behavioral genes. Using this modified Zerg gene, I created these special mutant crayfish by combining it with crayfish genes. These mutant crayfish inherited some Zerg traits, like rapid growth and increased size, while their meat remains delicious and can enhance human genetic strength. Wang Wyman was stunned. He had thought Chu Yang was joking about studying Zerg consumption. The speed of his research was astounding. He had achieved this in just a week. Compared to Chu Yang's research pace, other scientists at the Chinese Academy of Sciences seemed sluggish. Of course, Wang Wyman didn't know that the Eternal Knowledge Repository's life gene technology was far more advanced than Earth's. Even a little knowledge from it made Chu Yang a leader in genetic modification. After taking a deep breath, Wang Wyman asked, How long is the breeding cycle for these mutant crayfish? Chu Yang nodded. With proper feeding, they can grow from juveniles to mature crayfish in an hour and be ready for the table in 2 hours. He paused briefly before continuing. As for the breeding cycle, the crayfish with Zerg genes have lost their reproductive ability. Only the exceptionally large crayfish in the pool center can reproduce. It's what I call the mutant crayfish mother nest, produced through targeted gene mutation and 5 days of gamma-ray exposure, killing over 100 crayfish to create. So, Mr. Wang, we don't need to worry about a Zerg invasion for now. Zergs reproduce rapidly, but without a mother nest they can't multiply. Even if Zergs appear on Earth, they won't pose a significant threat without a mother nest. Chu Yang knew that the remaining Zerg larvae in the universe were not mother nests. Only Zergs that had evolved to an extremely high degree or had abundant resources could become mother nests. At the peak of the Zergs, there were only about 100 mother nests, with all others being offspring. Using Earth's resources to sustain a Zerg mother nest was nearly impossible. Without a mother nest, Zergs on Earth were akin to endangered species. Chu Yang's gamma-ray created crayfish mother nest wasn't even a low-tier version of a Zerg mother nest. The crayfish had lost the critical Zerg trait of infinite division, serving merely as a production base for mutant crayfish. After thinking for a few seconds, Wang Wyman asked, "So, even if Zergs appear on Earth, they can't reproduce without a mother nest?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. Exactly. The Zerg genes on Earth were fixed. Even though they could transform other creatures through blood infection, their numbers were limited compared to direct reproduction. It would take 3 to 5 years for the Zergs to pose a real threat to humanity. Chu Yang was confident that within those years, he could elevate China's defense capabilities significantly. He even envisioned developing edible mutated plants and animals from Zerg genes to subtly enhance human physical fitness while advancing black tech weapons. Imagine Chinese citizens, accustomed to eating Zergs, chasing them with hose when they appear, deciding whether to fry or boil them for dinner. How about trying some? Chu Yang smiled at Wang Wyman. It's just around noon, and I prepared spicy garlic and 13 flavor mutant crayfish for you. You already prepared it? Wang Wyman was surprised. Is this really edible? It sure is. Chu Yang nodded slightly. I've conducted multiple experiments. As long as it's not eaten raw, there shouldn't be any problems. What if it's eaten raw? Wang Wyman asked. I wouldn't recommend eating it raw, Chu Yang replied immediately. Even with the modified genes, human genetics can't yet handle the Zerg gene's assimilation effects. Eating it raw could lead to infection and mutation, and there's a high chance of becoming infertile. It's like the story of Lei Zhenzi from the Fengshen Yanyi who grew wings after eating a celestial fruit, gaining power but also mutating, Chu Yang explained. Well, I won't eat it raw, then Wang Wyman said with a hint of relief. But you mentioned enhancing human genes. Does it enhance all aspects or just some? All aspects, Chu Yang confirmed, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. Of course, some aspects might be stronger than others, but you'll have to eat it to find out. Wang Wyman, now curious, said, all right, let's try it. Let's do it. Soon, Wang Wyman and Chu Yang arrived at the lab, where a huge oven was waiting. Chu Yang had placed different flavored mutant crayfish meat on each layer of the oven. He opened the electric oven, and using his nano-armor-covered hands, effortlessly brought out the mutant crayfish. The smell of crayfish filled the lab instantly. Wow, Wang Wyman exclaimed, looking at the giant crayfish comparable to Australian lobsters. I've never eaten such big crayfish in my life. Help yourself, Chu Yang said, setting the mutant crayfish on the lab table and removing his nano-armor. He started eating with satisfaction. Half an hour later, both men were lying comfortably in the lab. Chu Yang, sipping on a cold cola, looked at Wang Wyman, whose face was glowing red, and asked, Mr. Wang, how does it taste? Wang Wyman shook his head. The meat is good, but your cooking skills need work. He then burped loudly. Chu Yang chuckled. How do you feel? Wang Wyman thought for a moment. I feel full. And my body feels warm. It reminds me of how I felt 10 years ago. He finally understood Chu Yang's hint about certain aspects being stronger. He turned to Chu Yang and asked, can this be promoted in the military? The effects of the mutant crayfish meat were undeniable. It made even an older man like Wang Wyman feel energetic. Definitely, Chu Yang nodded. But the breeding speed of the mutant crayfish mother nest is limited to about 10,000 per cycle, and it requires a lot of resources. So, it's not feasible for full military promotion yet. Chu Yang continued, however, I think we can start with a pilot military unit and let them eat it for a month to see the results. Mutant crayfish meat was just the beginning. Chu Yang planned to develop other mutant meats like chicken and pork. Even small amounts could significantly enhance strength over time. Based on research with mice, continuous consumption of well-cooked mutant hound meat for 7 days increased their strength by 2 to 3 times. For humans, the effects would be less dramatic, but regular consumption could eventually double physical fitness. Chu Yang smiled as he thought, once production stabilizes, we can establish a full-scale breeding base for mutant creatures to enhance our national strength. Chinese physical fitness isn't the best globally, but eating these mutant meats could drastically improve it within a decade. Future generations might be born with physical attributes far surpassing current standards. Wang Wyman hesitated. Chu, isn't promoting this to the entire population a bit risky? Science has no borders, but scientists do. Wang Wyman felt a bit selfish, wanting to benefit only the Chinese people. Promoting it nationally seemed unrealistic because of the presence of foreign friends in China. I understand your concern, Chu Yang reassured him. I've set the gene enhancement effects to be specific to pure Chinese bloodlines. It won't work on foreigners. Different races have different genes, even among humans. Chu Yang had factored this into the gene coding of the crayfish, He aimed to make the Chinese people as strong as dragons while other nations could fend for themselves. That works, Wang Wyman said, feeling a surge of energy. He quickly added, I'll push for collaboration with the military. I suddenly remembered I need to hang up some laundry at home. Xu Yang laughed. Go ahead. Wang Wyman quickly left the lab. Once he was gone, Xu Yang took a deep breath and prepared to take a cold shower in his dorm. This stuff shouldn't be eaten in excess. Just as he returned to his dorm, Xu Yang received a message from Lin Qingshu. I'm heading back to school. Did you miss me? Xu Yang's eyes lit up. When will you arrive? I'll pick you up from the airport. It's really hot today. How about some ice cream cake? Hot. Lin Qingshu, just off the plane, was puzzled. It's almost autumn, and there's a cold front. How can it be hot? In the end, Lin Qingshu decided not to have Xu Yang pick her up from the airport. They agreed to meet at the school gate instead. After putting down his phone, Xu Yang changed his clothes and rushed to the balcony's private bathroom. He turned on the faucet and started dousing himself with cold water. After about 10 minutes, he finally calmed down and emerged from the bathroom. Half an hour later, at the gate of Beijing University, Lin Qingshu stood at the spot where Xu Yang had first arrived. She held a large suitcase, looking around with a slightly puzzled expression. Xu Yang had promised to meet her at the school gate, but she had been waiting for a few minutes, and he still hadn't shown up. Just as she was about to take out her phone to text him, a pair of strong hands suddenly covered her eyes. Lin Qingshu immediately let out a startled cry. The next second, she heard Xu Yang's deep, magnetic voice in her ear, Don't move. I'm a heart thief, and you're too cute. Give me your hand so I can hold it. In an instant, Lin Qingshu relaxed, recognizing Xu Yang's voice and scent. Instead of pushing his hands away, she spun around agilely and hugged him tightly, laughing, Now I've got you surrounded. Surrender and put down your weapons. I surrender. Xu Yang laughed, lowering his hands. Seeing Xu Yang after a few days apart, Lin Qingshu's smile grew even brighter. Did you miss me? I did. Xu Yang nodded slightly. How much? Xu Yang thought for a few seconds before smiling. When I sent you to the airport, watching your back disappear, and then having to take a taxi back to school alone, I kept thinking about when we could go home together. Lin Qingshu blushed. I just asked if you missed me. Why did you bring up going home? Couldn't he just answer straightforwardly? We've only been together for a short time, and he's already thinking about taking me home? She rolled her eyes at him playfully. If you want to take me home, you still have to get past my parents. They're not easy to deal with. Lin Qingshu teased, and it's a good thing you spoke up, or I was about to give you a shoulder throw. A shoulder throw. Xu Yang's mouth twitched. When did you learn that? She didn't seem like the type for martial arts. Plus, she never mentioned learning any combat skills before. Lin Qingshu proudly replied, You don't know a lot about me. After high school, my dad was worried about me coming to Beijing alone, so he signed me up for a Santa class for the summer. And I happen to be quite talented, so now I'm pretty good at it. I might not be able to beat up just anyone, but I can definitely take down a handsome, gentle-looking guy like you. She showed off her small, toned muscles playfully. Xu Yang laughed. So, does that mean your flexibility is good too? Pretty decent. Lin Qingshu nodded with a smug smile. I can manage a split and a back bend. Xu Yang grinned mischievously. That's enough. No need for more challenging poses. What do you mean by that? Lin Qingshu asked, feeling a bit suspicious of his smile. This smile looked a bit suggestive. However, after hanging out with her dorm mates, she had learned a lot. Despite being single, they were quite knowledgeable, especially when it came to joking about risque topics. Thinking for a few seconds, Lin Qingshu's face turned bright red. She glared at Xu Yang. Xu Yang, you're such a perv. Xu Yang immediately put on a serious face. Hey, what are you thinking? How did I become a perv? Don't say such things, baby. Lin Qingshu gave him a skeptical look. Who's the one with impure thoughts? Asking about my flexibility. Do you think I don't know what you're hinting at? Xu Yang cleared his throat. I just wanted to correct something you said. What? Perv or not, I'm definitely not old. Help. Someone, come quick. There's a shameless person here. Alright, enough joking around. Xu Yang smiled and released Lin Qingshu. He gently rubbed her head, took her delicate hand in his, and picked up her heavy suitcase with his other hand. They started walking toward the school together. As they walked through the crowd of returning students, Xu Yang looked at Lin Qingshu and asked, How was your time at home? It was okay. Lin Qingshu nodded cutely. The first day, I slept comfortably all day. The second day I went shopping with my mom and ate at our favorite hot pot place from high school. But it wasn't as good as before, maybe because the owner changed. Then on the third day, Lin Qingshu chattered on about her National Day holiday activities. Chu Yang listened quietly, not interrupting. When she finished, she noticed Chu Yang hadn't said a word and nervously asked, "Did I talk too much?" When you really like someone, you worry about becoming boring, wanting to share everything with them, whether interesting or mundane. You want to open up completely to them, feeling like you're filled with messages saying, "I'm fun, I'm interesting, and look at me." Chu Yang turned to her with a smile. "No, I think it's great. I hope you share everything you do with me, whether it's interesting or not." He paused for a few seconds before continuing, "As long as it's about you, I want to know." "Really?" Lin Qingshu smiled. "Really? So, what did you do while I was gone?" Chu Yang didn't hesitate, smiling at her. "Besides being busy in the lab, I spent the rest of my time pretending to be happy without you." Lin Qingshu froze, her heart pounding. Feeling a bit flustered, she quickly said, "That suitcase is heavy. My mom packed a lot of stuff for me." "No need." Chu Yang shook his head. "You shouldn't be carrying heavy things." Lin Qingshu sighed. "Should I praise him or scold him? Why do you have to say things like that? Why does such a great guy have to say things like that?" They walked until they reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingshu took the suitcase from Chu Yang's hand and looked up at him with a smile. "Wait here for a bit. I'll drop off my suitcase and bring you some strawberries." "Your mom packed strawberries in your suitcase?" Chu Yang's mouth twitched. "No." Lin Qingshu shook her head, still smiling. "When I was home, my mom bought a lot of strawberries from the fruit store. They were really good, and I knew they couldn't finish them all, so I brought some of the biggest and sweetest ones for you." "You really are a thoughtful little angel." Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Wait here." Lin Qingshu laughed, turning and carrying her suitcase into the dormitory. In the evening, Chu Yang returned to his dorm with a box of strawberries and various snacks he and Lin Qingshu had bought while shopping outside the school. When he opened the dorm door, he saw that Zhu Pengfei and the others had returned. Seeing Chu Yang with a big bag of stuff, Zhang Mingyang immediately grinned. "Third bro, it's only been a few days. No need to be so generous. Come on, give me those." Chu Yang lifted his hand to avoid Zhang Mingyang's attack. After placing the strawberries on his desk, he handed the other snacks to his roommates. "Help yourselves to the snacks, but the strawberries, hands off." "Why not?" Zhang Mingyang asked, curious. Chu Yang smiled faintly. "These were specially brought for me by someone from home." "That's too much." Zhu Pengfei and the others looked at him with exaggerated expressions. "Third bro, it's only been a few days, and you're already rubbing it in our faces before dinner." Zhang Mingyang pouted. "Who wants your strawberries anyway? They're probably sour." He said this while rummaging through the snacks Chu Yang brought. Zhu Pengfei laughed. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's go to the cafeteria for dinner. I haven't had cafeteria food for almost a week, and I'm really missing it." Wang Lei nodded vigorously. "I agree. My mom's cooking is good, but you can only have so much pork rib soup. I'm all nourished out." He then looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Third bro, didn't you go home for the 7-day National Day holiday?" Chu Yang shook his head. "They're probably still enjoying some tourist spot. I didn't want to interrupt their couple time." Growing up, he always felt like his parents were deeply in love and he was just an accident. Even the last time he hadn't seen them for 3 years, they spent 2 weeks with him, making him feel like he was third-wheeling their relationship. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the cafeteria. As they started eating, Zhang Mingyang couldn't help but stare at a pretty girl with long legs in a denim mini-skirt near the food counter. Zhu Pengfei sighed. "Come on, Zhang. That's a bit too pervy." "It's just admiration," Zhang Mingyang said defensively, shoveling food into his mouth. "Don't you know that looking at beautiful women while eating makes the food taste better? Once I finish eating, I'll go ask for her WeChat." Chu Yang and the others laughed. But then, Chu Yang saw Lin Qingshu walking up to the girl. Lin Qingshu noticed Chu Yang and waved at him. The girl with her turned around, and Zhang Mingyang suddenly choked, coughing up his food. "What the? It's her." Zhu Pengfei and the others turned to look. The girl was none other than Li Qian. Zhu Pengfei smirked. "Weren't you going to ask for her WeChat, Zhang?" "Still going." To be fair, while Li Qian might not look as stunning as Lin Qingshu, she was still an attractive girl on her own, definitely an 85 out of 100, provided she didn't speak. The guys had witnessed her fierce side during military training. Zhang Mingyang, however, didn't back down. He put down his bowl, wiped his mouth and said, "It's just asking for a WeChat, nothing to be afraid of." Soon, Lin Qingshu and Li Qian approached them. Noticing the smirks on their faces, Lin Qingshu asked, "What were you guys talking about? Why are you laughing so much?" Nothing. Zhang Mingyang quickly shook his head, faking a smile and giving the others a pleading look. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei grinned mischievously. Zhu Pengfei even kicked Chu Yang under the table. Chu Yang finished his bite and looked at Zhu Pengfei, who wore a matchmaker's expression. Chu Yang turned to Lin Qingzhu and smiled. We were just talking about how Zhang Mingyang wants to ask Senior Li Qian for her WeChat. Really? Li Qian looked puzzled. Zhang Mingyang felt his legs go weak and tried to avoid her gaze, his head lowering more and more until he nearly hit the table. This was a major social blunder. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mingyang mustered his courage, glared at the guys laughing at his expense, and forced a smile at Li Qian. Senior Li, I can explain. I mean, I just saw your back and thought it was really nice. Eye-catching. He blinked at Li Qian, trying to salvage the situation. There's a saying, beauty whets the appetite. Yeah, that's it. Li Qian put her tray down on the table, cracked her knuckles, and stared coldly at Zhang Mingyang with a smile. Repeat what you just said, brother. Beauty whets the appetite. How come I didn't know I had that power? Zhang Mingyang was stunned, then suddenly pulled out his phone. Hello? Mom, you're pregnant? Great! I'm going to have a little brother. I'm coming home right now. With that, Zhang Mingyang quickly stood up and dashed out of the cafeteria, moving so fast that his leg bumped the table, causing it to shake. Li Qian's mouth twitched. Talk about following national policy. While Zhang Mingyang ran off, Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei held their chopsticks, while only Chu Yang put his down when he spoke. The slight tremor of the table caused Chu Yang's chopsticks to roll off his tray and hit the floor with a clatter. Lin Qingzhu smiled and handed her chopsticks to Chu Yang. Use mine. I'll get another pair. No thanks. Chu Yang grinned mischievously. Too picky. What did you say? Lin Qingzhu's forehead instantly furrowed with a few black lines. She had brought the chopsticks over because she hadn't used them yet and didn't want him to make an extra trip. Now he was saying he was too picky? Lin Qingzhu's gaze turned dangerous. Say that again. Chu Yang felt a chill down his spine, remembering that this woman knew Sanda. He quickly coughed and changed his tune. Virtuous wife, virtuous wife. F at Zhu Pengfei and Wang Li. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Third bro, you have no backbone. You chickened out so quickly? You're going to be henpecked for sure. Li Qian also laughed, giving Lin Qingzhu a knowing look. You've got a talent for handling him. The next day, a convoy of military trucks rolled onto the campus of Beijing University. Hey guys, come look at this. What's going on? Zhang Mingyang, who had just gone to the balcony bathroom, saw the military trucks driving by and wore a puzzled expression. This is quite the show. They were used to seeing military vehicles on campus, but this was on another level. Alongside the transport trucks were several vehicles full of armed special police officers, each looking extremely serious. Are they filming a movie? Wang Lei joined him and was equally stunned. Even in TV shows, they don't use this much firepower for transporting billions of dollars. Zhu Pengfei also looked out the window. Let me see. Only Chu Yang, smiling calmly, joined them out of curiosity. They had no idea, but Chu Yang did. Last night Wang Weiman had already informed him. Despite the security around the lab, the mutant crayfish with Zerg genes still posed a significant risk. Their claws could cause serious injuries if they escaped and attacked a student. After an emergency meeting, it was decided that the mutant crayfish would be transferred to a military breeding facility, where all live experiments would be conducted under military supervision. Considering Chu Yang's situation, they opted for this solution instead of sending him to a remote base. Zhang Mingyang watched the convoy with envy. Which expert at our school caused such a big commotion? If I find out who it is, I'll bow to them and ask to be their apprentice. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei laughed. Zhang, that's wishful thinking. You're a finance major. These projects involve national experts, top-tier ones. After speaking, Zhu Pengfei thought for a moment. But seriously, who at our school is so impressive to cause such a scene? Beijing University had many industry leaders and even professors who participated in drafting national laws, but no one had ever caused such a stir before. As Zhu Pengfei spoke, he noticed Chu Yang getting ready to leave the dorm. Third bro, where are you headed? Got some things to take care of. Chu Yang smiled and left the dorm. Zhang Mingyang's mind raced with a bold idea. Do you think third bro is involved in this? He's always mysterious, and he leaves just as the military trucks arrive. There must be something going on. Zhu Pengfei laughed. Zhang, you've been reading too much sci-fi. Third bro is a genius, but these are military projects. They don't get involved in simple matters. Ordinary people like us won't ever get a chance to participate in such high-level projects. He paused. Then added, But if third bro weren't in finance and was doing research, he might have a chance someday. After all, in the history of Beijing University, Chu Yang was the only student exempt from all courses due to his exceptional abilities. Around the lab, teams of armed special police officers were stationed, their eyes alert to every movement. In the sky, special drones monitored the airspace and jammed satellite signals to ensure the safe and secret transport of the mutant crayfish. Chu Yang and Wang Weiman stood at the lab's entrance, accompanied by Yang Xinghua, a military officer. To show the military's support for Chu Yang's research, Yang had cancelled a strategic meeting to be here. "Commander Yang, please leave a few mutant crayfish in the lab," Chu Yang said, watching as soldiers loaded the crayfish onto trucks. "Without the mother nest, it will be hard to produce more. I need some for my experiments." Of course, Yang Xinghua laughed, then turned to Chu Yang. "So Dr. Chu, these mutant crayfish really have such amazing effects." Chu Yang smiled. "Which effects are you referring to?" Yang Xinghua looked around at the busy soldiers, then gave Chu Yang a knowing wink. "You know that effect?" "Oh, that." Chu Yang chuckled and glanced at Wang Weiman, who looked slightly embarrassed. "You might want to ask Mr. Wang here. He experienced the effects yesterday." Wang Weiman blushed, adjusting his pants and shirt before replying seriously, "I have no idea what you're talking about. It seemed pretty ordinary to me." But he couldn't help but smile, remembering the powerful effects. Wang Weiman then turned to Chu Yang. "You've done impressive work. How did you manage to develop mutant crayfish from the Zerg corpses so quickly?" Chu Yang grinned. "Well, my girlfriend complained that regular crayfish didn't have enough meat. So I decided to use crayfish for my experiments. Fortunately, it worked out well. These crayfish should be big enough for her now." Yang Xinghua was stunned. He had expected a more scientific reason but was speechless at Chu Yang's simple motivation. Wang Weiman, however, understood. When Chu Yang hacked the US database, he suspected it was to retaliate for the attempted kidnapping of Lin Qingshu. This was entirely in character for Chu Yang. To control the number of mutant crayfish in the lab, Chu Yang hadn't fed the mother nest much. So, there were only a few hundred large crayfish. After setting aside a few for Chu Yang's use and arranging regular deliveries for his research, Yang Xinghua and his team prepared to leave. Chu Yang was also required to accompany them to the military breeding base to instruct the cooks on how to care for the crayfish and deliver a few sets of nano armor. Regular knives wouldn't be enough to handle these creatures. Chu Yang even considered developing stronger tools, possibly creating weapons for the nano armor or specialized kitchen knives. Meanwhile, in a secret lab in the US, an elderly scientist in a lab coat was furiously scolding his team. "Idiots. I told you not to set up a lab in the Golden Triangle. Now 3 alien corpses are in Chinese hands, and they wiped out our research base. If the Chinese learn anything from those aliens, you're all dead." A young man standing before him nervously replied, "Professor, our country's genetic technology is world-leading. We've been studying these aliens for 10 years without finding a perfect way to use their genes. The Chinese won't succeed where we failed." His disdain for the Chinese was evident. "Besides, you agreed to set up the lab in the Golden Triangle so we could conduct human experiments freely." The professor's eyes turned icy. "Get out." The young man shrank back, but then the professor called after him, "Contact Central Intelligence. Have their agents keep a close watch on Chinese genetic experts. If they have the alien corpses, they will try to research them." A fanatic gleam appeared in the professor's eyes. The allure of immortality and immense power is too strong. No one can resist the temptation of eternal life and ultimate strength. Beijing. As the military convoy transported the mutant crayfish to the military base, numerous police cars with sirens blaring appeared at various intersections to prevent traffic accidents or interference from other organizations. Traffic police with batons stood at the intersections, temporarily blocking the roads. Seeing this, many drivers turned off their engines and got out of their cars, peering at the convoy. One curious driver asked, "Officer, what are they transporting that requires a roadblock?" The traffic officer saluted and replied sternly, "Sorry, military secret. Please cooperate." Some people tried to take pictures with their phones, but a heavily armed special forces officer quickly approached and sternly said, "No photos during the transport. Please cooperate." Many people on calls suddenly found their phones without service. "What the heck? My phone just lost signal." Others noticed their phones had no signal either. No signal? What's being transported here? Shutting down traffic and blocking signals? What's in those trucks? As the convoy continued, heavily armed special forces surrounding the trucks made some people nervous. There must be something dangerous in those trucks. Are they secretly transporting missiles? No way. Missile transports wouldn't happen in broad daylight through the city center. It must be expensive experimental equipment. Mom, how much Lotus Clear Plague do we have at home? What? We need more. Xu Yang, Wang Weimin, and Yang Xinghua sat in a military jeep. Yang Xinghua, in the front passenger seat, looked worriedly at the crowd outside. Dr. Chu, are you sure the mutant crayfish are sedated? If something goes wrong, it could be serious. Exposing the mutant crayfish wouldn't be a problem once production increased and they were introduced to the public. But if a new, unverified species appeared suddenly, it could cause panic. Xu Yang thought for a moment. There shouldn't be any issues. The convoy consisted of 10 fully enclosed military trucks, each carrying about 30 to 40 mutant crayfish. To keep them calm during transport and prevent them from damaging the trucks, Xu Yang had added a special sedative to the water they lived in, keeping them in a dormant state unless they woke up and became extremely agitated. As the convoy passed a road leading to the suburbs, a group of people in special uniforms carrying advertisement signs appeared on the sidewalk, seemingly promoting a product. To attract attention, there were even a dozen people banging on metal drums, creating a loud and jarring noise. Hearing this, Xu Yang felt uneasy. The sound penetrated the trucks, causing the sedated mutant crayfish to start waking up and becoming restless. Xu Yang had overlooked a crucial characteristic of the Zerg: they were highly sensitive to sound. The mutant crayfish, having Zerg genes, reacted to the metal drum sounds, which were torturous to them. Gradually, some of the crayfish began waking up and thrashing around in the reinforced trucks. People on the roadside noticed the truck's metal walls bulging as if something inside was trying to break out. Is there something alive in there? What are they transporting that's making such a commotion? Guys, the secret plan is out. Giant beasts are real. Xu Yang, sitting in the jeep, saw the bulging truck walls and quickly told Yang Xinghua's driver to stop. Stop the car, quickly. Yang Xinghua's face turned pale. This was exactly what they feared. The driver hit the brakes, and before the car had fully stopped, Xu Yang jumped out and ran towards the drummers, shouting, "Stop! Stop drumming!" Seeing Xu Yang in a military vehicle, the people complied and stopped making noise. With the noise gone, the crayfish inside the trucks gradually calmed down and fell back into their sedated state. However, a few persistent ones had managed to crack a side of the truck with their strong claws. Suddenly, a mutant crayfish crawled out of the truck and fell to the ground. Whoa, what is that thing? It looks like a crayfish, but it's way too big for that, isn't it? Is it an Australian lobster? But even those shouldn't be strong enough to break through metal. Wow! Are they really researching dangerous creatures? Could this be the start of some kind of spiritual awakening on Earth? The crowd erupted in exclamations of surprise and curiosity, with many instinctively pulling out their phones to take pictures. Seeing this, numerous armed special forces officers quickly disembarked from their transport vehicles, sternly stopping anyone from taking photos. This is a military secret. No photos allowed. Meanwhile, a few ordinary-looking men and women in the back discreetly snapped high-resolution photos of the mutant crayfish with their phones before quickly disappearing from the scene. Xu Yang approached the transport vehicle. Surrounded by special forces, he activated his nano-armor, swiftly grabbed the mutant crayfish, and put it back through the hole in the truck. He then used the nano-armor to temporarily seal the hole with a thin layer of metal. After securing the situation, he returned to the jeep. Yang Xinghua immediately ordered the convoy to speed up, and the vehicles accelerated down the road. Dr. Xu, what's going on? Yang Xinghua asked, looking worried. Weren't they sedated? Why did they start acting up? Xu Yang thought for a moment. It might be some kind of sound frequency that agitated them. It seems the Zerg have a weakness to certain sounds. Everything has its counter. The Zerg, despite their power, had weaknesses, including sensitivity to specific sound frequencies. While Xu Yang knew about this from the Eternal Knowledge Repository, he hadn't expected that simple drumming would affect them. We need to get these mutant crayfish to the military base quickly, Xu Yang said. Exposure was inevitable, but we'll figure out how to handle it later. Yang Xinghua nodded. All right, let's just make sure nothing else goes wrong on the way. Meanwhile, photos and videos of the mutant crayfish had already spread across social media. Despite attempts to delete them, the images had gone viral. Online discussions erupted. Whoa, what kind of crayfish is that? Can any biology experts explain this? I'm studying animal biology, and this thing looks like a local species, but way bigger. My professor says it might be a new species. Wow. A new species. Does this mean we have a new type of crayfish to eat? Be careful. I saw it in person. These crayfish are strong. Don't mess with them. It's related to the military, so don't spread the videos too much. Is this some kind of genetically modified crayfish? It looks pretty aggressive. At the military breeding base, Lu Yu Chengqing from the Security Bureau arrived and frowned at the situation. Couldn't you be more careful during transport? Now what do we do? The internet was flooded with images and videos of the mutant crayfish, causing a public stir. Despite efforts to control the narrative, it seemed impossible to contain. Yang Xinghua and Wang Weiman looked at Xu Yang, who shrugged. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Xu Yang smiled. Maybe we can turn this to our advantage. What do you mean? Lu Chengqing asked, puzzled. Xu Yang explained. These mutant crayfish were always going to be introduced to the public. We can use this to see which foreign labs take an interest. Yang Xinghua, a practical strategist, quickly understood. You're right. The appearance of the mutant crayfish, resembling Zerg corpses, would surely attract the attention of labs that had been studying the Zerg. They might send agents to investigate, revealing which countries or organizations were involved. Previously, their enemies operated in the shadows. But with this bait, they could flush them out and identify the players behind the scenes. Wang Weiman nodded. Is this the plan you just came up with? Xu Yang shook his head. No, I planned this the moment the mutant crayfish were exposed. Lu Chengqing was impressed. You scientists always have the most interesting ideas. He laughed. But I like it. Boosting our performance is always a good thing. Across the ocean in a biological laboratory. An elderly man with white hair stood coldly in front of a large screen in the lab, radiating an aura of indescribable anger. The screen displayed footage of the mutant crayfish escaping from a military transport vehicle. Just then, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes nervously approached the old man. Professor, the results of the biological comparison tests are in. The similarity is over 80%. It's likely that those Chinese researchers used the alien corpses to create these mutant creatures. Stating the obvious, the old man snapped, turning angrily. Do you think I'm blind? Even a child can see the resemblance to the aliens. The young man looked a bit wronged. Professor, you told me to investigate. I just needed someone to vent on. Do you have a problem with that? The old man muttered under his breath. Taking a deep breath, the old man calmed down and asked, have you communicated with Central Intelligence? The young man nodded. Yes, they're working on acquiring samples of these mutant creatures, but they need more time. After the last intelligence leak, it's been tough to rebuild our network in China. He then added with a smile, do you really think those Chinese scientists are that good? They got the alien corpses just recently and already created controllable mutant creatures. They had been researching for 10 years, and had barely managed to utilize some alien genes. But the Chinese seem to have made much more progress in a short time. Impossible, the old man roared. There's no way they could achieve this so quickly. They must have had those alien corpses for much longer than we did. I am the world's leading authority in biological genetics. They just had more time to research. Give me the same amount of time, and I'd do even better. The young man shrank back. Yes, Professor, you are the greatest expert in the world. But I still don't understand how the Chinese managed to create these controllable mutant creatures first. Are you questioning me? The old man's eyes flashed dangerously. The young man quickly shook his head. No, Professor, I misspoke. I'm sorry. The old man took a deep breath, a seductive figure flashing in his mind. Forget it, just get out. At the Security Bureau office. Back from the military base, Lu Chengqing had just settled in when there was a knock on his office door. Come in, Lu said, looking up to see a young man with a tablet rushing in. Director, you need to see the comments online. This is bad for us. Lu took the tablet and saw that the topic of mutant crayfish had gone viral on social media, filled with malicious comments. Whoa! Is China developing biochemical weapons? This is terrifying. Creating genetically modified creatures. That looks dangerous. Is it safe to eat? No way a regular crayfish can break through steel. Is this some kind of bioweapon? What are they researching? Shouldn't the public get an explanation? What kind of insane scientists create something like this? Genetic manipulation for biological weapons? This is beyond scientific ethics. Are human experiments next? Don't we have the right to know? After reading the comments, Lu sighed. Director, the internet is buzzing with rumors that we're developing biological weapons. Should we shut these comments down? No, Liu replied, his face grim. Track the IP addresses of those leading the narrative. Deleting posts won't help, it's too widespread. Someone is definitely taking advantage of this situation. Let's first identify our opponents. As the staff member left, Lu rubbed his temples. Another war had begun. In the internet age, public opinion battles were inevitable. Every small disturbance could be twisted to damage China's credibility. It was laughable to call their research on food a bioweapon. After the staff left, Liu called Xu Yang. "Hey, the internet's going crazy. Time to implement your next step." Xu Yang had anticipated this. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have let things escalate. Xu Yang laughed on the other end of the line. "I've seen the online chatter. Give it 10 minutes, and you'll see the show." The internet was not beyond the law. Matters concerning China should be handled internally, otherwise they would break those interfering hands. Back in his dorm, Xu Yang opened his laptop and connected to the Xuanwu network. He sent out a command, "Are you ready?" Xuanwu's response was immediate, "Ready for deployment." "Then do it." Xu Yang's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It was time to show those trying to manipulate public opinion in China exactly who they were dealing with. This move would also expose those who constantly criticized China. As Xu Yang's command was executed, all major social media servers in China experienced a slight pause. In the next second, every social media platform underwent a forced update. The update was incredibly fast, taking only a few seconds to complete. Soon, Zhang Mingyang's surprised voice came from behind Xu Yang. "Whoa, why can I see so many IP addresses on my Weibo feed?" Really, Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei, who were gaming, turned to look. Zhang Mingyang showed them his phone. "Seriously, look. I was just browsing Weibo for news on the mutant crayfish, and after a forced update, I can see the IP addresses of many accounts." He scrolled through the comments on Weibo, his expression growing more amused. "Check this out. Here's an account claiming China is developing biochemical weapons, and the IP address is from the United States. And here's another saying China is secretly conducting human experiments, also from the United States. Plus, those so-called domestic bloggers claiming to live abroad? Their IP addresses are all from Hunan." Zhang Mingyang looked at Xu Yang and laughed. Old third, who knew Hunan had such a booming self-media industry? Xu Yang laughed. Maybe so. He logged onto Weibo himself and saw that the narrative around the mutant crayfish had quickly changed. "Guys, can you see my IP address? Why can't I see mine? Hey haha, this is hilarious. Most of the accounts stirring up trouble have IP addresses from abroad. Are these all foreign agents? Foreign agents? Can't catch them if they're in the US. This is some anti-espionage operation. Wow. I'll never trust those trolls again. So many of them are from foreign IPs. They're up to no good. What about my friends supposedly in Iceland? Dog emoji. Friend, look at the sweet sunshine of the Maldives, the comfortable sea breeze, the sweet air. IP address domestic." At the security bureau, Liu Changqing watched as the trending topic on Weibo shifted from mutant crayfish to social media reveals IP addresses. His expression turned curious. Well, that escalated quickly. Just then, he received a text from Xu Yang. "I've handled it, but you should inform the social media companies. I just updated their software." Liu Changqing, astonished, quickly replied, "How did you do it?" Displaying IP addresses seemed simple, but implementing it on such a large scale was complex. Xu Yang had done it in mere minutes. Xu Yang replied, "Just takes a bit of skill." In the US, in a special office of a foreign intelligence agency, each person had about 10 phones in front of them. Their job was straightforward: use these social media accounts to spread rumors and hostile messages in China's online spaces, or coordinate with domestic trolls to stir up trouble. But just now, after a forced update on all their social media apps, everything changed. "Oh my god, why can I see our country's IP address in the Weibo comments? What is China doing? Boss, have we been exposed?" The office erupted in chaos. But this was just the beginning. Soon, their accounts were flooded with private messages and comments from IP addresses across China. "This is hilarious. You criticize China from behind a screen, but now we see your foreign IP. No shame. Laughing my head off. Your IP is in South Korea, yet you say our leaders are inactive. Who are you to judge? Internet trolls hiding worldwide. You can't hide anymore. Scared yet?" One message read, "Displaying IP addresses violates privacy. I strongly protest. The IP address showed United States." Comments poured in. "Your location says Sioux Province, China, but your IP is in the US. Feeling guilty yet? Trolls, get out of China. Good job, China. Haha. Is this a foreign agent? Catching one could make us rich." At the security bureau, Liu Changqing watched the chaos unfold and pumped his fist in the air. "This feels amazing. With this feature, their workload could significantly decrease. Determining the origin and intent of comments was now easier. He trusted the Chinese public's judgment to see through the trolls. Seeing the comments was incredibly satisfying. Great job, Xu Yang. Let's see what else they can come up with now. An hour later, all major social media platforms issued a statement online. Due to recent malicious activities by foreign entities stirring up conflict in our network, starting today, all social media apps in China will update to display the IP locations of all accounts. We hope for everyone's understanding. The comments below this announcement exploded with excitement. Ha 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 ha. They updated without warning to catch the foreign entities off guard. Now those accounts criticizing China have suddenly gone silent, huh? I think this is great. The internet feels less hostile already. I knew this was to counter foreign intelligence operatives. Called it haha. This move is brilliant. Kudos to the developers from Hunan. Greetings from Suzhou. Greetings from Shenzhen. Greetings from Beijing. Beijing University. In the male dormitory, Zhang Mingyang laughed as he saw the announcement online. I need to check out that Burmese scammer's account and see if anyone's still defending her. You mean the one who said she'd buy a ticket to come back last month but hasn't returned yet? I need to check this out too. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei laughed and grabbed their phones to open the short video app. Xu Yang was confused. What are you guys talking about? Zhang Mingyang explained, you didn't know. The authorities announced it earlier. There's a scam group in Burma posting videos on short video apps to trick Chinese people into traveling there, where they get scammed. Especially that scammer, she looks so untrustworthy. Zhang Mingyang laughed. Let me check this out. He opened the app and went to the scammer's account, seeing comments flooding in. Haha. Anyone else here to check the IP addresses? I'm here just for the IP addresses. Anyone else with the same idea? Where are the defenders now? They've vanished. Yeah, there used to be defenders, but once the IP addresses were revealed, they disappeared. Xu Yang also checked it out and saw the comments on the scammer's account, a smile forming on his face. It seemed this IP display update was working well. It disrupted foreign intelligence activities and cleaned up the online environment. A win-win. Just over an hour later, Zhang Mingyang suddenly exclaimed, guys, check out Weibo. The United States and some other countries just released a statement. What statement? Zhu Pengfei, playing a game, glanced back and then cursed, damn, who attacked me while I looked away? Xu Yang frowned, old Zhang. What's the statement about? I just posted IP addresses, and they issue a joint statement, he thought. It's about the crayfish we transported from our school. Zhang Mingyang gasped. I didn't know our school was researching such amazing stuff. These crayfish are incredible. I wonder which expert came up with this. He showed Xu Yang his phone. Look, they suspect China of developing biochemical weapons and want our government to explain. Xu Yang looked at the screen. U.S. Official. The U.S., together with the G7 and the European Union, questions whether China is developing biochemical weapons in violation of the International Genetic Development Research Convention. They hope China will stop the research or, if denied, disclose the research data for verification. Otherwise, the US, along with the G7 and the EU, will take action against China. Seeing this, Xu Yang's anger surged. Stop the research or disclose the data. They just wanted the research data on the mutant crayfish. However, many people online saw through the ploy. Especially after revealing IP addresses and eliminating many foreign agitators, the comments became more reasonable. Haha, they just want to steal our research. The US is so overbearing, but this is expected. A big country acting like a bully. Have they no shame? The world's policeman is here. Everyone run. This is funny. Why should we explain our research to you? To be honest, the US is shameless. But I'm curious, are these crayfish genetically modified or a new undiscovered species? This is the biggest joke of the year. The US has biological labs worldwide. Who knows which country is really violating the international treaty? Shortly after the US statement, the Chinese Academy of Sciences issued their own announcement. The recently popular unknown crayfish is a new health food jointly researched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Beijing University. Its meat is delicious, it's low cost to breed, and has certain health benefits. Currently, it's being tested in the military. If it passes the final clinical tests in 3 to 6 months, it will be mass-produced and made available to the public. If any other countries have objections, China will invite their representatives to the Chinese Academy of Sciences this Sunday for a press conference. Additionally, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will conduct a public vote to name the new genetically modified crayfish. The winning name will be adopted. The internet exploded again. Ha ha ha, other countries thought it was a bioweapon. But it's just food we developed. This is interesting. Can I attend the press conference? I don't care about eating it, I'm curious about the health benefits. Genetically modified, huh? Is it safe to eat? They said it's undergoing clinical tests in the military. If it passes, it'll be available to the public. Respect to our soldiers. They test everything first to ensure our safety. As a 12-year veteran, I can confirm. Many foods and medicines are tested in the military before public release. Respect to our soldiers. 8-year veteran here. This is true. We tested vaccines before they were released to the public. Respect to our soldiers. Respect to our soldiers. Respect to our soldiers. Xu Yang was reading through these comments when his phone rang. It was Wang Weiman. He stepped out to the dorm balcony to take the call. Wang Lao, what's up? Wang Weiman's cheerful voice came through. Chu, you might have to handle the press conference this week. Xu Yang was puzzled. The press conference was part of their plan. But he thought the details were already settled. Wang Weiman continued. Our research indicates you should be the spokesperson for the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the press conference. His voice then turned serious. The honor that is rightfully yours should be returned to you. Xu Yang fell silent. Ever since he developed the 1nm precision lithography machine, he knew that his achievements would remain hidden from public view. Applause, praise, and congratulations might only come when he was old and unable to walk. He cared, yet he didn't care. But like the words longevity and eternal glory, if one could stand in the light and raise their honor, who wouldn't yearn for it? And now, that day had come. Taking a deep breath, Xu Yang slowly spoke to Wang Weiman on the other end of the line. Is it confirmed? It's confirmed, Wang Weiman replied firmly. This decision was made after thorough discussions between the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the National Security Agency. After saying this, his eyes filled with a sense of relief. I never thought this day would come so soon. We've all been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xu Yang would be the first person in his youth to reveal his identity as a secret researcher to the world. This was a monumental step for China's defense research. It was also a sign of China's growing confidence in its national defense capabilities. As a defense researcher, who wouldn't want to stand proudly in the light and openly acknowledge their achievements? Even in retirement, they would eventually receive the honor they deserved. But waiting for decades, or even until death, to be recognized is too long. The reason for this delay was China's lack of national power. Many top researchers worldwide had been assassinated after their identities were exposed. But now, China had risen. They had their own exoskeletons, groundbreaking curvature drive technology, and were no longer reliant on foreign chips. Soon, China's military strength would reach world-class levels. Now, China feared no challenge. This was why they chose to reveal Xu Yang's identity amid the turbulent international situation. And this was just the first step. In the future, the country would increase the visibility of its researchers. More and more researchers could receive the honor they deserved while still in their prime. Xu Yang smiled, feeling a deep sense of pride. The Chinese dragon was awakening. He then said to Wang Weiman, I will follow the organization's arrangements. After hanging up, Xu Yang smiled broadly. Zhang Mingyang and the others in the dormitory were puzzled. Old 3, are you possessed? What do you mean by following the organization's arrangements? Are you a secret intelligence officer? What are you talking about? Xu Yang laughed. I just got some good news. After saying this, he took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Qingshu inviting you to dinner, all expenses covered. After sending the message, Xu Yang added an excited dancing emoji, one he had taken from Lin Qingshu during their chats. Almost simultaneously, Lin Qingshu sent a series of screenshots of various items like clothes, shoes, wallets, and watches, all things a guy might need. She added a message, guess which one I plan to give you for your birthday. Seeing this, Xu Yang smiled and replied, I can't guess. Are you already preparing my birthday gift? Then, noticing her next message, he replied, do you think it's possible that when you're thinking of me, I just happen to be thinking of you? Lin Qingshu burst out laughing in her dormitory. Is this guy really a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences? How can a science guy be so good at sweet talking? She quickly replied, you're the best, my dear. Your sweet talking is top-notch. Listening to others say it makes me cough. Then she asked, come on, have you decided what you want for your birthday? Xu Yang thought for a moment, and then typed, Yu Jingxiang. Yu Jingxiang. Lin Qingshu was puzzled. She typed the letters into her keypad, and tulip appeared on the screen. A flower. A flower. She asked, do you want me to give you a bouquet of tulips for your birthday? Xu Yang replied, guess again. Lin Qingshu was even more confused. I really can't guess. Chu Yang answered. You're very close. Is it really a flower, she wondered. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she pinched her throat and sent a voice message. Oh dear, I really can't guess. Can you just tell me, please? Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, then played the voice message on speaker. Instantly, a soft, sweet voice filled the dorm room. Zhang Mingyang, who had been watching short videos, felt his whole body go numb. Damn, old 3, that's overkill. You don't need to kill the single guys like this. Who would have thought that the seemingly cold Lin Qingzhu had such a sweet side? Sometimes, a woman who can act coy is truly blessed. Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei's mouths twitched. Damn, I can't take it. Old 3, can you stop playing Lin Qingzhu's voice messages on speaker? It's too much. Chu Yang laughed. Next time, I promise. Then he quickly typed and sent, do tulips smell as good as your bath towel? Wow. This guy Lin Qingzhu's cheeks turned red upon reading Chu Yang's message. She thought to herself, this confirms it, he's a total perv. After fanning her face to cool down, Lin Qingzhu mischievously replied, so, this is the real Chu Yang. She followed up with another message, although I know this isn't the best habit, I kind of understand men, and I can accommodate this slightly excessive request. Wait, Chu Yang was taken aback. Does this mean I just shot myself in the foot? He quickly responded, look, I don't actually have that kind of fetish, okay? Chu Yang, having a special preference isn't shameful. But don't worry, I'll help you work through it. Great. Now there's no way to explain this away. Finally, he sent another message, forget the bath towel. Just give me whatever birthday gift you think is best. The gift isn't as important as the person giving it. Lin Qingzhu sighed, Mr. Shu. That's the standard answer, isn't it? After all that, he still hadn't chosen a gift. Just then, Lai Qian passed by and noticed Lin Qingzhu's sigh. Qingzhu, why are you sighing in broad daylight? What's wrong? It's Chu Yang, Lin Qingzhu replied. His birthday is coming up and I still don't know what to get him. It's so frustrating. Buying a gift, Li Qian's eyes lit up. I'm good at this. She leaned in and asked, does Chu Yang like playing video games? Lin Qingzhu shook her head. No, he doesn't. What about basketball? Didn't he play on the court before? Lin Qingzhu thought for a moment and shook her head again. He likes basketball but isn't really into shoes or basketball gear. Okay, Lai Qian pondered for a few seconds. Then her eyes sparkled. I've got it. This gift will be perfect. What is it? Lin Qingzhu's interest was piqued. Well, he isn't immune to a bit of charm, is he? Lin Qingzhu. She couldn't argue with that. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, waiting for a reply, sent another message. Where did you go? Why aren't you responding? After a brief discussion with Li Qian, Lin Qingzhu got an idea. She dismissed Li Qian's more provocative suggestions and replied to Chu Yang. I've decided on your birthday gift. What is it? I'm giving you the most unique gift in the world. I doubt that. Why? Lin Qingzhu asked, puzzled by his response. Chu Yang laughed and quickly typed, because the most unique thing in the world is you. After sending this message, he added, of course, if you want to give yourself to me, forget what I just said. I'd be totally fine with that. Lin Qingzhu. Did he just kill the conversation? After a moment, Lin Qingzhu replied, the gift is a secret for now. Now tell me, why did you suddenly invite me to dinner? Weren't you supposed to be busy tonight? Chu Yang had mentioned earlier that he was swamped with work and couldn't join her for dinner. How did he finish everything so quickly? She sent another message, did you solve that issue? She was referring to the mutated crayfish situation. As an avid online follower, she'd seen plenty of videos about it. With what Chu Yang had previously hinted at about new dishes on the table and the military vehicles at the university, it wasn't hard for her to piece together what he'd been working on. Everything is going according to plan, Chu Yang replied with a smile, adding, so, do you want to have dinner with me tonight, or not, my lady? He was in a great mood. Lin Qingzhu's mouth twitched. What's with the sudden bossy tone? She quickly replied, got it, boss. Just send me the time and place, and I'll be there. Both of them smiled at their screens. The happiest moments in life are when someone joins in your playful antics. As the sun set, Lin Qingzhu, dressed in a blue plaid skirt and shiny shoes, left her dorm with a cheerful bounce in her step. Her long, flawless legs caught everyone's attention. Chu Yang walked up to her, took her hand and said with satisfaction, Secretary Lin, you look very pretty today. Lin Qingzhu glanced at him and teased, so, are you saying I wasn't pretty before? Chu Yang quickly shook his head, no, you've always been beautiful. After thinking for a moment he added, I mean, your beauty is just getting better and better. Lin Qingshu wrinkled her cute nose. All right, you pass. Xu Yang laughed. I'm curious though, why did you decide to wear this outfit today? I don't think I've seen you in it before. I don't wear it often, Lin Qingshu admitted with a smile, rolling her eyes at Xu Yang. But since you're into role-playing, I thought a gorgeous secretary and a handsome boss would be a good match. Role-playing. Xu Yang wrapped an arm around her waist, causing her heart to race. Leaning close, he whispered, in that case, why not a maid outfit? Maid outfit. Lin Qingshu was stunned by Xu Yang's suggestion. Seriously? Playing along with the role-playing was one thing, but he was really getting into it. Without saying a word, she gave his arm a 180-degree twist with a playful yet painful pinch. You've got quite the imagination, she muttered through gritted teeth. Xu Yang winced, feeling the sting. Hey, if I look bad, can't I at least think good thoughts? Let go. Let go. It hurts, he yelped, trying to pry her fingers off. Satisfied, Lin Qingshu released him, smiling triumphantly. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Then, her tone softened as she slipped her arm through his. But seriously, do you really want to see me in a maid outfit? Or maybe stockings? Your choice. Xu Yang blinked in surprise. Wait, I get to choose? Yes, you can choose, she replied, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Xu Yang thought for a second, then grinned. Can I have both? Adults don't need to choose, they take everything. Lin Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, then she playfully punched him in the chest. Greedy. You want everything, huh? Hey, you offered a choice, Xu Yang laughed, grabbing her fist gently. You didn't say I couldn't choose both. Really want both? Lin Qingshu's fingers traced up his sleeve, making him shiver. Xu Yang's breath hitched. Absolutely. Well, show me you can handle it, she whispered seductively into his ear. Make me happy, and I'll wear it for you. No problem, Xu Yang quickly agreed. Then he added in a whisper, but could you take your hand out of my sleeve first? Lin Qingshu blinked innocently. Why should I? It tickles, Xu Yang admitted, trying not to squirm. Lin Qingshu giggled, making a face at him before withdrawing her hand. Where did you learn all these tricks? Xu Yang asked, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Bike, she said playfully. Bike teaches this. Xu Yang was incredulous. It even teaches how to kiss, Lin Qingshu teased. Remember our first kiss? You learned from Bike, didn't you? Xu Yang's face turned red. How did you know? I saw your browser history, Lin Qingshu said with a smirk. Last time at the hotel, I borrowed your phone to look something up and saw it. You didn't clear your history? Am I dating a noob? She teased. Xu Yang was speechless. He pulled her closer. You're really something, you know that. Lin Qingshu chuckled. So, should I check your browser history too? Lin Qingshu stiffened. No way. Come on, just a peek. Not even a little peek. They bantered all the way to a local restaurant. After ordering some home-style dishes, Lin Qingshu looked at Xu Yang, smiling. So, why were you so happy when you asked me out for dinner? Did you win the lottery or something? How could you tell? Xu Yang was surprised. Because I'm your most adorable girlfriend, Lin Qingshu said with a grin. It's my job to know when you're happy or sad. So, what's the good news? Xu Yang took a moment to gather his thoughts. I want to invite you to an event this weekend. What kind of event? It's a surprise. That's no fun. I need to know what to wear, Lin Qingshu pouted. Will you go with me? Lin Qingshu nodded. Sure, but you need to tell me what kind of event it is so I can dress appropriately. Just a simple gathering. You'll find out when you get there. And don't worry, you'll look stunning no matter what you wear. Alright, I'll pick something nice, Lin Qingshu smiled, then teased. Do you really think I look good in anything? Xu Yang shook his head. Not exactly. What's that supposed to mean? Xu Yang leaned in, flashing his phone at her. He quickly typed a message and sent it. You look best with nothing on. Lin Qingshu picked up her phone and looked at Xu Yang's message. As she read it, her face flushed, and she stared at him in shock. You. What? Xu Yang grinned mischievously. You're such a bad guy, Lin Qingshu pouted but then looked at him curiously. Why did you suddenly decide to take me to this event? Xu Yang paused for a moment. Memories of the last celebration for the 1nmm lithography machine flashing through his mind. Finally, he spoke softly. The more crowded it gets, the more I feel you should be by my side. This event is very important to me. So at that moment, I really want you to be there with me. During the last celebration, he had wondered how it would feel if Lin Qingshu were there with him. But back then, it was just a dream. Now, this event would be his first public appearance, and even though his parents couldn't be there, he wanted her to be. Really? Lin Qingshu's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, That's a perfect answer. Soon, the restaurant staff began bringing their food. Lin Qingshu enthusiastically started putting food on Chu Yang's plate, making him a bit uneasy. Qingshu, why are you giving me so much food? You should eat too, he said nervously. It's your reward for being sweet today, she replied with a laugh. Reward? Chu Yang's mouth twitched, deciding it was best to stay quiet. He couldn't help but compare this to the thought of her in black stockings or a maid outfit. He quickly chastised himself for such thoughts, reminding himself to stay focused and respectful. After dinner, they strolled around the campus for a bit before Chu Yang reluctantly walked Lin Qingzhu back to her dorm. He then returned to his own dorm, where Zhang Mingyang was calling out, "Hey, anyone want to order some chicken? I'm starving. If we order together we can get a discount." Wang Lei hesitated for a moment. "Sure, get me one. I'll take the cumin-flavored one." Zhu Pengfei, who had been gaming, took off his headphones. "What are you talking about, ordering chicken?" "Yeah, do you want some?" Zhang Mingyang asked. Zhu Pengfei paused. "You mean eating or ordering?" Zhang Mingyang was confused. "Is there a difference?" Zhu Pengfei froze, realizing he might have said too much. Quickly he replied, "I'll have a crispy golden chicken." As he put his headphones back on, he muttered to himself, hoping no one caught his slip-up. But Zhang Mingyang clapped his hands together. "Brilliant, man, just brilliant." Wang Lei scratched his head in confusion. "Aren't eating and ordering the same thing?" Chu Yang laughed. "The difference is one is for eating and the other is for something else." Wang Lei finally got it and laughed. "You guys are something else." Zhang Mingyang winked at Chu Yang. "Hey man, if you need any tips, let me know." Chu Yang shot back, "From someone without a girlfriend." Zhang Mingyang felt like he'd been kicked while down. "Ouch?" Chu Yang chuckled and settled into his chair. Spending time with his roommates reminded him of the carefree days of high school, hanging out and talking all night. But he couldn't help but wonder how long these simple days would last once his identity was revealed at the upcoming event. A few days later, Chu Yang was in his dorm, putting on the same black suit he wore to the previous conference, though this time he decided to leave the national medal behind. "Whoa, old three, why are you dressed so fancy? Are you going on a date?" Zhang Mingyang asked, glancing curiously at Chu Yang. At school, Chu Yang usually wore casual clothes. The last time anyone saw him in a suit was at the previous event. "I'm attending a small event, so I need to dress formally," Chu Yang replied with a faint smile. Oh, Zhang Mingyang nodded casually, then asked, "Is Lin Qingshu going with you?" Yes, Chu Yang nodded slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyang's eyes lit up. "So, you two probably aren't coming back to the dorm tonight?" After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Yang said, "Probably not." He hadn't attended the last celebration at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and after tonight's event, he planned to stay for a few drinks. Plus, with the media presence, revealing his identity was inevitable. To avoid trouble, it was best not to return to the dorm. Zhang Mingyang grinned, looking like a seasoned veteran. "Looks like tonight will be a wild one. Remember, if there are any oysters or leeks, eat plenty to keep your stamina up. You don't want Lin Qingshu to be disappointed." Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei burst out laughing. Old Zhang's right. That's solid advice. Chu Yang's forehead creased with several lines. "What makes you think I'm lacking?" Without arguing further, Chu Yang went to the balcony, adjusted his suit cuffs in the mirror, and then left the dorm. Before leaving, he turned back and smiled at his roommates. "Guys, whatever news you hear tonight, don't be too surprised." Zhang Mingyang and the others were puzzled. "What are you talking about? Did he mean he was going to some extravagant event and was secretly a wealthy heir?" They were curious but didn't dare to imagine Chu Yang attending a conference at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Such events were far beyond their reach. At the entrance to the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingshu was dressed in a stunning white princess dress. When she saw Chu Yang approaching in a suit, her expression turned curious. "Didn't you say it was a simple gathering? Why are you in a suit?" Though Chu Yang looked more distinguished than usual in the suit, it wasn't the point. The point was that he was in formal attire, and she had trusted his words, dressing in a princess dress with playful makeup, which seemed out of place with his formal look. "Is there a problem?" Chu Yang chuckled. "Yes. A big problem," Lin Qingshu exclaimed. "Can I go back and change into a gown?" She had a few dresses from her days hosting events at school. "No need. You look beautiful just as you are," Chu Yang said, taking her soft hand in his. "Besides, our ride is almost here. We don't have time to change." He gently ruffled her hair. "Trust me, you'll be the most beautiful girl there tonight." "My girl," he added, making Lin Qingshu blush. She glanced shyly at Chu Yang. You said it. I did. Chu Yang nodded, ready to leave. Wait, Lin Qingshu suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Chu Yang looked back, puzzled. Lin Qingshu let go of his hand and stepped closer, carefully smoothing the creases in his collar and cuffs. She then adjusted his slightly crooked tie. Once satisfied, she took his hand again and smiled. You can't even tie a tie properly. How will you manage without me? Chu Yang paused and smiled at her. That's a trick question. What trick question? Because I'll always have you by my side. There's no way I'd go anywhere without you. Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes playfully. Show off. Chu Yang grinned. By the way, you're really good at tying ties. Have you been practicing? I won't tell you. Lin Qingshu laughed mischievously. I noticed your tie looked off last time, so I watched some videos and practiced. Just in case. See? It came in handy, she said proudly. So. You've been thinking about me all along, huh? Chu Yang teased. Lin Qingshu blushed, covering her ears as she walked ahead. Not listening, not listening. They walked to the school gate, where a black car pulled up in front of them. The car had a special pass on the front window and a license plate reading a 00000. As the car stopped, a familiar face from the National Security Agency stepped out, opened the back door, and smiled at them. Mr. Chu, Miss Lin, please get in. Thank you. Chu Yang nodded, leading Lin Qingshu into the car. Lin Qingshu was bewildered as she got in. Who am I? Where am I? Though the car looked ordinary, the special pass and the license plate made it clear it wasn't just any car. Was this really just a simple gathering? Once inside the car, Lin Qingshu clutched Chu Yang's hand tightly. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Chu Yang asked, glancing at her with concern. Of course, Lin Qingshu's face was pale. With everything going on, who could believe this was just a simple gathering? Chu Yang, be honest with me. What kind of event are we really attending? She asked, her voice filled with tension. Initially, she thought she had a pretty good idea of Chu Yang's identity. But now she realized she had only scratched the surface. A car with the license plate Jinga 00009, there were only 8 people in all of China who could use such a vehicle. And now, it had come to pick up Chu Yang. She sat frozen in the car, not daring to move, until the National Security Agency personnel drove them to the Diaoyutai State Guest House. When they got out, she saw security personnel in black suits, high-profile cars with intimidating license plates, and numerous media vehicles, both domestic and foreign. Her heart pounded, and she didn't dare breathe too loudly. As they approached the guest house, curiosity finally got the better of her. She leaned close to Chu Yang and whispered, "What kind of event are we attending tonight?" The state guest house. A car with a special license plate. She had even spotted a few high-profile individuals she recognized from the news, including Wang Bin, a well-known spokesperson. A simple gathering? Really? I mentioned it before. It's an internal press conference by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Chu Yang said, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, just treat it like a lecture. Lin Qingshu's lips twitched. A simple lecture? With the Foreign Ministry's spokesperson in attendance, how was this a simple lecture? But she was already here, and there was no turning back. She steeled herself, determined not to embarrass Chu Yang. They passed through security at the entrance, signed in, and headed to the top-floor banquet hall. As they approached the hall, Lin Qingshu's legs started to feel weak. She recognized some of the leaders from the news, including a top figure from the Ministry of Science and Technology. The leader of the Ministry of Science and Technology, along with Wang Weiman and several other top officials from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, walked over to them. The leader shook Chu Yang's hand warmly. Chu, it's been a while. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After shaking hands, he introduced Lin Qingshu. Director Zhang, Elder Wang, Elder Yi, Elder Wu, this is my girlfriend, Lin Qingshu. Lin Qingshu's heart raced as she greeted them. Hello, Director Zhang. Elder Wang, Elder Yi, Elder Wu. They smiled and greeted her in return. Yi Jiangguo, who had worked with Chu Yang on the Curvature Drive project, said, Miss Lin, we've heard a lot about you. Lin Qingshu was puzzled and looked at Chu Yang. Yi Jiangguo continued, Chu Yang always talked about you at the research base. He worked tirelessly day and night, exhausting himself, just to see you sooner. Academician Lin Qingshu was shocked. She knew it took significant scientific achievements to become an academician. And Chu Yang was one. And he had worked himself to exhaustion? Seeing her stunned, the director of the Ministry of Science and Technology smiled and said, let's not stand at the door. Let's head inside. They followed Wang Weiman into the banquet hall, which was set up with tables for the event, ready for the tasting of the genetically modified crayfish. Foreign media representatives took notice of their entrance. Cameras clicked, capturing images of the group. The staff of the Chinese Academy of Sciences also looked curious. They had seen Chu Yang before, at the launch of the Qinglong chip. His youth had left a deep impression. But now, who was the girl with him? And why was the director of the Ministry of Science and Technology accompanying them? Was she a top-tier second-generation elite? Even those who didn't know Chu Yang's full identity didn't think of him as a researcher or academician. It was simply too incredible to believe. Soon, they arrived at a banquet table in the front row. Each seat had a name card in front of it. At the table with Chu Yang and Lin Qingzhu were high-ranking officials from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Lin Qingzhu was still quite nervous. In her nearly 20 years of life, she had never been in such a high-profile setting. Even the most prestigious events she had hosted at Beijing University paled in comparison to this. Once they were settled, Wang Weiman smiled and said, "You two sit here for now. The chief will be making an appearance soon, and we need to greet him at the entrance." The decision for Chu Yang to reveal his identity was made by the chief. Otherwise, information about such a top-secret researcher would never be disclosed in this manner. The chief Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock. She had thought she had already met enough influential people, but now even the chief was going to be here. Who am I? Where am I? This wasn't the first time these questions had crossed her mind tonight. Could she, a mere university student, really belong at such a prestigious event? Lin Qingzhu gently squeezed Chu Yang's hand, her expression tense. "Chu Yang, this all feels so unreal. It's like owning a luxury car you never thought you'd have," she mused. "Some things seem unattainable unless you're born into them." Seeing someone as high-ranking as the chief was one of those things. She had never imagined she would be in the same room with such a person. "Pinch yourself," Chu Yang teased. "If it hurts, it's real." Lin Qingzhu gave him a half-hearted glare. This isn't the time for jokes. Among the attendees, many recognized Chu Yang, including Lu Changqing, the head of the National Security Agency, and several senior leaders from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. When they saw Chu Yang seated, they came over to greet him. It was no exaggeration to say that Chu Yang was a rising star in China's scientific community. His achievements had already reached heights that many could only dream of. Chu Yang was now a key speaker at this press conference, a clear signal that the higher-ups intended to promote him. Networking with him now was a strategic move for those looking to align with a prominent figure in the future. As Chu Yang chatted with these researchers, he introduced Lin Qingzhu to each of them. Despite her nerves, Lin Qingzhu maintained a polite smile as she stood by his side. After everyone had left, Lin Qingzhu sat down with Chu Yang, her expression somewhat dim. She had thought Chu Yang was like the bright sun, lighting up the sky. But now, it seemed he was much more a godlike figure who was beyond reach. High-ranking officials and academicians treated him with immense respect. And she? She was just a regular sophomore at Beijing University, known only for her looks. In Chu Yang's radiant presence, her own qualities felt insignificant. No matter how hard she tried, she felt she would never measure up to him. The man beside her was more extraordinary than she had ever imagined. Feeling a wave of insecurity, Lin Qingzhu looked up at Chu Yang with tearful eyes. "Chu Yang, what do I do? You're so exceptional, I feel like I can't keep up with you." "Don't be silly," Chu Yang chuckled, taking her hand gently. "In a relationship, there's no such thing as being unworthy. Don't overthink it." He leaned closer, a playful smile on his face. "Besides, your beauty alone is enough to keep me happy for a lifetime." Lin Qingzhu's tears threatened to spill over. "So, you only like me for my looks? What if I grow old and lose my beauty? Will you still love me then?" "You're overthinking it," Chu Yang said, softly squeezing her hand. "To me, you'll always be cute whether as a young girl or as an old lady. In my eyes, you'll always be the one I love." He continued, "You don't need to change for anyone. Just be yourself. It doesn't matter how perfect you are or aren't. I love you for who you are." Feeling reassured, Lin Qingzhu's tears dried up. Chu Yang embraced her gently, whispering words of comfort. "I love you," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. "Always." Lin Qingzhu slowly lifted herself from Chu Yang's chest, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. "So, what did they mean when they said you worked yourself to exhaustion just to see me?" She paused before adding, "Was it that time you didn't message me for 3 days?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Yes, during that time I was so engrossed in my research that I pulled too many all-nighters. I ended up sleeping in the hospital for a few days, but it wasn't a big deal." He glanced at her apologetically. "I'm really sorry for lying to you before." HMP Lin Qingzhu huffed, pushing him away lightly. "Do you think I'm so petty? If you had told me the truth, I would have understood. She looked at him with a mix of anger and concern. Your health is important, even if you're doing scientific research. Don't think you can just push yourself because you're young. Her voice softened with worry. It must have been really hard on you. Xu Yang smiled. I just wanted to see you sooner. That doesn't matter, Lin Qingshu scolded, giving him a stern look. You need to take care of your health no matter what. She then pouted, her tone turning gentle. I'm right here at school, I'm not going anywhere. Xu Yang laughed. So, you're not mad at me for lying? A little, she admitted, pouting. But promise me you won't lie to me again. And take care of your health, okay? Xu Yang smiled warmly at her concern, then suddenly laughed. Lin Qingshu tilted her head in confusion. Why are you laughing? He grinned. I was just thinking about our future, after we get married. I can see it now, our kids getting scolded by you while I sit back and watch. Lin Qingshu's face turned crimson. Who said anything about having kids with you? You can have them yourself. That's not possible. You need soil for seeds to grow. As time passed, the banquet hall filled up. Finally, the elderly leader entered, accompanied by Wang Weiman and the head of the Ministry of Science and Technology. The moment he walked in, reporters from various news media started taking pictures frantically. The elderly leader, used to such scenes, paused briefly for photos before being led by Wang Weiman to the table where Xu Yang and Lin Qingshu were seated. Xu Yang quickly stood up. Chief. Relax, young man, the elderly leader smiled warmly. This is your night. I'm just here as a guest. You flatter me, Xu Yang responded with a modest bow. The elderly leader then noticed Lin Qingshu. And this must be your girlfriend. Lin Qingshu, blushing, nervously hid behind Xu Yang before gathering the courage to greet him. Hello, Chief. Hello, the leader replied kindly, then turned back to Xu Yang. You've got a good one here, young man. Hold on to her. I will. Xu Yang nodded. The leader then looked at Lin Qingshu. Young lady, after tonight, Xu Yang will have even more responsibilities. I hope you can understand. This is a duty to the nation. Lin Qingshu, now more composed, smiled. Don't worry, Chief. Once he's dedicated to the nation, he's our national treasure. I'll take good care of him. Laughter erupted around them. Lin Qingshu playfully stuck her tongue out at Xu Yang. She was beginning to understand his role and the weight of his responsibilities. There could be countless Lin Qingshus in China, but there was only one Xu Yang. She understood what truly mattered. Seeing this, the media reporters in the hall grew restless. Who was this boy that the chief himself was greeting? Many of them were foreign journalists who knew the significance of the chief's presence. This boy must be someone extraordinary. My God, the chief is personally welcoming him. Who is this boy? Is there such a prominent figure in China we've never heard of? Take more photos. We need to investigate who this boy and girl are. The banquet hall buzzed with speculation. After a few more words with Xu Yang, the elderly leader moved on. His mere presence at the event was a grand gesture. At exactly 8 p.m. Beijing time, the conference began. The first speaker was Wang Bin, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His refined presence commanded attention as cameras flashed. Good evening, everyone. I'm Wang Bin, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and your host for tonight's conference. I welcome you all to this event, where we will unveil our latest research on genetically modified lobsters by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Here's the agenda first. Our youngest academician, Xu Yang, will present the research process and concepts behind the genetically modified lobsters. Afterward, we invite everyone to taste these lobsters, developed by our team. Wang Bin's introduction was brief. He then looked at Xu Yang and smiled. Now, let's welcome academician Xu Yang to the stage for his presentation. At this announcement, the foreign media representatives fell silent. Despite earlier assurances that the topic was genetically modified food, they had been skeptical. Who had ever heard of food that could break through steel? Now, they were going to be asked to taste it? Could it really be safe? The foreign media in the audience began murmuring among themselves. What's going on? Is China really just researching genetically modified food? This is a cover-up, absolutely a cover-up. How can such a creature be meant for consumption? Can that thing really be eaten? Meanwhile, domestic media were also curious. Academician Xu, the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Who is this person? Why haven't we heard of him before? Looks like we might have stumbled upon a major story. I'm really curious about who this youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is. As everyone started looking around to identify this young academician, Xu Yang, sitting in the front row, gently patted Lin Qingshu's hand and smiled. sit here for a bit. I'll be back soon. Lin Qingshu's face froze for a moment, and then her pupils suddenly contracted. With everything happening, she had missed a lot of information. Now, it all came rushing back. Right, academician Chu. She had heard them address Chu Yang as an academician. Seeing her still somewhat bewildered nod, Chu Yang stood up with a smile and walked toward the podium. The next moment, all eyes turned to Chu Yang. My God, what is this young man doing? This young man is the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Isn't he too young? Haha, is China so short on people that they let a kid speak and call him the youngest academician? This must be a joke. Many foreign media started discussing it. Among them, several intelligence officers' faces turned serious, their eyes filled with surprise. They were all from various intelligence agencies. They had infiltrated this event to gather information about the genetically modified lobsters. But before they could dig into that, they stumbled upon Chu Yang's identity. Chu Yang's name had appeared in the files of not only the intelligence agencies of the United States but also other countries. Due to the recent exposure of spy personnel lists and the subsequent crackdown by the Chinese Security Bureau, many foreign intelligence operatives had gone silent, unable to investigate Chu Yang further. But now, he was stepping forward, revealing himself to the world. They couldn't understand why. If Chu Yang were indeed a top-secret researcher, shouldn't his identity be kept strictly confidential? Some even speculated that Chu Yang might be a decoy, a smokescreen released by the Chinese leadership to protect the real researchers. Chu Yang stepped onto the podium, maintaining a calm and confident demeanor, his eyes reflecting steady determination. After a quick scan of the audience, he cleared his throat and began. Distinguished colleagues from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, esteemed leaders, and members of the press, good evening. My name is Chu Yang. His steady voice echoed through the microphone, capturing everyone's attention. The previously murmuring crowd fell silent, some even holding their breath. Initially skeptical about his age, the crowd's doubts evaporated as Chu Yang took the stage. It was rare to see such composure and poise in someone so young, especially in a setting like this. Standing there, he naturally drew everyone's gaze, like a born leader. Without hesitation, Chu Yang introduced the subject. Tonight, I will present to you our latest research from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the first generation of genetically modified crayfish. Chu Yang turned slightly, using a remote to project images onto the screen behind him. Pictures of the genetically modified crayfish appeared, creatures with fierce faces, powerful claws, and massive bodies, resembling small monsters. Seeing this, many researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences whispered among themselves, while the foreign media were visibly shocked. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? China claims this creature is meant for consumption. This looks like a biological weapon, absolutely a biological weapon. After all, this peculiar type of crayfish was new to them. Chu Yang continued with a smile. This genetically modified crayfish, developed by our team over 3 years, incorporates various biological genes into the genome of the red swamp crayfish. After thousands of genetic experiments, we have successfully created this new species, which we currently call variant crayfish No. 1. Compared to ordinary crayfish, variant crayfish No. 1 has significantly improved meat quality, a shorter growth cycle, rapid reproduction, and contains many essential nutrients. Our scientific research indicates that regular consumption of this crayfish can provide certain health benefits. At their table, Wang Weiman and Lin Qingshu listened to Chu Yang's presentation. Although the atmosphere was serious, Wang Weiman, one of the few in the know, couldn't help but smile sneakily at Lin Qingshu, who seemed oblivious to some facts. 3 years of hard work, Wang Weiman thought. You're kidding me. It wasn't even 3 weeks. Lin Qingshu, blinking curiously, couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Although Chu Yang had never detailed his research activities, she doubted he was simply a computer scientist. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. But she sensed discrepancies in Chu Yang's narrative. Had he really spent 3 years developing these mutant crayfish? Finally, as Chu Yang finished his speech, it was time for the QA session. Journalists from various foreign media outlets quickly gathered around Chu Yang. The first question came from a journalist from the United States. She held up her microphone and asked her question in fluent English. Chu Yang smiled slightly and responded calmly, I'm sorry, but could you please ask your question in another language? I believe you can speak good Chinese. Please ask your questions in Chinese next time. Here in China, I prefer to answer questions asked in Chinese. With that, he ignored the reporter and turned to another journalist. Next question. Wow. This guy's got guts. Exactly, in China, questions should be asked in Chinese. I don't know why. But this feels so satisfying. Seeing Chu Yang dismiss the American reporter, some domestic journalists couldn't help but smile. In China, questions should indeed be asked in Chinese. The senior leaders from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology at Wang Weiman's table also smiled in approval. Wang Weiman didn't hold back his praise. This young man is excellent, very excellent. Standing nearby, the refined Wang Bin also smiled faintly. He knew a bit about Chu Yang's background. Seeing Chu Yang respond so confidently to the American reporter, he thought, if this kid weren't in scientific research, he'd make a great diplomat for us. Seeing Chu Yang's firm stance, the other journalists reconsidered their approach. Another reporter, from England, then took the microphone and asked in somewhat broken Chinese, Academician Chu, I am a reporter from the Times of England. I am curious, at your age, how did you come up with the idea to research genetically modified organisms? As far as I know, most people your age in China are still in university. Why are you so exceptional? Chu Yang smiled slightly and replied calmly, I don't think I'm exceptional. My abilities are quite average. In China there are many more talented people than me. I'm just a bit luckier than others. As for why I research genetically modified organisms, he paused, glancing at Lin Qingshu in the audience with a fond smile. The initial idea for researching variant crayfish one came from wanting my girlfriend to enjoy eating crayfish more comfortably. Once, when we were eating crayfish, she mentioned that it would be great if the crayfish had more meat. That's what led to the creation of variant crayfish one. So, the credit for this research partly belongs to my girlfriend. Wow. This is the kind of romance only a scientist could come up with. No way. Is he really showing off like this? Is this a public declaration of their relationship? This is too sweet. Some domestic journalists couldn't help but smirk. They were there to record the important moments of the conference, not to ask questions. But hearing Chu Yang's words, they couldn't help but comment. They could already imagine how the internet would react once they reported this. At the table, Lin Qingshu blushed deeply. Realizing the truth behind Chu Yang's words, her expression turned slightly puzzled. 3 years of hard work? She remembered mentioning the idea about a week ago. Was he seriously claiming 3 years of research for something he had done in a week? On stage, the questions continued. An American reporter, now speaking fluent Chinese, asked, Academician Chu, I'm a reporter from Epoch Times. You mentioned that variant crayfish one is purely for consumption. However, we've seen videos showing these crayfish breaking through steel transport containers. How do you explain such strength in a creature meant for food? Are you not in violation of the Biological Weapons Convention by developing such a powerful organism? Is this a secret weapon for China's global dominance? The question was sharp, with many implied accusations. Wang Bin, ever vigilant about diplomatic nuances, felt a jolt of concern. Mishandling this question could lead to international controversy. However, Chu Yang's response quickly put him at ease. Chu Yang coldly glanced at the reporter and replied firmly, First of all, China has no ambition for world domination. Our goal is not to surpass other nations but to continually improve ourselves and become a better China. As for violating the Biological Weapons Convention, to my knowledge, the United States engages in extensive biological military activities. I'm curious about the activities conducted at your largest biological research base, the Hydrobiology Institute, and the over 300 biological labs outside your borders. Are they compliant with the convention? I recall that 20 years ago, the United States alone refused to sign the international agreement on establishing a multilateral verification mechanism under the Biological Weapons Convention. If you have nothing to hide, why reject the establishment of such a mechanism? As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, the room fell silent. Wang Weiman and the senior leaders of the Ministry of Science and Technology couldn't hide their smiles. This kid, still so young, dares to say anything. While it might have seemed like they were criticizing Chu Yang for being too bold, their eyes were full of pride. The United States had long been criticized internationally for these issues, and their politicians typically avoided discussing them. But here, at this press conference, an American journalist tried to question Chu Yang using the biological weapons angle, only to be outmaneuvered by Chu Yang himself. Isn't that impressive, they thought. Wang Bin's admiration for Chu Yang grew even more. Such a talent would be great in diplomacy, he mused. However, despite his admiration, Chu Yang's achievements in scientific research far outweighed his potential in diplomacy. Otherwise, Wang Bin would have tried to recruit him for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right after the conference. The American journalist was left speechless by Chu Yang's response. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She was supposed to question him, not get countered. Any more questions? Chu Yang asked, smiling as he looked at the reporter before turning to the rest of the crowd. Next question. Immediately, journalists from other countries rushed to ask their questions, ignoring the now defeated American journalist. These well-trained professionals, usually more reserved at home, became quite aggressive in China. They all wanted to pry into the research process behind the mutated crayfish, subtly hinting at its potential as a biological weapon. However, learning from the American journalist's failure, no one directly accused Chu Yang of developing biological weapons. After all, few countries had clean records in this area. Chu Yang's answers were consistent. The research was for edible purposes with health benefits. Anything beyond that, he had no comment on. If they had more questions, they'd just have to hold them in. China's rules were clear, and there was no room for compromise. As the questions ended, it was time for the tasting session. After some introductory remarks by Wang Bin, chefs entered the banquet hall, pushing carts laden with dishes made from the mutant crayfish. These included steamed mutant crayfish, garlic-flavored crayfish, and spicy shrimp tails. Seeing the large crayfish on the table, some foreign journalists were initially hesitant. The crayfish looked intimidating with their large size and menacing appearance, making some reporters with weaker stomachs reluctant to eat. However, the tempting aroma soon overcame their hesitation, and they began to dig in. Some were so eager that they didn't even chew properly, swallowing large chunks of crayfish meat. At Chu Yang's table, which included high-ranking officials from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology, the crayfish dishes were met with eager anticipation. Everyone knew about the health benefits of the mutant crayfish, and they were excited to enjoy this rare treat. Lin Qingshu leaned close to Chu Yang, looking at the crayfish in front of her with a playful smile. "Is this what you spent 3 years researching?" Chu Yang, remaining calm, shrugged and smiled. "Is there a problem?" He added with a grin, "We call this strategic deception. If word got out that it only took me a little over a week to develop the genetically modified mutant crayfish, the biological research labs around the world studying similar projects would go crazy." Deception? Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes at him. Chu Yang picked up a piece of crayfish meat and placed it on her plate, then whispered in her ear, "We probably won't be able to go back to school tonight. The health benefits of this crayfish are quite potent. Just try a little bit for the taste. If you get hungry later, we can have some supper." The effects of the crayfish were indeed strong. If he ate it alone, he could manage, but if Lin Qingshu ate too much as well, the night could become quite difficult. Is it really that amazing? Lin Qingshu doubted. By now she was used to spending the night with Chu Yang and didn't feel overly nervous or shy about not returning to school. She had been exposed to various health supplements growing up, so she found it hard to believe that this crayfish could have such strong effects. After all, weren't health supplements supposed to be good for you? Why should she eat less of something beneficial? And what did this have to do with not returning to school tonight? Chu Yang's expression became serious. "If you don't believe me, you can eat more, but you'll bear the consequences." "Then I'll eat more." Lin Qingshu laughed. She didn't think a health supplement, even if developed by Chu Yang, could be that potent. The worst that could happen might be a nosebleed, right? How bad could it be? With that, she took a big bite of the crayfish meat, looking very pleased with herself. Chu Yang watched in shock as she devoured the crayfish. Well, this is going to be a long night. At Wang Weiman's table, everyone was happily enjoying the crayfish. They were worried there might not be enough, so they eagerly served themselves and each other. Only Chu Yang sat quietly, occasionally taking small bites. Wang Weiman, noticing how little Chu Yang was eating, asked, "Little Chu, why aren't you eating more? This stuff is very nourishing." Chu Yang laughed awkwardly. I'm afraid it might be too nourishing." These old folks were really something. Hearing this, Wang Weiman and the others were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, glancing at the slightly confused Lin Qingshu. Lin Qingshu was puzzled. What are they laughing about? It seems so mysterious. After the banquet ended, the researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences left. Domestic journalists headed back to their offices to draft their reports overnight. Meanwhile, foreign journalists hurried to leave the conference and return to their embassies. Several journalists, upon leaving, immediately called their drivers. "We've got the samples, get the car ready." However, before their drivers could even start the engines, personnel from the National Security Bureau intercepted them. "Friends, it's quite late. We're concerned for your safety on the roads at this hour, so please rest here at the guest house tonight." The journalists frowned, with one of them laughing awkwardly. "No need to trouble yourselves. China is very safe. We have urgent work to get back to." No, the team leader from the National Security Bureau smiled, China values. After the banquet ended, the researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences left. Domestic journalists hurried back to their offices to prepare their reports, while foreign journalists rushed to their respective embassies. Several journalists, upon leaving, immediately called their drivers. "We've got the samples. Get the car ready." However, before their drivers could even start the engines, personnel from the National Security Bureau intercepted them. "Friends, it's quite late. We're concerned for your safety on the roads at this hour, so please rest here at the guest house tonight." The journalists frowned, with one of them laughing awkwardly. "No need to trouble yourselves. China is very safe. We have urgent work to get back to." No, the team leader from the National Security Bureau smiled. "China values hospitality. Since you've come from afar, we insist you stay and rest here tonight to recharge." "It's really not necessary," an American journalist said, looking uneasy. "Please, stay for the night," the team leader insisted. He signaled to his team, who moved to escort the journalist back inside. "Make sure our guests have a comfortable rest tonight. Anyone who tries to leave, treat them as spies." He walked away, pleased. They were not going anywhere tonight. He recalled the task given by Liu Chengqing earlier that day. "Don't let any foreign journalists who ate the mutant crayfish leave tonight. We need them to digest it before they leave." This precaution was vital to prevent them from taking any biological samples. Even cooked meat could be analyzed for its genetic sequence. Online, within half an hour of the conference ending, news articles flooded the internet. Youngest Academy of Sciences researcher unveiled. 3 years of research, one sharp blade. China's latest genetically modified organism revealed. Initially, these articles received little attention compared to entertainment news. However, with the help of social media platforms and the reveal of Chu Yang's photo, these reports quickly went viral. One article detailing Chu Yang's background garnered numerous comments. "Wow, under 20 and already a researcher at the Academy of Sciences. Incredible IP Jiangnan. Is this for real? How can someone under 20 be a researcher? Must be fake IP USA. Are you stupid? The Academy of Sciences isn't a joke. This is huge IP Beijing. I'm crying. At 20 he's a top researcher, while I'm just getting by IP unknown. Isn't this the same guy who stood up to that celebrity fan mob? Turns out he's a top researcher too." The buzz grew, spreading like wildfire across the internet. Back at the guest house, Wang Wyman and the others escorted Chu Yang and Lin Qingzhu to a car from the National Security Bureau. As they got in, Wang Wyman grinned. "Chu, you two should rest at another guest house tonight. It might get noisy here." He added, "Don't worry about the noise. The rooms are well soundproofed." Chu Yang's mouth twitched. "All right, you all rest early too. We'll be off then." Lin Qingzhu's face was flushed, and she felt warm. She was still clear-headed though. "Where are we going now?" she asked. "To find a place to rest," Chu Yang replied, smiling. "How are you feeling?" About what she asked, puzzled. "The mutant crayfish," he clarified. "Oh, it was delicious," she said, smiling. "Better than any I've had before. But I feel really warm. Can we get something cold to drink when we get to the hotel?" Of course. Chu Yang nodded. "What do you want? I'll get it for you." After thinking for a moment, Lin Qingzhu laughed. "How about some barley juice?" Chu Yang was taken aback. "Barley juice? Do they even sell that?" In the car, Chu Yang looked puzzled. Lin Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh. "You silly, barley juice drink is just beer." Seeing Chu Yang's confusion, she continued, "Never mind, it's obvious you've been offline for too long." As she spoke, Lin Qingzhu started fanning herself with her hand, muttering, "So hot, so hot." Seeing her actions, Chu Yang laughed. "Feeling energetic, aren't you? I told you it's quite potent. You should have just tasted it." "How was I supposed to know?" Lin Qingzhu retorted, pouting at Chu Yang. "I feel so hot. Once we get to the hotel, I'm taking a cold shower." The weather was already humid, and the mutant crayfish seemed to amplify that heat. Whether it was psychological or real, she felt like a furnace, full of restless energy. Chu Yang reassured her, "It's normal. You'll get used to it after a few more times." He had researched the crayfish's effects extensively, even using his own blood in experiments. It indeed had potent effects, but they were more generalized rather than specific. The body would gradually adapt, and the initial intense effects would diminish over time. Lin Qingzhu snuggled into Chu Yang's arms, scrolling through her phone. When she opened Weibo, she saw Chu Yang, youngest researcher in the Academy of Sciences, and other related topics trending. She clicked on the Chu Yang tag and read through his biography, elementary, middle and high school details, his recruitment into the Academy of Sciences, and his achievements, including the genetically modified crayfish. The comments were endless, with the top one being, Is this the so-called born for greatness? What are we, trash IP Jiang Nen? Beneath it were various replies. Yep, I must be here just to make up the numbers. Without us trash, how would elites stand out IP Beijing? Guys, I checked out everything about this dude. He was dating in high school and still became a top researcher. I'm almost 24 and still single. Maybe not being a top researcher is because you're single. Or he had the ability to be a top researcher, so he dared to date in high school. Note the reason for his research was his girlfriend's craving for crayfish 3 years ago. I bet this guy is a time traveler. Feeling like an NPC. Just here to fill the game world. Stop rubbing salt in the wound. Are you saying even in a virtual world? I'd be this miserable. Lin Qingzhu burst into laughter, showing Chu Yang the comments. Chu Yang, look at these comments. They're hilarious. Really? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, leaning over to read from her phone. Meanwhile, back in the boys' dorm at Beijing University, Zhang Mingyang emerged from the bathroom, scratching his rear, and exclaimed, "Guys, something big happened." "What is it?" Wang Lei, lying on his bed listening to music, laughed. "Did you run out of toilet paper?" "Get lost," Zhang Mingyang retorted, rolling his eyes. Zhu Pengfei, removing his headphones from the now blank computer screen, asked, "What's going on, Zhang?" "Check Weibo. Our boy Chu Yang is trending." What? Wang Lei questioned, "Is he getting flamed again?" "No. Just check," Zhang urged. Seeing Zhang's serious expression, Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei quickly opened Weibo. As they read the trending topics about Chu Yang, they were stunned. No way. Is this our Chu Yang? Is this real? Our dormmate is a top researcher. Guys, call him. If this is true, I've got bragging rights for life. In the hotel room, Lin Qingzhu flopped onto the bed, shedding her clothes immediately. I'm so hot after eating that. Turn the AC down. Okay, Chu Yang nodded. When he turned around, he saw Lin Qingzhu's clothes already scattered on the floor. Chu Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the sight before him. Can you imagine? A stunning girl, blushing deeply, stripping off her clothes right in front of you, her eyes filled with desire. Who could resist that? In the next moment, Chu Yang felt his blood start to boil within him. He cleared his throat a few times, swallowed hard, and said in a trembling voice, "Babe, do you know you're tempting me to commit a crime?" Am I? Lin Qingzhu looked him up and down, quickly noticing his predicament. She jumped off the bed and slowly walked towards him, eyes glinting with mischief. With each step, she backed him against the wall. Propping one hand on the wall beside him, she breathed warm air into his ear. What kind of crime do you want to commit? Chu Yang's heart pounded wildly. His throat bobbed as he tried to swallow, not daring to take a deep breath. Don't mess with me. I can't hold back much longer. Without another word, he pulled Lin Qingzhu into his arms and whispered, "If you keep this up, don't blame me if I do something crazy." Just as he was about to give her a little lesson, his phone rang from his pocket. Lin Qingzhu used the distraction to slip out of his arms, giggling mischievously. "Answer your phone. I'll be in the shower." Chu Yang took a few deep breaths to calm himself. As she headed to the bathroom, Lin Qingzhu peeked out and teased, "The bathroom door isn't locked. Don't you dare come in." Chu Yang smirked. "If I don't go in now, wouldn't that make me less than a beast?" With that thought, a grin spread across his face. This adorable little troublemaker is going to be so much fun to have around. Then he looked at his phone and saw Zhang Mingyang's video call. Raising an eyebrow, he answered, "Hey Zhang, what's up?" Seeing Chu Yang's background, Zhang Mingyang immediately asked, "Where are you?" "At a hotel," Chu Yang replied, settling onto the sofa. "What's going on?" Zhang Mingyang exclaimed. "You, the youngest researcher at the Academy of Sciences. You've been hiding this from us." Zhang Mingyang continued with a laugh, "This is a big deal. You should have told us earlier so we could share in the glory." Chu Yang chuckled. "I had an agreement not to reveal my identity. Sorry about that. I'll treat you guys to dinner back at school." "You're coming back to school?" Zhang Mingyang was surprised. Before calling, they had assumed that with his identity revealed, Chu Yang might have to leave them. Of course, Chu Yang nodded. "I might move dorms, but I'll still be at school." Zhang Mingyang was taken aback but pleased. "Okay, we'll catch up at school then." "And are you with Lin Qingzhu?" Obviously, Chu Yang laughed. Instantly, he heard coughing from the other end of the line. Then Zhu Pengfei's voice came through, "Take it easy tonight, man. No casualties. If you end up becoming a dad before graduating, we won't be able to handle it." Zhang Mingyang laughed. "We'll leave you two lovebirds to it then. Have fun." With that, Zhang Mingyang hung up. Chu Yang set down his phone. a smile playing on his lips. Even though some things had changed since his identity was revealed, some things remained the same. His friends were still the same cheeky bunch. He then heard Lin Qingshu humming in the shower and the sound of running water. Should he go in or not? He glanced at the bottles of water in the room. Feeling thirsty, he took a sip and accidentally spilled some on his clothes. Oops, my clothes are wet. Maybe I should take a shower too. After all, it's important to save water. It wasn't his fault the water spilled. With that justification, Chu Yang quickly stripped off his clothes and headed for the bathroom, knocking gently on the door. The water stopped, and Lin Qingzhu's nervous voice came from inside. What is it? Chu Yang hesitated for a moment before saying, I spilled water on my clothes. After a pause he added, I swear, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. It's just that my clothes got wet, and we should save water. Lin Qingshu was silent for a moment before she replied, her heart pounding, you can come in. But don't do anything crazy. Chu Yang grinned, I promise. Lin Qingshu hesitated, surprised by his quick agreement, okay, you can come in. Before she finished speaking, Chu Yang pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, Lin Qingshu's scream echoed through the room, why did you come in without any clothes on? 20 minutes later, Chu Yang, having finished his shower, was promptly shooed out of the bathroom by Lin Qingshu. As he left, he couldn't help but tease her, are you sure you don't want me to stay and keep you company a bit longer? Lin Qingshu, blushing while brushing her teeth, pouted, no, you should go out. I'll be done after I wash my hair. This guy. Talking about saving water while spending so much time in the bathroom. And claiming he wouldn't mess around? Yeah, right. Thinking about it, Lin Qingshu remembered the advice her friend Li Qian gave her when she left the dorm, never trust anything a man says. Especially in bed, she figured she should add a new clause to that advice, or in the bathroom. Even though Chu Yang had mostly kept his promises, it felt like he had pushed the boundaries. Shaking off the embarrassing thoughts, she quickly resumed brushing her teeth. Chu Yang stood by the bathroom door, a mischievous smile on his face. There's a saying that goes, I can't explain why I love watching you shower. But I do. It felt particularly fitting at the moment. His musings were interrupted by a cold breeze from the air conditioning, which made him shiver. He quickly fetched a bathrobe from the closet and wrapped it around himself before lying down on the bed. Just as he got comfortable, his phone rang. It was a video call from his parents. Glancing at the bathroom, he hesitated briefly before answering. The screen lit up with the faces of his youthful-looking mother, Ding Sufan, and his scholarly father, Chu Tiangxiong. Seeing their familiar faces, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. Mom, Dad, you finally remembered you have a son. Chu Tiangxiong chuckled. What do you mean finally remembered? We think about you all the time. Ding Sufan patted her husband's hand and looked at Chu Yang's son. We saw the news online. Is it true that you're the youngest researcher at the Academy of Sciences? Yes, it's true. Chu Yang nodded. Sorry for keeping it a secret because of confidentiality rules. That's okay, it's good news. Ding Sufan beamed. But I'm curious about your girlfriend. Do you have a picture? Can you send one to me? Chu Yang coughed awkwardly. Mom, do you have to be so nosy? After a moment's hesitation he added, I'll ask her first. If she's okay with it, I'll send you a picture. That's fine. Ding Sufan laughed. We respect her privacy. But you really hid this well. Is she the girl from the Lin family who used to sit next to you in high school? How did you know? Chu Yang was surprised. A mother knows her son's heart. Ding Sufan chuckled. You used to mention her all the time in high school. My ears practically have calluses from hearing her name. Chu Yang laughed. If you knew, why do you still need a photo? Just want to see how she's changed over the years. Ding Sufan smiled, playfully swatting away Chu Tiangxiang's hand as he tried to grab the phone. Hold on, I'm still talking to our son. Chu Tiangxiang pouted. Chu Yang laughed. All right, Mom, let Dad talk now. Reluctantly, Ding Sufan handed the phone to Chu Tiangxiang. The usually calm and scholarly man showed a rare look of seriousness. When are you coming home? Bring your girlfriend over for a meal. Your mother and I will be back in Beijing by the end of the month. We'll see. Chu Yang nodded. After a brief pause, Chu Tiangxiang added, make sure to come home for the new year. The village elders want to honor you at the ancestral hall. They're planning to make a plaque for you. Chu Yang nodded. I'll try to make it if I can. Satisfied, Chu Tiangxiang fell silent, then said, all right, talk to your mother. Remember, don't overwork yourself, take care of your health, and look after yourself. Okay. Chu Yang nodded. This exchange reflected the typical Chinese father-son relationship: less talk, more concern. Fathers might not always be expressive, but their love is genuine, though often wrapped in stoic words and stern looks. Sun Ding Sufan smiled as she took the phone. Tell me, how far have you and your girlfriend progressed? Chu Yang froze. Mom, can you not ask such direct questions right off the bat? Is that really something I can just talk about? Before he could say more, the bathroom door opened, and Lin Qingzhu, wearing a white bathrobe and towel drying her still wet hair, hopped over to Chu Yang and hugged him, saying, "Help me dry my hair later." However, she soon noticed Chu Yang's stiff posture and the strange atmosphere. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. A moment later, she saw Chu Yang's phone and the video call with his mother. The room's air seemed to freeze. "This is my mom," Chu Yang said stiffly, his mouth twitching into a forced smile. "Say hello." Lin Qingzhu squealed, jumping off Chu Yang and blushing furiously. After a few deep breaths to calm herself, she nervously moved closer to the phone and greeted, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Lin." "Long time no see." Ding Sufan beamed with a warm smile. Lin Qingzhu, forcing a smile, replied, "Long time no see, Auntie." Ding Sufan glanced around and noticed their surroundings. "Are you two at a hotel?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Lin Qingzhu stiffened, suddenly unsure what to say. Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, we're at a hotel." "Well," Ding Sufan chuckled, "a hotel is fine. Your dad and I just remembered we have something to do, so we won't disturb you two. Lin, come visit us with Chu Yang sometime. Bye for now." Lin Qingzhu quickly responded, "Goodbye, Auntie." "Bye-bye, have fun." After the call ended, Lin Qingzhu collapsed face down on the bed, muffling her voice into the blanket. I'm doomed. "What's wrong?" Chu Yang asked. Lin Qingzhu slowly lifted her head and said, "That was so embarrassing. Do you think Auntie will think badly of me?" "Why would she think badly of you?" "She might think I'm too casual." Lin Qingzhu pouted, then glared at Chu Yang. "It's your fault. You didn't warn me about the call." Chu Yang shrugged. "How could I know you'd jump out of the bathroom like that? I was drying my hair and didn't see you on a call." Lin Qingzhu mumbled, then anxiously added, "What do we do now? I'm so nervous." Meeting Chu Yang's parents for the first time under such awkward circumstances would make any girl nervous. Chu Yang tried to reassure her, "Don't worry, my parents are very open-minded. There's no need to be nervous." "How can I not be nervous?" Lin Qingzhu retorted. "With your status and mine, what if Auntie disapproves of me?" Chu Yang smiled gently, pulling her into a comforting hug. "Don't worry about that. Whatever happens, I've got your back." "Really?" Lin Qingzhu asked, looking up at him. "Really?" Chu Yang confirmed. Lin Qingzhu smiled and gave him a quick kiss. "Remember what you said today?" Of course Chu Yang nodded, then smirked playfully. "But I have one condition." "What condition?" Lin Qingzhu asked suspiciously. "Call me Daddy," Chu Yang teased. Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened. "No way. Besides, I'm older than you by a few months. You should be calling me Big Sis." She pinched his cheek. "Come on, call me Big Sis." Chu Yang laughed. "Always so stubborn." Lin Qingzhu stuck out her tongue. "Yup, so what are you going to do about it?" Chu Yang grinned. "Well, we'll see about that." He suddenly leaned in and kissed her, muffling her protests. A while later he finally released her, grinning triumphantly. "See, you can only go MME. Blushing furiously, Lin Qingzhu glared at him. "You cheat. You're a rascal." Chu Yang chuckled. "You've seen worse from me, haven't you?" Lin Qingzhu fell silent, but her eyes still held a defiant glint. She wasn't going to give in easily, even if he could out-talk her. As Chu Yang moved closer, she instinctively backed away. "What are you doing? Don't mess around." Chu Yang's grin widened. "You can scream all you want. The hotel's soundproof. No one will hear you." Seeing the unhealthy expression on Chu Yang's face, Lin Qingzhu quickly pulled the blanket over herself, clutching it tightly. She watched Chu Yang warily and said, You stay away from me, you big bad guy." Chu Yang's smile grew even more mischievous. He swiftly leaned towards Lin Qingzhu, gently hooking her chin with his hand, and smirked. "My beautiful lady, what's going on in that little head of yours? Who just asked me to dry her hair? Forgotten already?" After saying this, Chu Yang lightly brushed her nose. "Kid, your thoughts are quite unhealthy." HMP Lin Qingzhu pouted cutely. "Who's the one with unhealthy thoughts here? Just a moment ago in the bathroom." The memory made her shake her head quickly, trying to push the image out of her mind. Too embarrassing. "All right, come out. I'll get the hairdryer and dry your hair." Chu Yang stood up from the bed, found the hairdryer, and walked back. "Come on. Be good. Daddy will dry your hair." "Who's your daddy?" Lin Qingzhu pouted and rolled her eyes at Chu Yang, but then obediently moved closer, letting him handle her hair like a little wife. Xu Yang plugged in the hairdryer and gently started drying Lin Qingshu's hair. Lin Qingzhu quietly watched his sharp features and the gentle look in his eyes. The more she looked, the more she couldn't help but smile. They say focused men are the most handsome. He really is quite handsome. My taste isn't bad after all. What are you smiling at? Xu Yang asked, smiling himself. Hey you, Lin Qingshu replied straightforwardly. What's so funny about me? You're handsome. You're not wrong. Xu Yang nodded seriously. I do think I'm pretty handsome. He then smiled at her. If our kids inherit our genes, they'll be really good looking. But what? Lin Qingshu asked curiously. Do you know I had a serious thought in high school? What thought? I remember during the midterms, you filled out the answer sheet wrong and got 0 in math. You remember that? Lin Qingshu was instantly animated. Of course. Xu Yang smiled. I remember everything about you from high school. HMP, that's more like it. Lin Qingshu was satisfied, calming her playful anger. Why bring up old high school embarrassments? But you didn't finish your sentence. What was it? Oh right. Xu Yang thought for a moment, and then said, back then, I wondered if you being dumb might affect our kids' IQ. I'm gonna bite you. Lin Qingshu couldn't sit still. Sure, maybe there was an IQ gap between them, but she was still the top science student in Hunan province back then. How bad could her IQ be? Xu Yang raised an eyebrow. Bite me how? Isn't there only one way to bite? Lin Qingshu was confused. What do you mean? Literal or figurative? Aren't they the same? Never mind. Xu Yang laughed. After drying her hair a bit more, he said, it's almost dry. Let it air dry a bit, it's better for your hair. You know this? Lin Qingshu was puzzled. Of course. Xu Yang nodded. When I was a kid, my dad was whipped by my mom. Every time she washed her hair, he dried it for her. If he was busy, he'd make me do it. It was a family rule. Xu Yang's eyes softened at the memory. My dad was usually busy, so I became my mom's hair drying assistant. Your family is like that. Lin Qingshu laughed, her eyes sparkling with thought. We can keep this family rule. But as she finished, she noticed Xu Yang staring at her. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly asked, why are you looking at me like that? Xu Yang gently pinched her cheek. I was just thinking, it's okay to be a little pretty, but you don't have to be this stunning. Lin Qingshu's mouth twitched. Compliments like these were nice, but from Xu Yang, they had a unique flavor. She laughed. So, are we trading compliments now? Xu Yang nodded. You could say that. You called me handsome, so I had to return the favor. You. Lin Qingshu laughed, lying down on the bed, her eyes gleaming. These days were so wonderful. She hoped they could always stay like this, through the rush of years and life's hardships, until they grew old together. Suddenly she leaned on Xu Yang's leg, looking up at him. Xu Yang, should we talk about something sensitive? Sensitive topic. Xu Yang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qingshu's words. He glanced at her cautiously and asked, so, what do you think about the situation in Syria? Lin Qingshu was stunned. Professor Chu, are you serious? The situation in Syria? Did I say something wrong? Why would Xu Yang think of that? Xu Yang laughed. Didn't you say you wanted to talk about a sensitive topic? That's not what I meant. Lin Qingshu was both annoyed and amused by his response. She then looked at him curiously and asked, I just wanted to know, how was your life during the 3 years you were away? Was it tough? After discovering Xu Yang's true identity, Lin Qingshu had secretly looked up some information online. She knew that the life of a researcher could be quite dull, spent with various equipment and data, possibly in a dark underground base. Just thinking about it was frightening. It wasn't too bad. Xu Yang smiled softly. We were in the northern desert, working on a specific project I can't discuss. The weather was mostly dusty, but the food was pretty good. That's it. Lin Qingshu was dumbfounded. She had been ready to hear some interesting stories, but that was all he had to say? Are you trying to pry into state secrets? Xu Yang's gaze turned playful. Lin Qingshu quickly shook her head. No, I just wanted to know if you were okay during those years. If it's classified, I won't ask. Xu Yang smiled, gently rubbing her cheek. Doing research can be tough, but it's nothing compared to what our predecessors endured. Back then, they were in the Gobi Desert, using abacuses and early computers to develop nuclear weapons with little technical support. Their lives were truly harsh. How did you get through those years? Lin Qingshu suddenly felt a pang of sorrow for Xu Yang. 3 years in isolation, and he was just a teenager back then. How tough it must have been. Day after day, looking at your photo, I made it through, Xu Yang said with a gentle smile, his eyes showing determination. Moreover, we were following the light of the 5-pointed star, believing in something bigger. Sometimes, the power of faith is incredible. Have you heard the phrase, "It's time for the nation and the people to test you"? Chu Yang's eyes took on a nostalgic look. That phrase stayed with me forever. After hearing it, any hardships in research didn't matter. We were ready to sacrifice everything for the country and its people. I read Qian Lao's biography. He continued. There's a line in it: if one day a nuclear bomb falls on the Chinese people, I will regret it. This is not alarmist talk. I swore to change the fate of the Chinese with my knowledge. I want the Chinese to have their own nuclear weapons and missiles, even if their existence brings doubt and debate. I believe it's preparation against invasion. Not having a sword and not using a sword are two different things. I deeply respect Qian Lao. During China's difficult times, he stood up and became our sword maker. Chu Yang's voice grew serious. Now, I want to be the next one. Lin Qingshu smiled, holding Chu Yang's large hand tightly. She looked at him with admiration and said, I believe in you. You'll succeed. Don't worry. I know you belong to the nation first, and then to me, she said with a carefree smile. But I know you'll always love me in your own way, and that's enough for me. I'll always be here, waiting for you to come home. You protect the country, and I'll protect you, she continued. One day you'll be completely mine. Accepting Chu Yang's identity meant accepting his future busyness, sudden disappearances, and months without contact. Lin Qingshu had already prepared for this after learning his identity. She was proud of him, admiring him as a hero, understanding his sacrifices, and loving him faithfully. Even the wind seemed to blow just for him. Hearing this, Chu Yang suddenly felt his nose sting with emotion. He hugged Lin Qingshu tightly and said with a smile, I just thought of the 3 luckiest things in the world. Do you know what they are? Lin Qingshu looked up curiously. What are they? First, your dad meeting your mom. Second, my dad meeting my mom. And third, me meeting you. Lin Qingshu laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, did you get that cheesy line from Baidu? The line is copied. But my love for you is real. Chu Yang smiled. Then, after a brief pause, he grinned mischievously at her. Do you know what the 2 best things in the world are? What? Lin Qingshu asked softly. Sleeping and you. In short, sleeping with you. You. Lin Qingshu blushed and quickly pulled away from his embrace, glaring at him. Hmpf. I'm going to expose you. The youngest academician of the Academy of Sciences is a pervert. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Didn't I tell you before? I'm not old. Almost. Lin Qingshu pouted, then seemed to think of something fun. She slowly moved her hand to the belt of her bathrobe, ready to loosen it. She gave Chu Yang a mischievous smile and asked, So, do you want the balcony, the bed, or the sofa? However, in the end, Chu Yang didn't get to enjoy the pleasures of the hotel's sofa or balcony. While they were still messing around on the bed, Lin Qingshu's phone rang. It was Li Qian and some of her dorm mates, their voices filled with excitement. Qingshu, we just saw the news online. Is that Chu Yang, the academician, really your Chu Yang? After seeing the news on Weibo, everyone in the dorm was stunned. An academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Even though they studied at Peking University and had met many academicians, who would have thought that Lin Qingshu's boyfriend was one? And not just any academician, the youngest one in China. It felt like living in a web novel. Young master, the 3-year period is up, your academician status can be revealed now. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Lin Qingshu raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Yang, who was snuggled in her arms. She smiled and said into the phone, Yes, it's him. What? It's really him, came the excited screams from Li Qian and the others. An academician right beside us? Li Qian continued, Can you get us Chu Yang's autograph? It's amazing to see someone we know become an academician. An autograph? Lin Qingshu glanced at Chu Yang, who nodded slightly. She smiled and said, Sure, I'll get. Before she could finish, Chu Yang leaned in and kissed her deeply, making her mumble incoherently into the phone. On the other side, the girls crowded around Li Qian had strange expressions on their faces. What was going on? None of them dared to make a sound. After a long while, Chu Yang finally released Lin Qingshu, who was blushing deeply. Ordinary kisses were fine, but this was during a phone call, for crying out loud. Lin Qingshu glared at Chu Yang, whispering, You big bad guy. She then returned to her phone and cleared her throat. Li Qian, are you still there? We're here, Li Qian, and the others replied quickly. Lin Qingshu continued, I asked him, and I'll bring his autograph when I return to school. Yay, they cheered. But then, they cautiously said, We'll talk more when you come back. We won't disturb you anymore. Stay safe tonight. With that, they quickly hung up. They could tell what was happening. No need to interrupt. After the call ended, Lin Qingshu put down her phone and playfully pounced on Xu Yang. I was on the phone, and you still messed around. Too much. Xu Yang smirked. Next time I'm on the phone you can try it. No way, Lin Qingshu pouted. Xu Yang hugged her, gently touching her nearly dry hair. Alright, it's getting late. Time to sleep. Are you serious about just sleeping? Lin Qingshu eyed him warily. Given everything that had happened, she needed to be cautious about Xu Yang's words. Xu Yang nodded earnestly. Serious sleeping. Okay then, Lin Qingshu nodded, quickly getting under the blanket. She threw her robe out from under the covers, blushing slightly. You can come in, but no funny business. Got it? Xu Yang smiled, undressed, and joined her under the blanket, turning off the lights. In the next second, Lin Qingshu clung to him like an octopus, whispering in his ear, "Good night, Mr. Xu." Xu Yang lovingly kissed her forehead. Good night. Soon, the room fell silent. The next day, as the sky brightened and the sunlight streamed through the hotel window, Lin Qingshu slowly woke up, rubbing her eyes. She saw Xu Yang already sitting up, reading on his phone. Her beautiful face lit up with a smile. She kissed his cheek and said sweetly, "Good morning, Mr. Xu." Xu Yang smiled. "Good morning? Say I love you." Lin Qingshu, still half asleep, looked confused for a moment. Then she nodded cutely and said, "I love you." Good girl. Xu Yang chuckled. Lin Qingshu then climbed onto Xu Yang's chest, looking up at him with a smile. "Mr. Xu." Lin Xu Yang looked down at her. "Happy 20th birthday," Lin Qingshu said softly, smiling. "Do you have any plans for today?" Today was Xu Yang's 20th birthday. She had been planning for it for a long time. "Thank you," Xu Yang smiled, setting his phone aside and hugging her. "No special plans yet. I'll follow your lead." "Then let me plan the day," Lin Qingshu said happily. "First we'll have breakfast, then go to the arcade, go shopping in the afternoon to buy you clothes, and I have a surprise for you tonight." Xu Yang smiled curiously. What's the surprise? He hadn't celebrated his birthday in the research base for the past few years, so birthdays weren't particularly special to him. But now, with Lin Qingshu, he was excited about her surprise. "If I tell you, it won't be a surprise. Wait until tonight," Lin Qingshu laughed. "Alright," Xu Yang nodded. But just then, his phone rang, displaying Wang Weiman's name. Seeing the name, Xu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Whenever Wang Weiman called, it was never good news. Like Conan from those Japanese detective shows, wherever he goes, people die. If he had time, he might study this strange cause-and-effect weapon. Lin Qingshu saw the caller ID and blinked. She smiled at Xu Yang and said, "What are you waiting for? Answer it." Xu Yang shook his head. "I don't want to." "What if it's important?" Lin Qingshu pouted and grabbed the phone from him, answering the call. Soon, Wang Weiman's voice came through. "Xiao Chu, are you awake?" Lin Qingshu smiled, glanced at Xu Yang, and replied, "Mr. Wang, this is Lin Qingshu. Xu Yang is still sleeping. Is there something you need?" "It's his birthday today, right?" Wang Weiman chuckled. "I wanted to wish him a happy birthday and let him know that the academy has a surprise for him. Please tell him to come to the academy at 2 p.m. for a meeting. He has an important appointment, and he must be there in person." Since the phone was on speaker, Xu Yang heard everything. He frowned slightly and took the phone from Lin Qingshu. "Mr. Wang, is it really that important for me to be there in person?" "Yes," Wang Weiman nodded. "Happy birthday, Xiao Chu. This afternoon's meeting is crucial, and we need you to attend in person." Xu Yang looked at Lin Qingshu, hesitant. Lin Qingshu immediately whispered, "It's okay. If you have something important to do, go to the meeting. We can celebrate your birthday later." Xu Yang sighed and nodded. "Alright, I'll be there on time." After hanging up, Xu Yang looked at Lin Qingshu apologetically. "Looks like I can't go shopping with you this afternoon." "No big deal," Lin Qingshu laughed. "But as a compensation you have to cuddle with me until noon. Then you can go to the meeting, and I'll head back to school." This is the man she fell in love with, brilliant and shining. Accepting him meant accepting everything about him. No need to burden him with complaints and anger. He's only human. If she were to cause trouble repeatedly, he wouldn't be able to handle it. As for herself, because it's him, she is willing to face any challenge. The entire morning they stayed in the hotel room, even ordering lunch as takeout. At 1 p.m., a car from the academy arrived at the hotel entrance. Inside the room, Lin Qingshu, like a loving wife, helped Xu Yang straighten his collar and tie. She smiled and said, "Alright, you can go now. I'll head back to school later." Xu Yang hesitated for a few seconds before saying, Okay, I'm leaving. Go on. Lin Qingzhu nodded. But just as Chu Yang turned to leave, she suddenly called out, "Wait!" Chu Yang turned back. Lin Qingzhu quickly kissed the corner of his mouth, then waved him off. "All right, go on now." "I'm really going." "Go." Lin Qingzhu smiled. Soon, the door closed with a thud, and Lin Qingzhu was alone in the room. She sat quietly, looking at the bed they had shared the night before, lost in thought. At the Academy of Sciences, in the high-level conference room, Wang Wyman and several senior academicians, along with leaders from the Science and Technology Commission and other departments, were seated. Finally, Chu Yang knocked on the conference room door. "Come in." Wang Wyman nodded. Chu Yang entered, looked around at everyone present, and found an empty seat. Wang Wyman smiled. "All right, our important person is here." He then looked at the head of the Science and Technology Commission, Mr. Zhang, and said, "Director Zhang, please read the latest directive." Director Zhang nodded, opened the folder in front of him, and read aloud, "By decision of the upper echelon of the nation, a new joint department will be established. This joint department will be led by the Academy of Sciences, in collaboration with the Armed Research Institute, China Aerospace Corporation, Security Bureau, Science and Technology Commission, and over a dozen top military research units. The new department will receive maximum support in terms of personnel and resources. Within the bounds of the law, anything goes. Upon its establishment, Academician Chu Yang will be appointed as the highest leader and primary person in charge. Chu Yang will also have the authority to name the new department. After its establishment, there will be a 15-day public announcement period. This announcement shocked everyone, including Chu Yang. Not the establishment of the joint department, nor Chu Yang being its leader, but the phrase "within the bounds of the law, anything goes." This essentially granted the new department maximum authority and support. As long as it was legal, they could do whatever they wanted, with all the funding and manpower they needed. Since the founding of the country, no individual had ever been given such an honor. In all of China's 5,000-year history, only Emperor Wu of Han could be compared to the level of favor Chu Yang received. Despite the shock, no one opposed this decision. Establishing this joint department was a crucial step for China's research community and national defense sector. Chu Yang's importance was evident. Various top research institutes in China, including the Military Research Institute and the China Aerospace Corporation, had tried to recruit him. A talent like Chu Yang deserved extraordinary treatment. The decision to make him the head of this new department was unanimously supported. This department was tailored for Chu Yang, providing a platform to utilize his extensive knowledge fully. After the discussions, Wang Wyman smiled at Chu Yang and said, "Congratulations, Xiao Chu. You'll now be our direct leader. Whatever you need, whether from the Academy of Sciences or the Military Research Institute, they will all be at your disposal." Chu Yang frowned slightly. "Mr. Wang, I'm still so young. Is this really appropriate?" He had just turned 20 today and was being made the leader of a new department. It felt surreal. The immense power was almost overwhelming. Wang Wyman continued to smile. "This is a top-level order. None of us can refuse it. You have the highest trust and support from above, so it's definitely appropriate. If I hear anyone doubting this, I'll be the first to deal with them." This new department was a project Wang Wyman and other high-level officials had pushed forward. They recognized Chu Yang's exceptional abilities. He could potentially elevate China's research to unprecedented heights. They were willing to support him, even if it meant risking everything. Director Zhang from the Science and Technology Commission also smiled. "Xiao Chu, or should I say Director Chu, don't worry. This position is meant for you. Any other issues, leave them to us." He continued, his expression serious. "All relevant departments will support you. We will clear any obstacles and rumors. Your only task is to be China's swordsmith and wielder. I hope this new department becomes China's strongest shield and sharpest sword." Chu Yang was shaken. The expectations placed on him were immense. He finally understood the weight of the responsibility he was taking on. "The country treats me as a hero, I will repay it as one," he thought. He stood up, his face solemn and determined. "I, Chu Yang, guarantee to complete the mission." Applause erupted in the conference room. Once it quieted down, Director Zhang asked, "Director Chu, do you have a name for the new research institute?" Chu Yang hesitated briefly, recalling some of his previous thoughts. He was convinced that ancient China had a highly advanced technological civilization. Though it declined for unknown reasons, modern China could be its successor. With his vast knowledge and national support, he could push China to new heights. Smiling, he looked at the group and said, "Let's call it Zhuzhongqian 9 Heavens." He continued, "Since it's a research department, let's use names from ancient mythology for our achievements. It's a unique form of Chinese romance. Wang Wyman pondered for a moment before laughing. That's a great name. Naming technological creations after mythical figures, like Tiangong Heavenly Palace, Yutu Jade Rabbit, and Chang'e was already a tradition in China. Xu Yang had even named some of his creations after the four divine beasts: the powerful Azure Dragon Ship, the Phoenix Curvature Drive, the White Tiger Nanomech, and the Artificial Intelligence Black Tortoise. Alright, Director Zhang nodded. The new department will be called the Zhushangqian Technology Research Institute. We'll announce it this afternoon. He looked at Chu Yang. Director Chu, don't let us down. This institute has significant strategic importance, not just for national defense. He handed Chu Yang a thick file. Here are the personnel details for the new institute. If you need any adjustments, let's finalize them in this meeting. Chu Yang nodded and opened the file, seeing the names of the key researchers listed inside. The first is the logistics department. Wang Wyman is the main person in charge of logistics. This means Chu Yang has full authority over scientific research, while Wang Wyman handles the procurement of equipment, materials, and personnel allocation. Next is the arm department, headed by an old acquaintance of Xu Yang's, Yang Zizhi, General Yang Xinghua, the military commander stationed in Beijing. The research department is primarily led by Chu Yang himself, with the secondary leader being the head of the Military Research Institute. The department includes top scientists from various national secret research institutes, academicians from the Academy of Sciences, and senior researchers from major universities. Essentially, it gathers the best and brightest from China's research community. Their sole mission is to assist Chu Yang with his specialized research. After Chu Yang reviewed the names in the documents, Director Zhang of the Science and Technology Commission spoke up. Director Chu, these are the personnel drawn from all our scientific research institutes, including the Academy of Sciences, China Aerospace Corporation, the Military Research Institute, and major university labs. They are all top-level researchers. While they will continue their work at their respective institutions, they will be on call to join you within 12 hours if needed. If you need more personnel, the Science and Technology Commission will provide them. Chu Yang was shocked. He knew the establishment of a new department was significant, but this level of support was unprecedented. He looked at the list, filled with academicians, senior researchers, and professors who had won prestigious awards in their fields. Anyone on this list could be considered top tier, and all of them could be mobilized within 12 hours at his command. This was incredible. However, from a strategic perspective, this level of support was justified. Chu Yang's achievements, like developing the curvature drive and nanomachine technology, were groundbreaking. Who knows what other technological marvels he could create in the future? After calming his initial shock, Chu Yang smiled at Director Zhang and said, Director Zhang, could you tell me about the research functions of this new institute and its strategic significance? Director Zhang smiled back, the primary research functions are entirely up to you. There are no specific requirements. You can research anything you want, from a Mars colonization plan to the original Nanjing plan of the Academy of Sciences. We will fully support you. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, since we have gathered the top researchers from across the country, the new institute will also need to handle some other projects as needed. These projects will be managed by President Wang of the Academy and Director Zhao of the Military Research Institute, if you choose not to participate. The scope will include national defense, aerospace, security, genetic research, and even meteorology. In other words, the new institute would unify China's scientific resources, focusing on any technological advancements beneficial to the country. Chu Yang laughed and said, So, I'm like China's caretaker, or a jack of all trades, ready to go wherever I'm needed. Wang Wyman laughed. You could say that. He then turned serious. But I prefer to see this institute as China's largest military research department. Director Zhang nodded in agreement. Yes, the largest military research department. And regarding the strategic significance, I think you can guess. Chu Yang was momentarily puzzled but then asked, Is it about the Zerg? Exactly. Director Zhang nodded firmly. The existence of the Zerg is no secret to the major powers. Some countries have been studying them for years, while our research started relatively late. This institute is also to prepare for any future Zerg crises or a new global technology race. He then smiled, though with a hint of gravity. Once the Zhushangqian Technology Research Institute is officially established, we hope you can work closely with our strategic development colleagues on various other tasks. His smile hinted at deeper meanings. Publicity tasks? Hearing Director Zhang's words, Chu Yang's expression turned a bit strange. Being a native of China, He had some understanding of the strategic development department. Publicity tasks likely meant there was something more to it. He cautiously asked, "What exactly are we promoting here? Are we moving forward with the Nanjing Plan, or is it another space race?" The Nanjing Plan was an early concept from the Academy of Sciences. Even though they had developed a curvature drive, fully realizing it was no easy feat. Energy supply was a significant issue. Driving such a large aerospace fleet required energy beyond current Earth technology. Then there was the concept of a space race. For someone who studied high school history, this was familiar territory. Years ago, the United States initiated a space race, primarily with the Soviet Union. It was a competition between nations of nearly equal strength. The research investment for any project could run into billions, even trillions of dollars, posing a massive economic challenge. The Soviet Union eventually collapsed, partially due to the economic strain from competing in the space race against the US. Whether the US genuinely aimed for space exploration or used the race to financially drain the Soviet Union is a matter of debate. Such strategies, beyond simple conspiracy, were open secrets both nations understood but had to engage in to avoid falling behind. Similarly, when the US announced its electromagnetic weapon program, other major nations had to start their own research, regardless of their capabilities. Failure to keep up could mean falling behind and facing consequences. Fortunately, China developed its electromagnetic weapons, unlike many other countries that struggled even with basic theoretical frameworks, resulting in significant technological gaps. Back to the meeting. Director Zhang chuckled at Xu Yang's questions. The Nanjing Plan. He continued, "Once the Zhuzhongqian Research Institute is established, we'll announce the Nanjing Plan, focusing on developing the Luohan Bird aerospace carrier, the Zhuan Nu aerospace fighter, and the Cheng Yingyang aerospace mech. We'll also reveal your role in the 1nm photolithography technology to promote the Nanjing Plan." China had never proactively discussed technological competition. Firstly, there weren't suitable projects or technologies. Secondly, there wasn't a leading figure in the tech field to spearhead such initiatives. Even if China proposed technological competitions, other nations might not believe it. However, with Xu Yang's young age and impressive achievements, coupled with the recent breakthrough in mutant lobster research, the announcement of the Nanjing Plan would be credible. The world would have to take it seriously. Xu Yang grinned. "Are we actually developing these, or is it a front?" "Of course it's a front," Director Zhang replied, smiling. Researching the Nanjing Plan would require trillions in investment, with uncertain outcomes. So, we're pretending to develop it. Exactly. Once the Zhuzhongqian Research Institute is officially established, we'll publicly declare the Nanjing Plan. The first phase aims to solve the controlled nuclear fusion energy problem. Director Zhang's smile turned mischievous. "I believe you experts understand that, with current technology, controlled nuclear fusion is unattainable, but theoretically possible, making it perfect for our ruse." He continued, "The second phase involves developing propulsion systems for large aerospace carriers. We'll hint at our curvature drive research, but present it as preliminary space engine research. We've invested significantly in material research for this, making our claims credible. The rest involves coordination between the Science and Technology Commission, the Publicity Department, and the Strategic Development Department." Xu Yang pondered for a moment, then smiled. "It sounds like you've been planning this for a while." The Nanjing Plan had been discussed online before Xu Yang's identity was revealed. He now understood its significance. He laughed. "You guys are quite adept at administration. Far-sighted indeed. Once the Nanjing Plan is proposed, major nations like the US will undoubtedly invest heavily in similar projects. Whether they achieve results will be up to fate. For China, it's mostly about publicity. Funding for engine research was already planned, so it's just a matter of rebranding. Moreover, once other nations focus on China's Nanjing Plan, their intelligence resources will be less focused on what Xu Yang and his team are truly researching, effectively achieving multiple goals. This aligns perfectly with strategic development needs. As the legendary director of operations used to say, manipulating other nations was his specialty. After collecting his thoughts, Xu Yang became serious and addressed the group. "I have a suggestion. Would you consider it?" "What suggestion?" Wang Weiman's eyes lit up as he sat at the head of the table. What scheme was this kid cooking up now? If anyone thought Xu Yang was just a simple researcher, they'd soon find themselves outwitted. After all, his idea to delay the foreign media by having them digest the mutant lobster meat was purely Xu Yang's brainchild. The results were impressive. Last night, the Security Bureau had caught at least 20 foreign intelligence agents around the state guest house, and another 10 or so around other conference attendees. This had also led to uncovering several networks of local collaborators coerced by foreign spies, delivering a severe blow to foreign intelligence operations. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I think we should genuinely pursue controlled nuclear fusion. I have some ideas on this." He wasn't just making this up. During his research on nanomechanical armor, he had already started preliminary research on controlled nuclear fusion. With the right funding and time, he was confident he could achieve it. Lithium-air batteries had significant limitations. Once the nanomechanical armor was upgraded or a more powerful curvature drive was developed, controlled nuclear fusion would become a critical energy source. Since they were gearing up for a technological competition, they might as well go all in. The reaction. The room fell silent, stunned by Chu Yang's boldness. Was he fearless or just overconfident? Controlled nuclear fusion had been a theoretical concept for years, with many research institutions around the world attempting it, but with little success due to its immense complexity. Achieving it would be a monumental leap for human civilization, akin to Watt's steam engine or Faraday's electricity. Director Zhang quickly intervened. "Xiao Chu, the Nanjing plan is just a strategic move. Focus on other projects like upgrading the nanomechanical armor and improving the curvature drive. No need to struggle with nuclear fusion." Wang Wyman remained silent, contemplating. After a long pause, he asked, "Xiao Chu, how confident are you about achieving controlled nuclear fusion?" Knowing Chu Yang, he wouldn't make such claims without some degree of certainty. If he was determined, even the most influential people couldn't stop him once Zhuzhongqian was established. Chu Yang paused, then said, "I'd say there's a 30 to 70 chance. It might take 6 months to a year." Currently, there were two main approaches to controlled nuclear fusion: powerful laser beams for energy focusing and tokamak devices. The US had the most advanced laser technology, but it was still far from achieving commercial viability. Tokamak devices had made steady progress internationally, with some success in energy output surpassing input. China's own artificial sun project had also achieved significant milestones. However, controlled nuclear fusion primarily involved deuterium and tritium fusion, posing immense challenges. The technical challenges. 1. High-temperature plasma. The fusion process involves high-temperature plasma that must be contained within a magnetic field, creating extreme conditions for the reactor walls, and requiring materials that can withstand 1000 degC to 3000 dG. 2. Superconducting materials. These are crucial for creating strong magnetic fields to contain the plasma. Superconductors need to operate at temperatures around 130 K, but maintaining this while dealing with the high-temperature plasma is a significant challenge. 3. Neutron radiation. High-energy neutrons from the fusion process can damage superconducting coils, and managing this is another critical issue. 4. Material sources and control. Handling tritium, magnetic confinement, energy control, and product streamlining are all hurdles to overcome. Chu Yang believed that with adequate resources and time, he could achieve controlled nuclear fusion. His experience and nationwide support, including advanced materials from the mutant lobster, would be invaluable. Using nanotechnology to create new materials might solve some of the fusion reactor's challenges. The commitment. The room fell silent again as everyone processed Chu Yang's bold plan. Director Zhang finally broke the silence. "Xiao Chu, energy is a major issue globally. Controlled nuclear fusion is crucial for the future. We should pursue it." Though he kept to himself, Chu Yang was thinking, "As long as you provide the resources, I'll lead the way to success." The decision. The room fell into contemplative silence. This was a high-stakes gamble, requiring national resources and commitment. Wang Wyman finally broke the silence with a firm slap on the table. "Xiao Chu, if you decide to pursue this, I'll ensure the logistics are in place once the institute is established." Turning to the others, he continued, "We all know the significance of the Zhuzhongqian Research Institute. If Xiao Chu is willing to take on this challenge, we must support him fully. I, Wang Wyman, personally guarantee it. If anything goes wrong, I'll bear the responsibility alone." Chu Yang's expression changed. This was a national commitment. While he was confident, failure would ruin Wang Wyman's reputation and place his name in disgrace forever. Wang Wyman gave him a meaningful look, understanding the weight of his commitment. He knew the risk but believed in the necessity of progress. Someone had to bear the burden of innovation. Chu Yang still had a long road ahead, and this responsibility was part of the legacy the older generation needed to uphold. To pave the way for future generations, Wang Wyman thought, is our mission. Meeting concludes. With Wang Wyman's strong support and the general consensus of the attendees, the Strategic Development Department's Nanjing Plan was finally confirmed. During the meeting, Chu Yang also outlined a preliminary plan for the controlled nuclear fusion project. As a result, by the time the meeting ended, it was nearly 7 p.m. Leaving the conference room, Director Zhang from the Science and Technology Commission and Wang Wyman approached Chu Yang, both smiling. "Xiao Chu, it's getting late. How about staying at the academy for dinner?" Zhang suggested. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. "No, I need to head back to school." Wang Wyman paused, then understood and chuckled. "Oh right, it's your birthday today, and you have a girlfriend. No need for us old folks to keep you." Waving him off, Wang Wyman added, "Go on and have a good night. Tomorrow, your tasks will get heavier." Director Zhang chimed in, "I've sent the meeting content to the publicity department. If you like, you could create a personal account on Weibo. Sharing some daily life and non-confidential research content could be part of our publicity effort. The Academy and the Science and Technology Commission will ensure you get verified on Weibo," Zhang added. Chu Yang was puzzled. "Director Zhang, why is this necessary?" "Times have changed," Director Zhang sighed, smiling. "Xiao Chu, the world now belongs to you young people. We'll soon retire." After the recent incident where a celebrity's fan exposed your identity online, the Security Bureau and Strategic Development Department conducted a thorough investigation of the entertainment industry, he continued. The findings were alarming. Director Zhang explained, "A large-scale covert survey revealed that most young people today aspire to join the entertainment industry or become online influencers. Such values are not conducive to national strength. The country's future relies on young people like you," Zhang emphasized. "Your age makes you relatable, so we decided to promote a scientific role model. And we chose you," he concluded. "Our publicity department will heavily promote your personal account to achieve this." In their generation, loyalty to the nation and strengthening the country were prime goals. Today, distorted values from the entertainment industry dominate. This trend must be reversed for sustainable development. After a brief hesitation, Chu Yang nodded firmly. "I understand. I'll fulfill the task assigned by the organization." Back at Peking University. In the women's dormitory, Lin Qingshu's room was securely locked. Inside, Li Qian and the others sat in front of Lin Qingshu, curious. "Qingshu, tell us what it's like dating an academician." "It's like dating any other guy," Lin Qingshu shrugged. "Except he's busier." She waved her phone. "For example, he left at noon, and it's now 7 p.m., and I haven't heard from him." Pausing, she looked at the closed dorm door. "I finally understand what it's like to be a celebrity." After Chu Yang left the hotel, she had planned to return to school but had to wait until evening to sneak back. With Chu Yang's newfound fame, curious girls frequently visited their dorm, thanks to Li Qian's updates. She managed to return unnoticed during dinner time. "This is crazy," she sighed. Even top celebrities visiting their school hadn't caused such a stir. "Curious questions?" Li Qian, holding an imaginary microphone, asked. "So, objectively speaking, how has your relationship changed knowing Chu Yang is an academician?" Dating an academician, especially such a young one, was a unique experience. "Not much to say," Lin Qingshu smiled. "Maybe a bit more pressure and admiration, but that's it." "That's it," her friends were surprised. "Yep, that's it," Lin Qingshu nodded. "I can't be objective because I like him subjectively." Her friends were speechless. Whose idea was it to ask that, they wondered, regretting the question. While the group was chatting in the dorm, Lin Qingshu's phone suddenly rang. Seeing Chu Yang's name on the screen, her eyes lit up. She quickly said to her friends, "Hold on, I need to take this call." "Who's calling that's got you so excited?" Li Qian teased as the others laughed. "It's Chu Yang," Lin Qingshu replied, as she hurried to the balcony, took a deep breath to calm her excitement, and answered the call. "Hey, Chu Yang, are you done with the meeting?" "Yeah, it's over," Chu Yang replied. "Where are you now?" Lin Qingshu asked. "Of course, I'm at your dorm building. I'm waiting for my birthday present," Chu Yang said with a laugh. "You're downstairs at our dorm? Isn't anyone bothering you?" Lin Qingshu's voice rose in concern. She had snuck back to the dorm, but Chu Yang was just standing there openly. Chu Yang looked around, noticing a few people sneaking glances and even taking photos with their phones. But no one approached him. He shrugged. "Yeah, I'm right outside. What's the big deal? I'm just a regular person with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, just like everyone else." "Okay. Wait a minute. I'll be right down," Lin Qingshu said quickly. After hanging up, Lin Qingshu checked herself in the mirror, tidied her hair, applied a bit of lipstick, and grabbed her makeup bag. "Li Qian, I won't be back tonight. If there's a bed check, cover for me, okay?" she said before heading out the door. Her friends were startled and quickly asked, "You're not eating with us?" No, I have plans, Lin Qingshu replied. Already in the hallway. Li Qian sighed and sat back down. What's going on? She just left like that. Another roommate joined her. Feels like we're getting ditched ever since she started dating Chu Yang. Totally. One roommate then asked, but if there's a bed check, how do we cover for her? With Lin Qingshu's newfound fame, this could indeed be a problem. Outside the dorm, Lin Qingshu ran up to Chu Yang, relieved to see no one had approached him. She linked her arm with his and smiled. So, Mr. Academician, how does it feel to be a star? Not much different, Chu Yang shrugged. He was about to dismiss it further but remembered Director Zhang's words. Academicians, celebrities, we're all just people. The only difference is some extra attention. Actually, this is pretty nice. I just hope it doesn't get too crazy like with celebrities, he added. Lin Qingshu looked around and saw some people taking photos and staring, but no one approached them. Maybe to others, you're too special. An academician seems distant and intimidating to regular people. Didn't you notice? Many wanted to come up to you but didn't dare, she said. Celebrities seem more approachable because they're always in the public eye. She sighed. Our dorm has been flooded with people wanting to see what the girlfriend of an academician looks like. I was scared to go back. Really, Chu Yang laughed. So even you feel a bit intimidated by my status? Lin Qingshu paused, looking a bit conflicted. Sometimes, maybe a little. It was especially true when she saw him interact effortlessly with top figures at the state guest house. It felt like they were from different worlds. Is that so? Chu Yang grinned mischievously, lifting her chin. Fear me, huh? Call me daddy then. You, Lin Qingshu blushed, instinctively twisting his waist. You're getting too cocky. You think you can make me call you daddy in public? Ow, 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 Chu Yang yelped, hopping in place. Let go. That hurts. Seeing this, Lin Qingshu's mood lightened, and she let go, laughing. Seems even an academician is human after all. How so? Chu Yang asked. It's funny and touching to see you so impressive outside. Get twisted into submission by me. Makes me feel like I've pulled you from the heavens to the mortal world, she said with a smile. Chu Yang laughed, pulling her into a hug. Happy now? A bit, Lin Qingshu nodded. Then let's take a selfie, Chu Yang suggested. For what? Lin Qingshu was puzzled. To post on Weibo, he replied. Why? To complete a task from the organization and show off a bit. Hee ha. Come on. Showing off isn't a crime. Let's take a photo. Fine, take the picture already, Lin Qingshu sighed, giving Chu Yang an exasperated look before pulling out her phone. She positioned the front camera to capture both of them against the backdrop of the crimson sunset. Just as she struck a cute pose and was about to click the shutter, Chu Yang interrupted. Wait a second. What's wrong now? Lin Qingshu asked, puzzled. Can we take a picture of me kissing you? Chu Yang asked mischievously. Blushing deeply, Lin Qingshu lowered her head and murmured, if you want to kiss me, just do it. I didn't say no. The next second, Chu Yang leaned in close to her ear, and Lin Qingshu instinctively closed her eyes. After a few moments with no movement, she opened her eyes and asked, What's wrong? Aren't you going to kiss me? Chu Yang grinned, never mind, I'll spare you this time. Feeling slightly disappointed, Lin Qingshu pouted but smiled. All right, then let's take the photo. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Yang swiftly kissed her on the lips. The unexpected kiss made Lin Qingshu freeze in surprise, and her finger accidentally tapped the shutter button. Click. Click. The picture captured them in a gentle kiss, with the evening sky painted in hues of orange and red behind them. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and their faces were lit with pure happiness. After the kiss, Lin Qingshu still had a dreamy smile on her face. She glanced at her phone and saw the photo, her expression turning a bit awkward. Chu Yang looked over her shoulder at the photo and laughed. I think this picture turned out great. How about we use this one? No way, Lin Qingshu said, shaking her head as her face reddened. It's a bit blurry, and I look silly. Let's take another one. Chu Yang chuckled. I like this one. Send it to me, and I'll post it on Weibo. After a few moments of hesitation, Lin Qingshu nodded. All right, but let me touch it up a bit first. I'll send it to you afterward. I think it's perfect as it is, Chu Yang insisted. No. It needs some editing, she countered. I can edit it myself, Chu Yang offered. I don't trust your editing skills, she said, shaking her head. They continued their playful banter as they walked to the campus gate. After hailing a cab and settling into the back seat, Lin Qingshu finally sent the edited photo to Chu Yang. All right, here's the photo. You can post it now. Chu Yang glanced at the picture and then turned to her. I'll post it in a bit. So, where are we going? You mentioned a birthday surprise. You'll find out soon enough. First, let's grab dinner, Lin Qingshu replied with a mysterious smile. Nodding, Xu Yang opened his phone, saved the picture, and logged into Weibo. His account verification had been set up on his way back to the school. When Lin Qingshu saw his Weibo nickname, she couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure you want to use this nickname? And it's even verified. Xu Yang's Weibo handle was chuang_LQX, and his profile stated Director of Zhuzhongqin Research Institute. The initials LQX were her name. Curious, Lin Qingshu asked, "What is this Zhuzhongqin Research Institute? I thought you were an academician at the Academy of Sciences." Xu Yang explained. "It's a new research institute that's being established, and I'll be the first director. The details about its functions will be announced online tonight. It's a bit complicated to explain now, but you'll see the announcement." With that, Xu Yang opened the Weibo app and uploaded their photo. He then turned to Lin Qingshu. "I remember you have a Weibo account too. What's your username? I'll tag you." "Are you sure?" Lin Qingshu asked nervously. Of course, Xu Yang nodded confidently. "But what if we break up?" "Are you sure about this?" Lin Qingshu questioned. "I'm sure," Xu Yang said, holding her hand reassuringly. "I told you, dating me means we're heading towards marriage. Are you scared now?" "Not at all," Lin Qingshu said, pouting. "But what if we argue or you find someone better? The future is unpredictable. We'll sort things out if we argue, and we'll always find a way to understand each other. Our love will only grow stronger with time," Xu Yang reassured her. "As for finding someone better, I believe what we have now is the best. Those who chase after something better are just giving in to temptation." Lin Qingshu smiled. "All right, go ahead and post it." "So, what's your Weibo name?" Xu Yang asked. "Hold on, let me show you," Lin Qingshu said, pulling out her phone to send him her username. Lin Qingshu took Xu Yang's phone and quickly tagged her personal Weibo account. Her username, Fairy of Mr. Xu. Seeing the name, Xu Yang chuckled. "That's a pretty whimsical name." Lin Qingshu playfully hit his chest. "All right, hurry up and post it." "Got it." Xu Yang nodded firmly. Sitting in the back seat of the car, he thought for a moment before typing a caption and posting their photo together on Weibo. "Though wise men say not to fall in love, I want to build our nation together with you." After posting, Xu Yang handed the phone to Lin Qingshu like he was presenting a treasure. "Look at this. How's my Weibo post?" Lin Qingshu took the phone and read the post, unable to suppress a smile. She tried to keep a straight face and gave her serious review. "The caption is great, very fitting for an academician from the Academy of Sciences. No wasted words, no typos. Well done." "Is that praise?" Xu Yang raised an eyebrow. It sounded convincing, but something felt off. "Yes, it's praise." Lin Qingshu nodded earnestly. As they spoke, Xu Yang's Weibo post started getting likes and comments at a rapid pace, quickly climbing from 0 to 10, 50, 100, and beyond. Surprised, Lin Qingshu asked, "Isn't this account new? How does it have so much traffic already? And what's this task you mentioned?" "I've been chosen as a scientific celebrity," Xu Yang said, pushing up his imaginary glasses. "Maybe because I'm handsome and young, fitting the public's taste." "So, you're a celebrity now?" Lin Qingshu's eyes widened in shock. She slumped back in her seat, muttering, "I'm doomed. My parents are definitely going to call me." "Why are you scared?" Xu Yang asked. "Eventually I'll have to meet your parents. I'm ready." "All right." Lin Qingshu straightened up. "If you're so confident, come home with me for the new year and meet my parents." Caught off guard, Xu Yang stammered, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure," Lin Qingshu confirmed. "Well," Xu Yang hesitated. "For my first visit, should I bring gifts? What do your parents like?" Seeing Xu Yang's serious expression, Lin Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "They're simple people. Practical gifts are best." "Practical?" Xu Yang pondered. "How about 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of green beans, and 10 pounds of sugar?" Lin Qingshu nearly choked. "Come on, you're visiting my parents, not doing poverty alleviation." "I've never done this before," Xu Yang said defensively. "At the research base, we always gave those kinds of gifts during holidays. And there's always peanut oil too." Lin Qingshu burst out laughing. She realized that while Xu Yang was a genius in science, he was clueless about social customs. After all, he had lived in isolation since sophomore year of high school. Softening, Lin Qingshu said, "I was just joking. I'm only 20. Meeting the parents can wait." Xu Yang looked hopeful. "So when will you let me meet them?" Lin Qingshu smiled. "You really want to meet my parents?" Of course. Xu Yang nodded eagerly. "The sooner we meet, the sooner we can get engaged. By the time you're 22 and graduate, we can get married." And then Xu Yang's eyes lit up. "Older people love grandkids. After we get married, Let's work hard and try for twins. Blushing furiously, Lin Qingzhu playfully swatted him. Twins? Who can do that? Twins are possible, Chu Yang grinned. But if you want to wait, that's fine too. As long as you're part of my future. As their eyes locked, the air between them heated up. Suddenly, Lin Qingzhu's phone buzzed in her pocket. Lin Qingzhu opened her phone and immediately saw the flood of private messages and comments on her previous Weibo posts. Looks like academicians have the same taste as US regular folks. I may not know much about Chu Yang's research, but I totally trust his taste. Hey girl, how about writing a book called 100 Secrets I Must Share About My Relationship with an Academician? Are these secrets really wholesome? In her private messages, she found numerous DMs from official accounts of tech companies. Hello Miss Lin, I'm Sun Min, Executive Director of Huawei Group. Could you share your contact information so we can discuss a potential collaboration? We are visiting Beijing tomorrow and would love to meet for tea and a chat. Hello Miss Lin, I'm Zhang Mingyu, Executive Vice President of Bide. Could we have your contact information? We have some business proposals to discuss with Mr. Chu. Hello Miss Lin, I'm Liu Yu, Executive President of Lenovo Group. We noticed you're studying finance at Beijing University. Our company admires your talents and would like to offer you the position of Deputy General Manager of our Technology Department. We can discuss your salary in person. Here is my contact info. There were also messages from various entertainment companies. Hello Miss Lin, I'm Wang Jinhua, an agent at Huayi Brothers. We saw your photo on Weibo and believe you have the perfect image and temperament for the entertainment industry. We can offer you the best contract, guaranteeing you become a top-tier star within 3 years. Other entertainment companies sent similar messages, offering top-tier contracts and various film and commercial opportunities, hoping to sign Lin Qingzhu. Of course, there were countless messages from regular users too, but Lin Qingzhu couldn't keep up with them all. After skimming through, Lin Qingzhu handed her phone to Chu Yang, indicating he should take a look. Chu Yang leaned over and, after reading the messages, laughed. Is this what they call the price of fame? What do you think? Lin Qingzhu shot him a playful glare and then turned off her phone. Aren't you going to reply to them? Chu Yang asked, surprised. Just in her DMs, several top companies had offered Lin Qingzhu lucrative contracts, with salaries in the millions, even billions. What's the point? Lin Qingzhu replied with a casual laugh. They're not interested in me, they want to get to you. She had been at Beijing University for 2 years and knew her own abilities. If these companies were genuinely interested in her talent and appearance, she might be pleased. But she knew they were interested in her because of Chu Yang, not her. But I must say, she added with a grin, you're quite the valuable catch, Mr. Academician. Chu Yang explained, most researchers, especially in academia, spend their time in labs focusing on their work. They don't care much about looking glamorous. They find more joy in their research than in outward appearances. Of course, I don't mean to say wanting to look good is wrong, he continued. Everyone has their own path. For many researchers, the thrill of discovery is more fulfilling than any material reward. He added, many top researchers hold patents worth millions. Like the math professor at our school, he looks modest, but if he wanted to, he could easily make a fortune. But that's just a few at the top. Most researchers toil away in labs, struggling with funding and resources. The big names you hear about are just a small fraction. Lin Qingzhu smiled. So are you tempted by the offers of millions, even billions? Of course, Lin Qingzhu admitted. Who wouldn't be tempted by such opportunities? But you have to know your limits, she continued. If it's within reach, I'd grab it. But these offers are too unrealistic. They're only interested in you. And I don't want to bring you trouble. Chu Yang grinned. What if it's just about whispering sweet nothings to me? No way. Lin Qingzhu shook her head firmly. Why not? The inner circle should stay out of politics, she teased with a sly smile. She sighed. It looks like I'll have to get used to being the girlfriend of a famous academician and resist all these tempting offers. The driver, listening quietly, couldn't help but smile wryly. Millions? Billions? Academician? If only he hadn't eaten that extra peanut, he might have taken this more seriously. Chu Yang playfully ruffled her hair. Remember, we can joke about this in private, but don't say it in front of others. Why not? Because not everyone has a partner. Listening to them brag all the way was one thing, but now they were taking away his right to dream? After patting Lin Qingzhu's hair, Chu Yang, still smiling, opened his phone and began scrolling through the comments on his recent Weibo post. Curious, Lin Qingzhu leaned over. What are you looking at? That's so funny. Here, Chu Yang handed her the phone. I just realized why so many people enjoy showing off their love online. It's actually a lot of fun. We should post more of these. Lin Qingshu raised an eyebrow but couldn't help smiling as she looked at the comments on Xu Yang's post. It looks like two people smiling, but it's actually three dog head emoji. Of course, a scholar's words have such a broad perspective. Posts from educated people hit differently. I read it, I admired it, I laughed. Where's the third person? It's just two people and a dog cry laugh emoji. Am I the only one whose girlfriend kissed me after reading this dog head emoji? Just me? Or is anyone else curious about what this Nine Heavens Research Institute is? I tried looking it up and couldn't find anything. Seeing these comments, Lin Qingshu burst into laughter. These people are hilarious. Together, they continued scrolling through the comments with matching smiles, enjoying the reactions until a red-hot trending topic caught their attention. Xu Yang exited his comments section and checked the trending topics. At the top was an official Weibo post from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, quickly gaining traction. Official statement from the Chinese Academy of Sciences: as of today, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will join forces with the Military Weapons Research Institute, China Aerospace Development Group, and 27 independent laboratories to establish the Nine Heavens Research Institute. We are pleased to appoint Chuyanggul QX, academician Xu Yang, as the head of this new institute. Following this announcement, there were several related trending topics. Statement from the Nine Heavens Research Institute: the newly established institute will focus on national defense and aerospace technology development, guided by the core socialist values. Our mission is to advance national technology and strengthen our country through science. Nine Heavens Research Institute to launch Southgate Plan. The institute will undertake the Southgate Plan, aiming to develop large strategic aerospace platforms, Awan Bird, spacefighters Awan NV, and tactical robots, Heng Yang, over the next 20 years to establish a comprehensive global defense system. Seeing these announcements, Weibo users exploded with comments. "Oh guys, this is huge! Ever since we came back from the moon, we've been on a roll, first the railgun, then the 1nm lithography technology, and now mutant lobsters. Are these breakthroughs happening too fast?" Dog head emoji. Careful with your words, the water meter inspector is watching. Maybe they found something on the far side of the moon, haha. Will 20 years be enough? I'll only be 42 by then, I hope I live to see it. Speaking of ancient Chinese mythology, does Mount Bozhu refer to the moon, and the demons to aliens? The mutant lobsters, could they be gene-edited monsters? Feels like we're being prepped for a future alien war. I'm telling you, it's prepping for alien combat, no arguments. When the Southgate Plan succeeds, it'll be like you say you're an alien. You better be an alien. Dog head emoji. Reply to above, pick up your ears. Pick up your ears. I suspect ancient myths were just future tech sent back in time. The names and designs match too well. Cry laugh emoji. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh at these wild speculations. These netizens have such vivid imaginations. Thinking of future technology, time traveling, if only they wrote novels with these ideas. However, his expression suddenly changed as a thought struck him: future technology, time travel, wormholes, levels of cosmic civilization? Oh crap, Xu Yang muttered to himself, his face turning serious. Could it be? Logically speaking, it's not entirely unreasonable. What's wrong? Lin Qingshu asked, noticing Xu Yang's suddenly serious expression. You were just enjoying the comments. Why the sudden change in mood? Xu Yang quickly shook his head and smiled. Nothing, just some random thoughts. He then put down his phone and looked at Lin Qingshu. By the way, I'm really curious. What gift did you prepare for me? Hearing this, Lin Qingshu's cheeks turned red. She playfully rolled her eyes at Xu Yang and said, I told you already, it's a surprise. If I tell you now, it won't be special anymore. With that, she held Xu Yang's hand and turned to look out the window at the city lights. The taxi eventually stopped in the bustling center of Kyoto. As they got out, Xu Yang pulled out his phone and asked the driver, how much? I'll scan to pay. The driver glanced at the meter and then handed Xu Yang a QR code, 28 yuan. You can just scan my WeChat. Xu Yang quickly paid the fare, and as he and Lin Qingshu got out of the car, the driver headed off to find a spot to grab dinner and recharge. Old Zhang, how's business today? The taxi driver who had just dropped off Xu Yang and Lin Qingshu bumped into a fellow driver. You won't believe it, I just had these two young passengers. The girl was really pretty, and the guy was alright, but he talked a lot of nonsense about making millions. If he was really that rich, why would he be taking my taxi? The other driver laughed. Young people love to show off. But in Kyoto you never know. You might have had a real big shot in your car. He pulled out his phone and continued, have you seen the trending topics on Weibo? There's this 20-year-old academician who's just been appointed head of a new top research institute. The same guy who developed that lithography technology. The first driver replied, "That's impressive. With this tech, our country won't have to rely on foreign companies anymore. Yeah, these young folks are something else. Makes me think about my own kid, wasting time playing video games at home. I might have to straighten him out tonight." Take it easy. Kids grow up differently. Besides, if you wanted to discipline him, you should have started 18 years ago. Get lost, the man laughed, then said more seriously, "But really, check out the news. They're planning something big with this Southgate project. Building aerospace platforms and tactical robots. If they pull this off, we'll be unstoppable." Meanwhile, Chu Yang and Lin Qingzhu enjoyed a simple hot pot meal at the mall. Afterward, they headed to their next destination. As the evening darkened, Chu Yang gently brushed a strand of hair from Lin Qingzhu's face and asked with a smile, "Okay, dinner's done. Where's my birthday gift?" "Just wait," Lin Qingzhu said, her cheeks reddening slightly. She pulled a hotel key card from her purse and flashed it in front of Chu Yang. "Ta-da! Your gift is here. I booked a suite at a nearby hotel." Chu Yang's face immediately flushed, and he swallowed hard. "You mean ... you're my birthday gift?" The thought of what this might mean left him both excited and nervous for the night ahead. Lin Qingzhu watched Chu Yang's dreamy expression and her face turned bright red. She glared playfully at him and said, "You rascal, is your mind always stuck on hotel activities?" "Not at all," Chu Yang quickly defended himself. "Actually, as long as we're alone, I'm fine with it." "I'll bite you," Lin Qingzhu exclaimed, exasperated. She quickly put the room key back into her makeup bag and grabbed Chu Yang's hand. "All right, let's go. I'll take you to the hotel. You'll find out when we get there." Chu Yang smiled and followed Lin Qingzhu, walking leisurely to the hotel. When they arrived, Lin Qingzhu covered Chu Yang's eyes and led him into the room. She swiped the card, and the room lit up with a warm, golden glow. In the center of the room were 20 boxes of varying sizes, surrounded by rose petals scattered on the floor. Keeping Chu Yang's eyes covered, Lin Qingzhu gently guided him to sit on the sofa. "Keep your eyes closed and don't peek," she whispered. Chu Yang nodded obediently. As Lin Qingzhu released his hands, she picked up the box labeled 20 and hurried to the bathroom. As soon as the bathroom door clicked shut, Chu Yang cracked his eyes open, glancing around. Seeing Lin Qingzhu wasn't in the room, he fully opened his eyes, admiring the decorations. Hearing the bathroom door start to open, he quickly sat back down, pretending he hadn't moved. Lin Qingzhu emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a maid outfit. Her face flushed, she looked around nervously, then relaxed upon seeing Chu Yang still seated with his eyes closed. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked over to Chu Yang. With her hands behind her back, she leaned forward and said sweetly, "All right, you can open your eyes now." Chu Yang opened his eyes and was momentarily stunned. From his angle, he could see the whiteness under the maid outfit. "What's wrong?" Lin Qingzhu asked nervously. "Does it look bad? I spent a long time picking out this outfit." Chu Yang quickly shook his head and smiled. "It looks great." Holding back his excitement, he took in Lin Qingzhu's appearance, from the black and white maid outfit to her long, slender legs encased in stockings. The sight was almost too much to handle. Before Lin Qingzhu could react, Chu Yang pulled her into his arms. His eyes turned a bit red as he inhaled her scent. "Qingzhu, you're making it hard for me to stay calm." Lin Qingzhu's eyes twinkled. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Yang kissed her deeply. When she finally managed to catch her breath, she gently pushed him away. "There's plenty of time tonight," she teased. "But remember, tonight is just for kisses." Chu Yang took a deep breath. "Got it," he said with a smile. "I'll behave." Lin Qingzhu led him to the stack of gifts, opening each one in order. "This is your first birthday gift," she said, holding up a newspaper from his birthdate. "It took me a while to find it online." Next, she showed him a pair of socks. "For your second birthday. You were learning to walk, so I thought socks would be nice. Of course they're adult size since you can't wear baby socks." Each gift corresponded to a year of his life. By the time they reached the 18th gift, there was a small card labeled 4.5 yuan voucher. "What's this?" Chu Yang asked, puzzled. Lin Qingzhu giggled. "It's half the fee for a marriage certificate. I figured we'd each pay half. Consider this my treat to you." Finally, she opened the last box. There was nothing inside but a kiss on his cheek. "This kiss is your 19th birthday gift," she said softly. "And you get one wish tonight, as long as it's not too outrageous." Chu Yang smiled. "I'll save my wish for later." Then he looked at her maid outfit and grinned. "So, this is my 20th birthday gift." Lin Qingzhu blushed. "Yes, do you like it?" "Absolutely," Chu Yang replied. "You've outdone yourself. But the best gift isn't the presents or the outfit. It's you." Lin Qingshu looked up, confused. Who else gave you a gift? Xu Yang smiled and gently touched her nose. You're the gift, silly. You're the best present I could ever receive. The next day, nearing noon, Xu Yang slowly crawled out of bed. Glancing at Lin Qingshu still peacefully asleep beside him, he chuckled softly. Carefully getting out of bed, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. The sound of running water filled the room. On the bed, Lin Qingshu instinctively reached for Xu Yang but found his spot empty. She slowly opened her eyes, still drowsy. The curtains, drawn by Xu Yang the previous night, let in only a dim, golden light. Xu Yang emerged from the bathroom, freshly washed. Seeing him, Lin Qingshu's blurry eyes snapped open, and she groggily asked, "What time is it? I feel like I've been sleeping forever." Not long at all, Xu Yang laughed. "Our son is already in college." What? Lin Qingshu shot up from the bed. College? Did she travel through time? Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. "I was kidding. You didn't sleep for 20 years. Lin Qingshu pouted. "I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up in 10 minutes. It's almost noon already," Xu Yang said, amused. Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes at him. "As if I had a choice. Someone kept me up all night. How can I not be tired?" Xu Yang's lips twitched. "I didn't make you do anything. It was just." His eyes twinkled with mischief, reminiscing. It was exhilarating but left his waist aching a bit. "Then don't wake me up," Lin Qingshu pouted, burrowing back under the covers. Xu Yang sighed but didn't press the issue. He opened a section of the curtains and sat on the small sofa, scrolling through the news on his phone. China to establish the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute. This institute will focus on future space weapons research and manufacturing. Its primary goal is to address domestic and global energy issues. The first phase of the project aims to set up a controlled nuclear fusion power plant within 3 to 5 years. The Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute will bring together top researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Military Weapons Research Institute, the China Aerospace Development Group, and nearly 400 scientists to explore and research related fields. This is the first independent research institution in China to integrate personnel from various fields, and it will have a higher administrative level than all other research institutions in the country. The establishment of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute marks a significant step in China's scientific research and development strategy, reflecting our commitment to future technological advancements. Short video platforms buzzed with mainstream media furiously promoting the news. Xu Yang's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It seemed the publicity campaign for the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute had begun in earnest. Regardless of whether it would draw other top nations into this new arms race, the response from the public was overwhelmingly positive. Thanks to the previous IP address announcement, the online environment in China had significantly improved. Combined with official encouragement and subtle guidance, the public sentiment was optimistic. "Forget everything else. Can I visit Mars in my lifetime?" Great news for the new energy sector. Brothers, it's time to invest heavily. Strong youth make a strong China. After learning about Xu Yang, the director of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, I'm convinced he's a modern-day Liu Xiu. This era belongs to China. If the South Heaven Gate plan succeeds, will we have a space security force equipped with aerospace mechas? It's like something out of a sci-fi novel. As people discussed, enthusiasts quickly spread knowledge about the South Heaven Gate plan. Some made videos, others live-streamed, and some even created cool concept art of aerospace platforms and mechas. As the domestic buzz grew, international reactions followed. "Oh my God, what is China planning? A controlled nuclear fusion power plant in 3 to 5 years? That's the biggest joke I've heard this year. Honestly, I'd have Xu Yang's babies. I don't need a relationship, just his genes. This must be fake. The South Heaven Gate plan is pure fantasy. Even with the current tech, China won't achieve it in 50 years. It's a grand conspiracy. I swear, if China builds a controlled nuclear fusion power plant in 5 years, I'll eat a 5-blade fan live." Despite the online arguments, as foreign intelligence confirmed China's serious intentions with the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute and the South Heaven Gate plan, top countries like the US, Russia, and the EU began convening their think tanks for round-the-clock analysis. In no time, the South Heaven Gate plan became a global focal point, making international relations more volatile. Due to the numerous tasks involved in setting up the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, Xu Yang had to handle many related matters. After Lin Qingshu woke up, he took her out for lunch. Later, when her friends, including Li Qian, arrived to go shopping with her, Xu Yang headed back to the Chinese Academy of Sciences alone. As for the birthday gifts Lin Qingshu had prepared, Xu Yang arranged for the security department to pack everything up and deliver it to his newly assigned professor's apartment at Jing University. Over the past few days, Xu Yang hadn't returned to his old dorm. After treating Zhu Pengfei and a few others to a meal, he moved all his belongings from the dorm to the professor's apartment at Jing University. Despite the move, his time at the university had significantly decreased. Although he was primarily responsible for research at the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, as the director, he still had to attend various meetings. These included decisions on the location of the institute, funding for the first phase of the controlled nuclear fusion project, and the allocation of research personnel, all of which required Xu Yang's approval. Meanwhile, as Xu Yang and his team were busy preparing for the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, other countries were also reacting. As intelligence analysts and national security advisors confirmed China's commitment to the South Heaven Gate project with substantial funding, these countries could no longer sit idle. Almost simultaneously, numerous leading nations began announcing their own plans on social media. The United States will launch the High Energy Armament Plan and establish the High Energy Technology Institute. This institute will focus on cutting-edge high-energy technology research and development. To address global energy issues, the U.S. will initially invest $100 billion, inviting top researchers from around the world to collaborate on sustainable energy research. Additionally, the U.S. extends an invitation to other nations to join in establishing this high-energy research institute. Japan announces its participation in the U.S.'s High Energy Armament Plan with an initial investment of $50 billion for preliminary project research. Russia's foreign minister plans to visit China within 3 days to discuss enhancing bilateral cooperation in science and technology, especially in space and energy research. Russia also plans to send numerous researchers to China for friendly exchanges, aiming for long-lasting friendship between the two nations. On the same day, Russia and China signed a large-scale resource supply agreement, which includes the European Union decides to establish the Holy Sword Research Institute, increasing its investment by $100 billion to delve into space and energy technologies. With China's lead, capable nations worldwide promptly launched their own initiatives. Whether or not they genuinely intended to invest such substantial funds was another matter. The important thing was to establish the projects first. For weaker nations, their responses on social media were mainly lamentations or indirect criticisms, as they lacked the strength to undertake such endeavors. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, after a long day of meetings, Xu Yang returned to his faculty apartment. Browsing the news online, he couldn't help but admire the strategic minds behind these initiatives. Clearly, those involved in high-level strategy had incredible foresight and cunning. Despite the fact that Xu Yang was now genuinely leading research into controlled nuclear fusion technology at the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, the initial idea was merely to create a facade. Had he not proposed turning the facade into reality, his current responsibilities would have been limited to attending a few lectures and promotional events, with the rest handled by the publicity department. This would have cost only a few million yuan, a negligible amount for China's vast economy, an amount Xu Yang could easily afford himself. However, for other nations, the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute loomed like the sword of Damocles. None of them dared to gamble on the possibility that the project might not succeed. Hence, their only choice was to invest heavily, throwing enormous sums into their own research efforts. As a result, stock markets worldwide saw a surge in shares related to technology, energy, and aerospace industries. Lin Qingzhu, seizing the opportunity, leveraged her investments and made significant profits on the U.S. stock market within a few days. Reflecting on these developments, Xu Yang called Wang Wyman Mr. Wang, I have a small idea I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead, replied Wang Wyman, sounding weary. These past few days have been exhausting. Xu Yang chuckled. Regarding the White Tiger mecha, I initially used the lithium air battery concept. Although many countries are researching this technology, we're the only ones who've made significant breakthroughs. To stir things up further, how about we announce that we've completed our lithium air battery research? It would give them an extra push. Sure, Wang Wyman laughed. Let's give them a little more motivation. As always, Xu Yang was confident that no matter how quickly others progressed, he would always be ahead. Clearly, Xu Yang's idea was spot on. Wang Wyman saw no reason to reject it, and even fully agreed. Since the lithium air battery technology was already out in the open, there was no point in keeping it under wraps. Announcing it might even benefit some domestic energy companies. The next evening, after returning from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Xu Yang turned on the TV and saw the news. With rapid economic development, our country has also made significant breakthroughs in the scientific field. From the initial 1nm lithography technology to subsequent advancements in biotechnology, we've achieved major milestones. Now, we have more good news. Under the leadership of Chu Yang, the director of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, we have made significant progress in the energy sector, successfully developing and mass-producing lithium air batteries. These will soon be available for civilian use, greatly enhancing our technological capabilities in the energy sector. Meanwhile, in a certain villa's living room, Wang Fu, the CEO of BIDE, was watching the news as part of his daily routine. His eyes were glued to the large LCD screen, filled with shock and excitement. Lithium air batteries. Ever since BIDE ventured into new energy vehicles, their lab had been tirelessly working on breakthrough battery technology. Lithium air batteries were a significant hurdle. A breakthrough here would revolutionize the entire global battery sector, making new energy vehicles rival, if not surpass, traditional fuel vehicles. Wang Fu knew this breakthrough was real. The news came from a national broadcast, a platform that would never disseminate false information. Moreover, the key name in this report was Chu Yang. Having heard of Chu Yang's achievements in both the lithography and new energy sectors, Wang Fu was not surprised. In the United States, at the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters, tensions were high. Since China announced the establishment of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute and the South Heaven Gate project, the CIA had dedicated an office to monitor all news coming from China, operating 24/7. Upon hearing the news about China's lithium air battery breakthrough, the newly appointed head of the CIA was furious. Damn it. Is this the answer you give me? How many times has this happened? Even before I took this position, you failed, and now I've barely been in charge and this is what I get. Is the entire agency full of incompetence? Why do we, supposedly the best intelligence agency in the world, always end up reacting after China has made their breakthroughs public? You all better give me a damn good explanation. One of the analysts responded helplessly, boss. It's not entirely our fault. China's actions have been incredibly swift. Our previous operatives were almost all apprehended. The new ones have just started settling in. Who could have predicted China would achieve the lithium air battery breakthrough so quickly? The frustration was evident. For years, the CIA had been infiltrating China's research sectors, gaining insights into almost all but the most top-secret projects. Yet, in recent years, China's research speed had accelerated, catching the agency off guard. At the faculty apartment of Jing University, Chu Yang, though not officially a faculty member, enjoyed significant perks. The spacious, independent apartment was a stark contrast to his former dorm, feeling much more homely. In the apartment's bathroom, there were matching blue and pink toothbrushes and towels. From the kitchen, the aroma of food wafted through, and Lin Qingshu, with her hair tied back and wearing an apron, smiled as she came out to greet Chu Yang. "You're back," she said, smiling. Chu Yang nodded, smiling back. "What brings you here today?" "I thought you said." Lin Qingshu interrupted with a laugh. "Silly, it's Friday. Tomorrow is the weekend." Since Chu Yang moved into the professor's apartment, he had tried to convince Lin Qingshu to move in with him. While she agreed to visit on weekends, she still preferred staying in her dorm during the week. "All right, I'll let you get settled. I've made chicken soup and a couple of side dishes. You go take a shower and then come taste it. But remember, it's my first time cooking, so no making fun of my food," she said playfully. Chu Yang laughed. "Got it." As Lin Qingshu returned to the kitchen, Chu Yang stood by the door, watching her through the glass. The steam from the cooking, the delicious smells, and the sight of Lin Qingshu earnestly preparing dinner brought a smile to his face. A home with 2 people, 3 meals a day, and 4 seasons. The most romantic place in the world is probably a kitchen filled with the aroma of food. From this day forward, the long gown of a busy wife, smiling at her husband, and making soup is the picture of true romance. When Chu Yang emerged from the bathroom, the dining table was already set with 2 dishes and a bowl of steaming chicken soup. Seeing Chu Yang, Lin Qingshu beamed and pointed to the food. "Try it and tell me how it tastes." Chu Yang sat down, eyeing the tomato and scrambled eggs, spicy stir-fried pork, and the chicken soup. As Lin Qingshu filled a bowl with soup and handed it to him, she smiled. "I simmered this for over 2 hours. Give it a try." "It looks delicious," Chu Yang said with a smile. He blew on the soup to cool it and took a sip. To his surprise, it was quite good. He put down the bowl and laughed. "Qingshu, did you really make this soup? In most novels, when the female lead cooks for the first time, it's usually too salty. The male lead has to pretend to enjoy it. But your soup is great. My prepared compliments are unnecessary now." Lin Qingshu playfully rolled her eyes. Do you want me to add more salt to it? I worked hard on this all afternoon. Cooking wasn't rocket science for her. Following the recipe precisely, she had made sure to measure the salt accurately. The food might not be gourmet, but it was definitely edible. Just kidding. It's perfect, as is. Chu Yang laughed, sampling the other dishes. Though the pieces were unevenly cut, the taste was decent. After dinner, Chu Yang volunteered to do the dishes while Lin Qingshu took her turn in the bathroom. Once he finished tidying up, he called her into his study. The higher-ups are setting up a new energy company to produce lithium-air batteries for civilian use. They've given me a 20% stake and appointed me as chairman. The board still needs a secretary. Interested in the job? Chu Yang asked. Lin Qingshu paused. She had only just heard about the lithium-air battery breakthrough over dinner. She had done some research on the energy sector after learning about Chu Yang's work on controlled nuclear fusion. Why a secretary, she asked, puzzled. Chu Yang's position didn't seem like it would lack candidates for such roles. Chu Yang grinned mischievously. Well, you know the saying, when there's work, the secretary does it. When there isn't. Lin Qingshu instantly understood and rolled her eyes. You and your dirty thoughts. Seriously though, if it's just an internship at your company, I can do it, she said. Chu Yang's focus was on research, and she wanted to be more than just a pretty face by his side. With her background in economics, she could be of real help. Great, Chu Yang nodded. I'll have them contact you tomorrow. He added playfully, but this means you'll control the household finances now. Lin Qingshu raised her chin proudly. Got a problem with that? Chu Yang quickly shook his head. None at all. After discussing this, Lin Qingshu settled into the study with an economics book while Chu Yang worked on organizing his research materials for the nuclear fusion project. Occasionally, Chu Yang glanced at Lin Qingshu, his eyes filled with affection. She noticed and looked up. Aren't you supposed to be working? Why are you staring at me? You're beautiful, Chu Yang smiled. Stop it and get back to work, Lin Qingshu blushed. Say you love me. What? Lin Qingshu's face turned even redder. Why? If you say it, I'll get back to work. Lin Qingshu's cheeks flushed. No way. Do your work. This guy, always looking for ways to take advantage of her. The next morning, the soft light of dawn spilled into the room, casting a gentle glow on the pink bedspread. The alarm clock on the bedside table started ringing. Chu Yang slowly got up and nudged Lin Qingshu, who was still asleep beside him. She stirred and opened her eyes to see Chu Yang gazing at her affectionately. What do you want for breakfast? I'll go get it for you, he asked with a smile. Xiaomai and soy milk, she replied sweetly. Then suddenly grinned and beckoned him closer. Come here for a second. Puzzled, Chu Yang leaned in. Lin Qingshu quickly kissed him on the cheek and then playfully waved him off. All right, go get breakfast now. Chu Yang was stunned but delighted. What was that for, he asked, smiling. It's a reward, Lin Qingshu giggled. Last night you were talking in your sleep and you called my name. It made me so happy. Did I really talk in my sleep? Chu Yang looked surprised. I heard it, Lin Qingshu nodded. Next time I'll record it for you? All right, Chu Yang chuckled, ruffling her hair. You can sleep a bit more. I'll be back soon with breakfast. Okay, Lin Qingshu agreed, snuggling back under the covers. As Chu Yang left, she glanced around the room. The pink blanket, her favorite Pikachu plushie, and the small makeup table with a mirror and light all were set up by Chu Yang. She remembered her surprise when she first saw the room the night before. It was hard to believe that a science major like Chu Yang had arranged so many cute, girlish items. Chu Yang had explained, I wanted the room to feel cozy and welcoming for you, so you'd enjoy staying here more often. Lin Qingshu smiled warmly at the thought. Despite his busy schedule at the research institute, Chu Yang always found time to care for her in such thoughtful ways. She felt incredibly lucky. When Chu Yang returned with breakfast, Lin Qingshu, wearing one of his loose white shirts and pink slippers, walked to the bathroom where Chu Yang was already brushing his teeth. He had even prepared her toothbrush with toothpaste. She hugged him from behind, feeling a dream come true. What's up? Chu Yang asked, pausing his brushing to look at her. Just wanted to hug you, she smiled, then pouted slightly. Why are you so tall? It's always a hassle to kiss you. If only you were a bit shorter. Chu Yang laughed. Don't worry, there will be a day when I'm shorter than you. When she asked, puzzled. Wait until I kneel down to propose to you, he said with a grin. HMP, you always say you'll marry me. But you've never said I love you much, Lin Qingshu pouted. Chu Yang washed his face and replied, I did tell you I loved you when we first got together. That was ages ago, Lin Qingshu argued. If anything changes, I'll let you know, he said playfully, tweaking her cheek. Now hurry up and get ready. Breakfast is waiting. After brushing her teeth, Lin Qingzhu joined Chu Yang at the dining table. "What's the plan for today?" she asked. "I need to check out the new research facility and start setting things up," Chu Yang replied. "What about you? Any plans for your day off?" "I plan to go shopping with Qian and the others. I'll also get some sweaters for you. The weather's getting cooler," she said. "And maybe I'll dye my hair. As your future personal secretary, I need to look my best." "You're already beautiful enough," Chu Yang chuckled. "But wait, dye your hair? What color are you thinking?" "Just something that looks good," Lin Qingzhu laughed. "Don't worry, it'll be great." Lin Qingzhu. What's with that thought process? She suddenly remembered why Li Qian always envied her relationship but swore she'd never get into one herself. Love can genuinely bring sadness. Given Chu Yang's current behavior, the saying "fools are blessed" seems accurate. But fools are certainly not. What is all this about? But perhaps that's just how relationships are. Though she was angry a moment ago, she couldn't help but smile and respond. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just getting my hair done and thought the dark tea color looks really nice, so I wanted to dye it that shade." She then pulled out her phone and showed Chu Yang a picture of the deep tea black color from her gallery. Chu Yang sighed in relief. "That's fine. Dye it however you like." After breakfast, Chu Yang got ready to head to the institute, while Lin Qingzhu stayed behind to clean up. The car from the institute was already waiting outside the faculty apartments. Once he got in, the driver quickly headed towards the institute. The Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute was located at a subsidiary facility of the Academy of Sciences in Kyoto. The facility now bore the name of the new institute, with signs indicating it was a military area, off limits to unauthorized personnel. Heavily guarded, the facility had undergone extensive renovations and updates to its equipment. Wang Weiman, apart from his scientific prowess, had proven his management skills as well. In less than 10 days, he had not only established the lab's location, but also assembled a team of over 100 personnel. Upon arrival, Chu Yang was immediately escorted by Wang Weiman to an internal conference room. "Chu, the last of the physicists have arrived, and all the group leaders are waiting for you to assign their tasks." Chu Yang had meticulously organized the research personnel into specialized teams, covering fields like mechanical dynamics, physics, chemistry, materials science, and circuitry. Having assembled them, he felt responsible for their work. Used to these meetings by now, he followed Wang Weiman into the room, taking note of the elder's rejuvenated appearance thanks to the mutant lobster. Maybe he should get some for himself to alleviate his constant back pain. Inside the conference room, low murmurs filled the air. Most of the gathered scientists had learned about the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute through news outlets and had received immediate transfer orders to join the project. Leaving their current projects, they hurried to Kyoto, indicating the project's high priority. Many had arrived early and used the time to rest or discuss their recent research with colleagues. The excitement was palpable. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, akin to the historic 2 bombs, 1 satellite project. Completing the Southern Sky Gate plan would be a monumental achievement for the country. As the doors opened, the room fell silent. Chu Yang and Wang Weiman exchanged glances, and with a nod from Wang, Chu Yang stepped up to the podium. "Hello everyone, I'm Chu Yang, the director of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute. Since we're all scientists here, I'll get straight to the point," he began. "Our institute is entrusted with significant national expectations. The Southern Sky Gate plan, our top priority, is crucial for our country's future. Detailed project breakdowns will be given to each team leader after this meeting. Secondly, I despise inefficiency. Unless necessary, we won't hold frequent meetings. Focus on your tasks and report issues as they arise. Our goal is to achieve tangible results efficiently." His brief speech earned applause, enhancing everyone's confidence in the project and in Chu Yang's leadership. He was clearly a man of action. After the meeting, everyone returned to their labs to start on their assigned tasks, while Chu Yang focused on researching superconductive materials for the fusion reactor. By the time Chu Yang finished his work, Lin Qingzhu had just returned to their apartment, excitedly showing off her new hair color. "How do you like it?" she asked, spinning around. Chu Yang put down his pen and smiled. "It looks great. It suits you perfectly." "Did you have a good time today?" he asked. Of course, Lin Qingzhu beamed. "We had delicious hot pot, drank bubble tea, and tried some amazing pastries from a new shop. I thought about bringing some for you but decided against it since you're not a big fan of sweets." Patting her slightly fuller stomach, she joked, "Qian and the girls stuffed me full today." Chu Yang laughed and recounted his day. "We had a meeting in the morning to outline project plans, had braised pork for lunch cooked by a chef who makes amazing Hunan cuisine. I'll take you there sometime. Then in the afternoon. As the evening sun cast a warm glow into the study, they shared their day's events, enjoying each other's company. The simple act of sharing their experiences and little moments brought them closer, filling the room with warmth and love. As they chatted, sharing the small details of their day, both Chu Yang and Lin Qingshu listened intently, fully engrossed in each other's stories. Soon, Chu Yang stood up from his desk and led Lin Qingshu to the refrigerator. When he opened it, she was surprised to see 4 or 5 different flavors of bubble tea. "What's going on here?" Lin Qingshu asked, puzzled. "It's your first bubble tea of the autumn," Chu Yang said with a smile. "I saw people talking about it online and figured I'd get some for you. But since I didn't know which flavor you liked, I bought a few different ones from various popular brands." Lin Qingshu laughed, shaking her head. "You're silly. We don't have to follow every online trend. As long as we're happy together, that's all that matters. But I do appreciate the surprise." After a brief pause, she added, "It must have taken you a long time to get these, right?" "Yeah, I waited in line for quite a while," Chu Yang admitted with a grin. "But it was worth it to see you happy." He wasn't fishing for praise but believed in openly expressing his affection. There was no need to hide how much he cared. His philosophy was to share everything, express love boldly, and always maintain a sense of romance. "Thank you for your effort," Lin Qingshu said with a smile. She then brought out some shopping bags from the sofa. "I bought you some new clothes for autumn. Try them on and tell me what you think." Qian Qian and the others helped me pick them out. Chu Yang nodded and started changing right there. "Hey, not here," Lin Qingshu exclaimed, blushing. "Go to the bedroom." Chu Yang chuckled at her reaction, amused by her modesty despite their closeness. He took the clothes to the bedroom and tried them on. When he emerged, Lin Qingshu's eyes lit up. "Wow, you look amazing in these. You have such great taste." She stepped forward to adjust his collar and sleeves. Then, she grabbed a bubble tea from the fridge, picked up her phone, and said, "Let's take a picture together." "A picture?" Chu Yang asked, puzzled. "Yes, for Weibo," Lin Qingshu replied, smiling. "You need to maintain your public image as a rising star in the scientific community. This will help with your exposure." She had a personal motive as well. Though she downplayed the significance of online trends, she couldn't resist the charm of sharing their moment. Lin Qingshu leaned against Chu Yang, holding the bubble tea and smiling sweetly. After taking the photo, she edited it slightly, adjusting the filter and lighting. Both of them looked perfect in the picture, with no need for further edits. Once satisfied, Lin Qingshu posted the photo on her Weibo with the caption "Autumn is wonderful." Wearing cozy sweaters, sipping sweet bubble tea, watching the sunset, and feeling the gentle evening breeze. "Everything is perfect because of you." Chu Yang reposted it immediately, and within moments, their Weibo accounts were flooded with comments. Lin Qingshu, who initially had only a few hundred followers, saw her count skyrocket to nearly 50,000. Chu Yang, with the help of the promotional department, had amassed nearly 800,000 followers, all genuine fans, not bought ones. When Chu Yang reposted Lin Qingshu's Weibo post, his comment section exploded with reactions. "Man, I followed Chu Yang for some study motivation. But why am I always getting fed dog food from his posts? Come on, man, you're always rubbing your relationship in our faces. So this is what the daily life of an academic looks like. Not much different from US regular folks." "Mr. Chu Yang, sorry to bother you, but we are a research team from South China University's physics lab. We have a question. Could you help us out? Is there something odd going on in the comments section?" I tried DMing Chu Yang with a calculus question once, but he didn't reply. He must get tons of messages. Seriously? I'm already bombarded with love stories on my social feeds. Now I have to see them here too. Give us single people a break. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Chu Yang noticed the flurry of comments and saw a particular one that caught his eye. A research lab had a question about a physics problem. "Well, I've got some time. Why not help out?" Chu Yang muttered. He replied to the comment, "I'll send you my email. Forward the question to me, and I'll take a look tonight. I'm not an expert in physics, but I'll do my best." In a university lab, a group of young researchers wearing glasses and looking a bit haggard were discussing. "Do you think Chu Yang will really respond? He never replies to comments. Why not give it a try? It's worth a shot." The team was stuck on a complex physics problem that had stalled their research for weeks. Suddenly, one of them excitedly exclaimed, "Guys!" Chu Yang replied. He gave us his email. The group was ecstatic. "No way. This could be huge for our project. Getting help from an academic like Chu Yang? This is a dream. Quick, compile our research data and send it over." Back at the apartment, Lin Qingshu noticed Chu Yang smiling at his phone. "What's so funny?" she asked. Just an interesting comment, Xu Yang replied. Then he added, you've had a long day shopping. Let me cook dinner tonight. No way, Lin Qingshu protested, jumping up. You've been working all day. You need a break. I'm not that tired. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. How about we just go to the cafeteria, they suggested in unison. So, they decided to head to the university cafeteria. After a quick meal, Xu Yang returned to the study to review the research sent by the university team. He realized they were working on superconductors. While their research didn't meet the strength needed for his fusion project, it had potential for other applications. Xu Yang spent a couple of hours reviewing their data, correcting formulas, and providing guidance before sending it back. In the university lab, the team was eagerly awaiting his response. When the email arrived, they couldn't believe it. Is this real? Xu Yang actually solved our problem. Let's check the data. If it looks good, we're pulling an all-nighter to get this done. Excited, they dove into the revised data. As they reviewed Xu Yang's input, their excitement grew. Guys, this looks solid. We might actually be able to finish this. By the next morning, the team had successfully tested a stable superconducting material. They celebrated their breakthrough and immediately decided to share their gratitude. We have to thank Xu Yang. I'm posting on Weibo right now. He's incredible, one of them exclaimed, already typing up the post. Morning sunlight gently spilled into the room, casting a soft glow on the pink bed sheets. Lin Qingzhe slowly woke up and glanced at the empty pillow beside her, a puzzled look crossing her face. She called out for Xu Yang a few times, but received no response. Confused, she slipped on her slippers and walked out of the bedroom. Everything in the apartment seemed in place, but there was no sign of him. Where is he? She muttered to herself. Checking her phone, she saw it wasn't too early. If he had gone to work, he should have left a message. Grinning mischievously, she picked up her phone and sent Xu Yang a series of playful messages. A man in Kyoto mysteriously disappears early in the morning. The bed was still warm, but he vanished without a trace. Who was his last contact? What made him leave his beautiful girlfriend behind? What secrets are hidden behind this? Is it moral decay or a twist in human nature? Stay tuned for this episode of Where Did My Stinky Boyfriend Go? In the elevator of the teacher's apartment, Xu Yang chuckled as he read Lin Qingzhu's messages. Holding a bag of breakfast in one hand, he replied, I just went downstairs to buy breakfast. That's more like it, Lin Qingzhu thought, satisfied. She walked to the bathroom, where her toothbrush was ready with toothpaste. Smiling, she started brushing her teeth. By the time Xu Yang returned, Lin Qingzhu was finishing up her morning routine. As soon as the door opened, she jumped on him like a little bear, whispering sweetly in his ear, You're back. What did you get for breakfast? All your favorites, Xu Yang replied, carrying her to the dining table with one arm while holding the breakfast bag with the other. As they sat down to eat, Lin Qingzhu said, I'll be heading back to my dorm tonight. I'll come over again next weekend. Don't miss me too much. Xu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Can't you switch to being a day student, he suggested. He had grown used to the lively atmosphere she brought to the apartment. The thought of her not being there tonight made him feel a bit lonely. No way, Lin Qingzhu laughed. We're not married yet, so moving in together isn't happening. It's fine to stay over occasionally, but don't get greedy. Greed is human nature, Xu Yang said seriously. Like when we first met, I just wanted to know your name. But later I wanted to know how you say it. Lin Qingzhu stared at him in disbelief. How can you say such things? Xu Yang shifted gears, his tone playful. If you don't want to move in, just explain quantum superposition, quantum mechanics, quantum tunneling, perpetual motion, Newton's first law, the constancy of the speed of light, evolution and natural selection, the 3 laws of thermodynamics. Lin Qingzhu looked completely bewildered. If you think I'm dumb, just say it. No need to beat around the bush. Quantum superposition? Quantum mechanics? Quantum tunneling? The only thing I know about quantum is that it's confusing, she added with frustration. Relaxed, Xu Yang laughed. I was just testing you. No harm meant. You were totally implying it, Lin Qingzhu pouted. Xu Yang opened his mouth to retort but couldn't find the words. Arguing with girls was a losing battle for guys. Before he could respond, Lin Qingzhu continued with a dramatic flair, You want to say I'm being unreasonable, don't you? I didn't say that, Xu Yang protested. You definitely did, Lin Qingzhu insisted, her eyes sparkling with feigned hurt. Xu Yang sighed, feeling out of his depth. How was he supposed to respond to this? But then he smirked. Finish breakfast and come to the bedroom. Lin Qingzhu recoiled. What now? I'm leaving soon and you still won't let me go. Xu Yang laughed. Your mind is in the gutter. I can't win an argument with you, so let's settle this physically. Are you planning to hit me? Lin Qingzhu asked, eyes wide. If undressing counts as hitting, then yes, Chu Yang teased. Lin Qingzhu was speechless. How was she supposed to argue with that? In the end, they didn't go to the bedroom to fight. Early mornings were prone to mishaps. After some playful banter with Lin Qingzhu, Chu Yang got ready to head to the Academy of Sciences. Meanwhile, on Weibo, Chu Yang's spontaneous solution to a physics problem the previous night had made him even more popular. Weibo post. Learning physics 1,000 cuts. Thank you, Chu Yang, for your guidance at Triangle QX. In one night, you solved a problem that our team had been struggling with for months. We are in awe. Such an ordinary post from a user with only a few hundred followers wouldn't normally get much traction on Weibo. However, the poster was somewhat well known in the physics academic community and had many peers and friends who shared the post. As the post gained traction, it quickly climbed into Weibo's top 10 trending topics. Chu Yang solves in one night what a team of physics PhDs couldn't solve in months. The online community was abuzz with excitement. Wow! He solved a months-long problem in one night. That's amazing. This makes us PhD students look bad. It's Chu Yang though. This is standard for a legend. Imagine being Chu Yang's kid. They'd never have to worry about difficult problems. Chu Yang, can you help with my thesis? Please, at Triangle QX. If PhD students need to ask Chu Yang for help, then by extension, I Chu Yang. Dog head emoji. In the car on his way to the research institute, Chu Yang noticed the trending topic. After finding the original post, he left a comment, "Don't mention it. Keep up the good work." However, after posting, he felt a bit awkward. These were PhD students, likely older than him. Yet his comment sounded like something an elder would say. It felt strange. Putting his phone down, Chu Yang leaned back in his seat and rested until they arrived at the Nine Heavens Research Institute. There were no meetings scheduled, so he went straight to his lab. Inside, a few researchers in white lab coats were busy with some precision instruments. One of them approached Chu Yang with a report in hand. "Director, the preliminary research report is out. The theory checks out, but we need to explore further with the materials." Chu Yang was working on superconductors for controlled nuclear fusion. The theoretical part was straightforward for him, thanks to the Eternal Knowledge Vault, which had ample theoretical knowledge. The challenge was that the materials described in the vault were common in space, but rare on Earth. Mining these materials in space posed significant challenges with current technology, so they had to develop suitable substitutes. Chu Yang had been contemplating this issue and asked, "Have you tried using nanomaterials derived from the bones of mutant shrimp?" He had previously studied the bone structure of the mutant shrimp. Their evolved skeletons far surpassed most metals in hardness and performance. If these bones were used to create nanomaterials and combined with other metal nanoparticles, it might work. The researcher quickly nodded. "Understood. We'll apply for some mutant shrimp bones for our experiments." At the institute, everyone was familiar with the mutant shrimp, thanks to their regular supply from the military. These shrimps had many special properties, including being great for staying up late. Researchers found that consuming these shrimp helped them stay alert and improve their overall health. After assigning the day's tasks, Chu Yang joined the research efforts. However, he soon received a call from Wang Wyman, the logistics director, asking him to come to the meeting room. Chu Yang quickly headed there, where he found Wang Wyman, the head of the Academy of Sciences Wang Xinghua, the commander of the Kyoto military, Yang Xinghua, and the director of the Science and Technology Administration, all with serious expressions. Wang Wyman led Chu Yang to a computer and said gravely, "Chu, we just received this video from a coastal military base. We need to speed up our work. Time is of the essence." Chu Yang looked at the screen, his expression becoming equally serious as he watched the video. The screen on the computer showed footage from the perspective of a nanosuit. Although the technology for mass production of nanosuits wasn't fully developed, the Academy of Sciences had managed to set up a production line based on Chu Yang's shared technology. Currently, there were around 500 nanosuits distributed across various military bases in the country to prevent incidents like the previous mutant hound attack. In the video, the background showed an island beach where several large crabs with massive pincers were seen. Their dark shells glistened ominously under the sunlight. These mutated crabs bore a striking resemblance to the mutant crayfish Chu Yang had studied in the lab, but they appeared more menacing and more akin to the insect-like creatures. The video was brief, showing the nanosuit swiftly subduing the crabs in less than a minute before it ended. Wang Wyman began explaining, "This footage was taken this morning by a coastal defense unit during a routine training exercise. They discovered these mutated crabs crawling ashore, They're likely infected by the insect-like species. We've dispatched armed helicopters and transport planes to bring the specimens to the research institute. We should have detailed data by tonight. That quickly Chu Yang's expression turned serious. He had assumed that with the current rate of global warming, the infection and revival of the insect species would be slow. Moreover, even if these creatures did revive, their intelligence suggested they wouldn't reveal themselves without sufficient strength. Yet here they were, boldly appearing in human territory. This could only mean one thing: the ocean might already be teeming with these insect-like creatures. Like seeing a cockroach in your house. It implies there are many more hidden away. This was not good news. Our strategic plan might need some adjustments. The head of the Science and Technology Administration, Zhang, said gravely. I've reported this to the Strategic Development Department. If confirmed as an insect species infection, our research focus will have to shift. Controlled nuclear fusion is crucial for the future, but only if humanity survives to see that future. The threat posed by these creatures was well understood. Currently, only the weaker, infected variants had appeared. A full-scale invasion could be catastrophic, potentially requiring nuclear intervention to stop it. I understand, Chu Yang replied, nodding seriously. After leaving the meeting room, Chu Yang didn't return to the lab. Instead, he went to his office, locked the door, and leaned back in his chair, immersing his consciousness into the eternal knowledge vault. He asked the void, with Earth's current technological level, is it possible to build a barrier along China's borders to prevent an insect species invasion? Almost immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. Option 1: construct an iron wall using special alloys, consuming significant national resources to build a wall along the borders. This can provide short-term defense. Option 2: construct a gamma-89 quantum defense field. Gamma-89 particles are unique cosmic particles. Using a special energy conversion device, the field can absorb these particles and merge them with the air to form a sturdy air wall. Note: large-scale coverage requires stable, high-power energy sources, such as controlled nuclear fusion power. Option 3: build a dark matter field. Create a large dark matter engine to control dark matter energy on Earth, forming a protective shield that can block external attacks and simulate black hole data to erase any external detection, effectively making China disappear from the insect species view. An iron wall? Quantum defense field? A dark matter engine? Chu Yang's mouth twitched as he read the options. Building an iron wall was out of the question. Even with modern technology, constructing such a wall along the entire border would require immense resources and manpower, possibly even needing to import materials. A dark matter engine was also unrealistic. They hadn't even fully grasped the principles of biogene engines yet, let alone controlling the fundamental dark matter energy of the universe. The only feasible option was the quantum defense field. Controlling quantum particles was within reach of current technology. The main challenge would be developing the materials and constructing several stable, high-output nuclear fusion power plants. Maintaining a field large enough to cover China would require enormous energy. Although Chu Yang dismissed the dark matter engine, the description of the dark matter field caught his attention. Humanity had been exploring space for a while and knew other civilizations existed. Yet, no other advanced civilizations had been discovered in the universe. One possibility was that Earth's civilization was too weak. Another possibility was that a powerful entity used a dark matter field to hide the solar system, erasing it from the cosmic map. Chu Yang suddenly remembered reading the classic of mountains and seas in high school. In the classic of the Great Wilderness, the West. It is written, in the vast wilderness, there is a mountain called the Sun and Moon Mountain, the pivot of the heavens. Wuji Tianmen, where the sun and moon enter. There is a god, human-faced without arms, 2 feet on the head, named Yi Xu. Zhuangsu gave birth to La Tong, who gave birth to Zhang and Lai. The emperor ordered Zhang to ascend to heaven and Lai to descend to the earth. On the earth, he gave birth to Yi and lived at the western extremity, guiding the sun, moon, and stars in their paths. This passage describes the story of the absolute separation between heaven and earth. According to mythology, during the reign of Emperor Zhuangsu, the connection between heaven and earth was severed, causing humans and gods to lose contact. Could this separation between humans and gods be an analogy for the separation between humans on Earth and extraterrestrial beings? Using some special means, the communication channels between humans and aliens were cut off. Thinking about this, Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. If his guess was correct, the reason humans haven't found aliens could be because some ancient power had masked the solar system's coordinates in the universe. But what was the purpose of this? What was being protected against? Without concrete evidence, these were just Chu Yang's speculations. His immediate goal was to establish a quantum defense field capable of protecting all of China. This was as significant as developing controlled nuclear fusion, and it needed to be done simultaneously. Xu Yang then spoke to the void. Show me the technical data on constructing a quantum defense field. Instantly, the space before him transformed, displaying various technical documents, diagrams, and models related to quantum defense fields. He needed to digest all this information. A few days later, Xu Yang convened another meeting. This one wasn't as grand as the previous one. It involved the heads of the research teams working on the core components of the controlled nuclear fusion project and prominent figures in the field of quantum physics, both domestically and internationally. To say the least, these assembled experts had the capability, given the right equipment and materials, to build a nuclear bomb from scratch. The gathered researchers were puzzled. Xu Yang had previously stated he wanted to minimize meetings, yet here they were, meeting again so soon. And the presence of so many experts from the same field, who were mostly familiar with each other, added to the confusion. Just as they were lost in thought, Xu Yang and Wang Weiman entered the conference room, followed by two researchers carrying stacks of documents. After distributing the materials, Xu Yang began, "Hello everyone, I won't waste time with pleasantries. We have a new project that complements the controlled nuclear fusion project. I call it the Great Wall Plan. The documents you have detail this plan. Please review them first." The attendees were baffled. They had just started the Southgate Plan, and now there was a Great Wall Plan. What was going on? Xu Yang continued. The documents are divided into three parts: the theoretical foundation of the Great Wall Plan, the technical models, and the project's roadmap and future implications. After reviewing the materials, please discuss among yourselves and propose an implementation plan. The researchers quickly opened the documents. These were meticulously organized from Xu Yang's eternal knowledge vault. Initially, the researchers exchanged puzzled glances. However, as they delved into the detailed explanations and mature technology presented, they were captivated. The Great Wall Plan outlined a series of quantum field generators to be installed along the national borders, integrating into a comprehensive quantum defense field. It was akin to the protective arrays seen in cultivation novels. Once activated, this field would block any unauthorized entities or objects from entering China. In theory, with sufficient power output, it could even withstand a nuclear strike. Unlike the controlled nuclear fusion project, where Xu Yang provided only broad theoretical guidance, the Great Wall Plan came with detailed blueprints and step-by-step instructions. The researchers could directly implement the plan without extensive preliminary research. The room fell into a prolonged silence as the experts meticulously verified the feasibility of Xu Yang's proposal. After nearly 2 hours, about 90% of the researchers confirmed its viability. Seeing their excited expressions, Xu Yang smiled and addressed them. "Gentlemen, if you have any questions or concerns about the Great Wall Plan, please ask now. I will address them all." Upon hearing Xu Yang's words, someone immediately raised a question. "Director Xu, why are we suddenly researching this quantum force field shield? And where did this technology come from?" The controlled nuclear fusion project was already extremely demanding for the researchers and the country's resources. Now, adding a quantum force field shield project seemed like a significant additional burden. However, the researchers were dedicated to serving their country and were willing to endure any hardship. Still, the sudden emergence of the quantum force field shield technology was puzzling. These researchers were leaders in their fields, yet none had ever heard of anyone in the country specializing in this technology. The theories were exceptionally advanced, even proposing a new type of gamma particle. This revelation would cause a massive stir in the physics community. Moreover, if the quantum force field shield succeeded, it could be mounted on the nation's top fighter jets, making them unparalleled worldwide. Xu Yang smiled and addressed the room. "The purpose of the quantum force field shield project is classified. As for the technology, it stemmed from some sudden insights I had, leading to the development of this theoretical framework. However, to see if it can be practically implemented, we need to build a working model." Of course, Xu Yang's explanation was somewhat modest. The technology, sourced from the Eternal Knowledge Vault, had been thoroughly vetted. Unless there was negligence in execution, it was a highly reliable technology. Claiming it was his independent research might seem far-fetched, but given the current circumstances, he had no other choice. Xu Yang continued. "Regarding the project's budget, I won't discuss specifics. Mr. Wang here handles our logistics and support. If you need resources or funding, just contact him. We will provide whatever is necessary." Does anyone have any other questions? The researchers exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't help but feel envious. In their previous projects, obtaining funding was always a struggle, requiring extensive justification for relatively modest sums. But here at the Nine Heavens Technology Institute, the funding seemed limitless. As for the authenticity of Chu Yang's independent research, they took it in stride. Given Chu Yang's reputation for brilliance, nothing seemed impossible for him. They were more excited about the prospect of working on such a groundbreaking project. One researcher spoke up for the group. No questions, Director Chu. We'll immediately organize dedicated teams to start on the project after this meeting. For the power supply of the devices, we can use high-capacity lithium air batteries to meet the energy requirements for testing. Chu Yang smiled. Thank you, everyone. The meeting is adjourned. After everyone left, Wang Wyman handed Chu Yang a tablet, showing him a video released by the United States that morning, detailing their planetary defense plan and related data. The video featured a well-rendered 3D animation resembling a scene from a space war movie, showcasing an aircraft carrier-like space platform. It included details about the repair platform for space combat suits, launch platforms for space fighters, and even plans for a warp drive system within 10 to 20 years. We aim to perfect the warp drive to ensure our space series equipment can operate effectively in space. Chu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Are they copying our plans? Wang Wyman responded, not exactly. Remember the extensive data you provided to the Academy of Sciences? It included many details about U.S. defense technologies, including similar concept designs. They've likely been researching these technologies secretly for a long time. Chu Yang nodded. True. Regardless, I'm curious to see what technological advancements they can achieve. With the looming threat of the insectoid race, the entire world, not just China, would be at risk. Enhanced military technology in the US would ultimately benefit all of humanity. Chu Yang then asked, how's our research on the warp drive going? After establishing the initial model, he hadn't followed up. It was time to revisit and address this critical project. Wang Wyman pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Remarkable progress. The insect species you've been studying are indeed invaluable. Especially with your research on nanotechnology, the bones of these mutated lobsters are now in high demand at several of our research institutes under the Nine Heavens Technology Institute. The curvature drive made using nanotechnology has shown significant performance improvements. With the addition of nanomaterials from the insect bones, the speed of the curvature drive has reached 600 meters per second, matching the top speed of our country's best fighter jets at full throttle for an hour. Some research institutes under the Life Gene Research Institute have reported that they want to study the mutated lobsters you created and develop some new insect species. They've found that besides the bones, the small amount of skin tissue from the mutated lobsters, once processed, can create nanomaterials that surpass our current top-level anti-G suits. These materials are not only highly flexible and suitable for clothing but also provide defense comparable to bulletproof vests. Anti-G suits are essential for pilots to resist the G-forces experienced during flight. However, in the case of the nanotech battle suits, they aren't necessary because the curvature drive makes movement feel more like translation, minimizing G-force stress. Chu Yang laughed. Leave that to me. I have complete research equipment in my lab at Beijing University. I can create other insect species within a week. He then added with a smirk, so these insects are truly treasures. If not for their violent nature, these creatures could be highly beneficial for research. Excellent research materials. At this moment, Wang Wyman asked, should we release some more information? Given the current international situation, the United States seems to be competing with China. Although there's no verbal confrontation, their planetary plan clearly targets China's Southgate plan. Moreover, the United States has garnered support from countries like Japan and South Korea. China cannot afford to lose in terms of momentum. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. Let's release the video of the first-generation mecha tests. With China's rapid technological advancements, the first-generation white tiger mechas are already outdated. Releasing the video now wouldn't hurt. He continued with a smile. You can discuss this with Director Zhang of the Science and Technology Administration. If there's no issue, we can shoot a video and upload it directly to Weibo, no need for a press conference. He was worried about having nothing to post on Weibo for the Science Star project. This video would be perfect. Wang Wyman nodded heavily. Let's do that. It's indeed time to release the mecha video. Since the establishment of the Nine Heavens Technology Institute, all of Chu Yang's previous projects have been incorporated into it. The nanotech battle suits have dedicated researchers working on the next generation. They could even have the third-generation white tiger mechas ready soon if resources allow. In the evening, after a day's work at the Research Institute, Chu Yang took the institute's car back to his apartment at Beijing University. Even before opening the door, he could smell the delicious aroma of food. The scent instantly brought a smile to his tired face. He quickly took out his keys and opened the door. Upon entering, he saw Lin Qingzhu busy in the kitchen. He walked over and gently hugged her from behind. "You're back," Lin Qingzhu, still focused on her cooking, stiffened slightly but then smiled as she turned her head. Xu Yang nodded and closed his eyes, holding her softly. Seeing the fatigue on his face, Lin Qingzhu asked worriedly, "Are you very tired from work at the institute?" "It's a bit tiring," Xu Yang replied with a smile, not opening his eyes. "You continue, I'll just hold you for a while to recharge." Lin Qingzhu giggled. "What do you mean by recharge? Sleeping is slow charging, eating is fast charging, and hugging you is supercharging. And having dinner and sleeping together with you is ultra supercharging," Xu Yang said with a mischievous grin. Lin Qingzhu blinked innocently. "When you say sleeping together, do you mean the verb or the noun?" "Xu Yang. What's going on? Why does that sound dirty?" Ahem, he coughed lightly and then said seriously. "It's a noun, definitely a noun." But after saying that, he swallowed hard and added, "Of course, if you want it to be a verb, I'm open to that. Having a girlfriend and still relying on self-help is quite frustrating, you know." Now it was Lin Qingzhu's turn to be confused. Self-help? But soon she couldn't hold back her laughter. "Haha. I might never look at a dictionary the same way again. What kind of conversation was this?" But as she laughed, her expression suddenly froze. She instinctively said, "Did you wear a belt today? Your belt is poking me." Xu Yang's face turned strange. "Dear, is there any chance that I didn't wear a belt today?" "Lin Qingzhu. What are you saying? Is that even appropriate to write?" The next day, Xu Yang arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences as usual. Meanwhile, the paperwork and processes for the new energy technology company under the Nine Heavens Technology Institute were nearly complete. Xu Yang held a 20% stake in the company. After consulting with him, they named the company Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group Colorado, Ltd. The subsidiary focused on new energy was named Jingdu Li's New Energy Technology Group Colorado, Ltd., inspired by one of the 9 immortal realms in ancient Chinese mythology. In the classic of mountains and seas Great Wilderness West Classic, it is mentioned in the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain called Sun Moon Mountain, the axis of the sky. Wushu Tianmen, where the sun and moon enter. There is a god with a human face, no arms, 2 feet joined at the head, named Yi Su. Zhuangsu gave birth to Lao Tong. Lao Tong gave birth to Chong and Lai. The emperor ordered Chong to ascend to heaven and Li to descend to earth. On earth, they gave birth to Yi, who resided in the extreme west to manage the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. This describes the story of cutting off communication between heaven and earth. In mythology, this refers to the time when the Emperor Zhuangsu cut off the connection between humans and gods. Xu Yang pondered whether this analogy could represent the severed connection between humanity and extraterrestrial beings, using some special means to isolate humans from aliens. Despite not fully understanding the prosperity of ancient Chinese civilization, with the eternal knowledge treasury in hand, Xu Yang believed that given enough time, he could recreate the strength of ancient Chinese civilization, and perhaps even surpass it. Today was the opening day of Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group Colorado, Ltd. However, Xu Yang had no interest in managing the company, so he entrusted everything to Lin Qingzhu. She would represent him at the public ribbon-cutting ceremony. Originally, Xu Yang planned to accompany Lin Qingzhu, but she gently refused, determined to handle it on her own. Even as he arrived at the academy, Xu Yang still remembered her resolute words from that morning. "Xu Yang, I used to be quite aimless. I thought that after graduation, just working at a finance company would be enough. But you've changed me, in a positive way. Because of you, I want to become a better person. I don't want to be a burden to you. In the future I will strive to grow. In the future, I will stand by your side as your equal, fighting alongside you. For the rest of our lives, we'll walk forward together, side by side." Thinking about this, a smile spread across Xu Yang's face. She really was a stubborn girl. Just as the smile faded, Wang Weiman knocked on his office door. Letting him in, Wang Weiman noticed Xu Yang's expression and couldn't help but tease, "What's got you in such a good mood today?" Without waiting for a response, Wang Weiman continued, "Oh right, yesterday was Friday. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?" He added, "But, young man, even though you're my boss in the research institute, as someone with experience, I must advise you to practice moderation. You can't just do as you please because you're young." Xu Yang coughed awkwardly. "Wang, you're getting more inappropriate with age. What's on your mind?" "It's a friendly reminder." Wang Weiman waved his hand, then said, "Have you seen the video I sent to your internal email? The Puerto Rico department wants you to add a voiceover." Once you're done, they'll finalize it, and you can post it on Weibo. Chu Yang nodded. Got it. I'll work on the voiceover. Wang Weiman continued, isn't today the opening of the Immortal Dynasty group? Aren't you worried about letting that young lady handle it alone? Shouldn't you be there to support her? No need, Chu Yang replied confidently, I trust she can handle it. But, if there's a live stream, please send me the link so I can watch. Wang Weiman laughed, you really do worry about her, huh? Then his expression turned serious, you're really different from any young person I've ever met. You're holding a 20% stake in the Immortal Dynasty group. If it were me, I'd be too excited to sleep for days. But you don't even attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The Immortal Dynasty Group has more than just the Lee's New Energy Technology Company. There's also the Four Saints Group Technology Company. Once the first-generation White Tiger mecha is revealed, preparations for the Four Saints Group can begin. They'll focus on producing prosthetics inspired by the White Tiger mecha. The annual revenue from these sectors alone will start at billions. Even the prosthetics division will generate significant income. Given the advanced prosthetic manufacturing technology, unmatched globally, the 20% stake is worth a fortune. Chu Yang, unaware of Wang Weiman's thoughts, simply smiled and said, it's just a few $100 billion, barely enough to fund the research institute. The Nine Heavens Technology Institute oversees several major research facilities, one for curvature drives, another for controlled nuclear fusion, and one for quantum force field shields. Once he successfully produces stable biological tissues from the insect species, there might even be a dedicated lab for utilizing various insect body structures. This requires substantial funding, so a few $100 billion doesn't seem like much to him. As they spoke, Chu Yang opened his internal email and saw the detailed instructions from Wang Weiman, complete with text prompts for the voiceover. After reviewing the content, Chu Yang smirked, Wang, did the Strategic Development Department draft these voiceover materials? This is quite impressive. In front of the Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group headquarters, a bustling crowd had gathered. The building, located in the heart of Jingdu, had been renamed Immortal Dynasty Tower. Both domestic and international media, along with officials from various tech departments, filled the area, eager to witness the inauguration of this top-tier technology group. Lin Qingshu sat in a black sedan, a step down from the grander car she used to ride in, but still respectable in Jingdu. Beside her sat a young woman in a professional outfit, short hair, and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked gentle but was actually Lin Qingshu's personal bodyguard provided by the security department. The bodyguard asked, Miss Lin, are you nervous? Clenching her teeth, Lin Qingshu, pale but determined, nodded. I'm fine, it's just a speech. I can handle it. Dressed in a smart black suit with a high ponytail, Lin Qingshu exuded confidence. Although Chu Yang referred to her as his secretary, she held the title of vice president at the Immortal Dynasty Technology Group. Her decisions were usually approved because she represented Chu Yang. As the car came to a stop, the bodyguard opened the door for Lin Qingshu. She stepped out, immediately greeted by a barrage of camera flashes. Her heart raced, feeling a sudden wave of panic. She now understood the pressure Chu Yang must have felt during his press conferences. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, thinking, I can't embarrass Chu Yang. Straightening her posture, she walked forward with determination. Meanwhile, the live stream of the event caused a stir online. Who's this young woman at such a high-level event? Hey, I know her. She's my college roommate. That's Lin Qingshu, our university's beauty. How did she end up here? Well, she's Chu Yang's girlfriend, and the Immortal Dynasty Tech Group is a major player. Makes sense. Living the dream through her boyfriend. She's a VP at 20, while I'm still shouting, Mom, I'm hungry at the same age. As comments flooded in, Zhang, the director of the technology department, greeted Lin Qingshu and escorted her to the company's banquet hall, introducing her to key personnel along the way. The company's administration comprised top talents from various state-owned enterprises, either transferred or promoted. The Puerto Rico team worked closely with the Strategic Development Department. Lin Qingshu nodded and smiled, quickly adapting to the setting. She anticipated criticism online, accusing her of leveraging her relationship with Chu Yang. But having faced online harassment before, she was undeterred. She was determined to prove herself, aiming to be recognized not just as Chu Yang's girlfriend, but as Lin Qingshu, CEO or executive director of the Immortal Dynasty Technology Group. She vowed to become a person worthy of standing beside him. Back at the Nine Heavens Technology Institute, Chu Yang finished recording his voiceover and looked at Wang Weiman. Let's release this video after the Immortal Dynasty's ribbon-cutting ceremony. Wang Weiman was puzzled. Not now. Chu Yang glanced at the live stream, seeing Lin Qingshu on stage. Let's give it some time. Let her have the spotlight today. He pulled out his phone and saw various trending topics about the event. Hoxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group founded. Lithium air batteries expected to hit the market by year-end. 20-year-old VP. Xu Yang and Lin Qingshu. Today's trending topics, driven by the PR department, were all about Lin Qingshu and the Immortal Dynasty Technology Group. Releasing the video now would only divert attention from her. Timing was everything, and Xu Yang wanted to ensure her moment of recognition. Let her have this day, he thought, proud of her ambition and determination. She deserves to shine. The ribbon-cutting ceremony of Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group lasted for about 2 hours. After the event, Lin Qingshu, accompanied by Zhang, the director of the technology department, had lunch with some of the company's key executives to get acquainted. In the afternoon, Lin Qingshu immediately started her duties. Despite being a sophomore at Jingdu University, she managed to work from school, only attending major meetings. Her tasks were straightforward, primarily handling orders from domestic tech companies for lithium air batteries. By evening, Lin Qingshu was exhausted. Rubbing her tired face, she prepared to head back to Jingdu University with her bodyguard. In the car, her bodyguard asked, "How was your first day at work?" Lin Qingshu stuck out her tongue and smiled. "I'm still getting used to it. The pressure is a bit much." She spent the afternoon familiarizing herself with the company's various projects, focusing mainly on the lithium air battery initiative. Before finishing for the day, she even attended a meeting with the chairman of the Huawei Group, discussing a potential multi-billion yuan collaboration. This was far more intense than her previous stock market ventures. The bodyguard nodded. "That's normal. You're young and doing very well. When I was your age, I was too scared to speak at police academy events." This was the norm for about 80% of people. No grand adventures, no fame, just a steady, simple life. "I just got lucky," Lin Qingshu replied. Without Xu Yang, she might never have reached this point. As she spoke, a loud screeching sound filled the air. Their car came to a sudden halt as a black van crashed into them. Traffic chaos ensued. Lin Qingshu's bodyguard, experienced and unflappable, quickly drew her gun. "Stay in the car. I'll check it out." But before she could act, the van sped away. The bodyguard called headquarters, reporting the incident and requesting a pursuit. Returning to the car, she asked Lin Qingshu, "Are you okay?" Lin Qingshu, remarkably calm, nodded. "I'm fine." "Was this crash deliberate?" Lin Qingshu asked. After a brief hesitation, the bodyguard nodded. "This might be what they mean by heavy is the head that wears the crown. You need to be prepared for more of this." Lin Qingshu understood. "I knew this day would come from the moment I learned about Xu Yang's identity." She smiled wryly. "This isn't the first time. I was kidnapped once before. If someone hadn't saved me, I wouldn't be here now." The bodyguard nodded, impressed by her resilience. "You've had quite the experience." "Just something to get used to," Lin Qingshu shrugged. "I'm not scared. If Xu Yang isn't afraid, why should I be?" "Thank you for protecting me," Lin Qingshu added. "By the way, what's your name? I don't think I ever asked." "My name is Lu Qian. I didn't do much. The person just ran away. I hope we catch them soon." Not everything is like it is on TV. No professional killers or rampant gangs. Just unseen forces acting when their interests are threatened. Scientists who become public figures often disappear or meet untimely deaths. They pose a threat to certain interests, whether national or corporate. The emergence of Immortal Dynasty Technology Group had already disturbed many vested interests. The lithium air battery alone could revolutionize the global energy market. Lin Qingshu shrugged off these thoughts. "That's not our concern. We have the country's backing. We'll deal with whatever comes. If I let this scare me, I don't belong at Immortal Dynasty." She knew this was a warning, not aimed at her but at Xu Yang. They were using her to send him a message. In the evening, Xu Yang returned to the apartment. Seeing Lin Qingshu quietly busy in the kitchen, his eyes filled with concern. He had heard about the car accident at the research institute and expected Lin Qingshu to call and vent about it. But here she was calmly making dinner. Hearing the door open, Lin Qingshu quickly came out of the kitchen. "You're back." Xu Yang forced a smile and nodded. Sensing his mood, Lin Qingshu asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a bad day?" Xu Yang, with a tender look, asked, "Don't you have something to tell me?" Lin Qingshu paused and then muttered, "They told you, didn't they?" "I asked them not to say anything." She had instructed Liu Qian and others not to inform Xu Yang, knowing he was busy with important research tasks and not wanting to add more stress. Xu Yang smiled. "Don't blame them. They were just doing their job." He walked over to Lin Qingshu and looked her over carefully. Are you sure you're okay after the car accident? Lin Qingshu shrugged and smiled. It was nothing, just a little fender bender. No big deal. And how was the ribbon cutting ceremony? Chu Yang asked. It went well, Lin Qingshu said, smiling. Director Zhang and the senior management were very supportive. I'm learning from them and hope to become a competent deputy general manager soon. She then added with a grin, but there's something I need to tell you. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. What's that? My dad called when I got home, Lin Qingshu said with a chuckle. He and my mom are really into social media now, thanks to you. They saw the news about the ribbon cutting ceremony everywhere today. She paused before continuing. My dad said he's quite satisfied with you as a future son-in-law. They want to meet you during the new year when we go back home. Lin Qingshu added, don't worry, they're not interested in your status as an academician. They just want to meet my boyfriend. Chu Yang's face twitched. Don't worry. How could he not be nervous? If they wanted to meet academician Chu, I'd be fine, he thought. But meeting as their daughter's boyfriend is a whole different thing. Swallowing hard, Chu Yang asked, what did they say about me? Lin Qingshu mimicked her father's voice. That boy, huh? I wasn't too fond of him when he came to your birthday party in high school. But he's accomplished now and fits well with my daughter. Bring him home for New Year so I can have tea with him. Then she imitated her mother. Is it Xiao Chu, the one who always topped the class in high school? I always liked him, but it's a pity he has bad taste for choosing you. Lin Qingshu pouted. See? It's like you're their real child, not me. Chu Yang laughed. That's normal. Mothers usually like their sons-in-law. And fathers. Chu Yang hesitated. Then he looked at Lin Qingshu seriously. Qingshu, let's have a son in the future. Not that I prefer boys, but if we have a daughter as lovely as you, I'd be heartbroken when she gets married. Lin Qingshu laughed. You're thinking too far ahead. Wash your hands and relax. Dinner's almost ready, she said. Chu Yang nodded and headed to the bathroom. As he washed up, his reflection in the mirror turned serious. Lin Qingshu was trying to keep things light, avoiding the car accident topic. But Chu Yang was resolute. No one messes with his people, whoever they are. This incident would be dealt with, and those responsible would face the consequences. Early the next morning, Chu Yang posted the test animation of the first-generation White Tiger armor on his Weibo account. In the video, the White Tiger armor, painted in silver and gold, had undergone some minor modifications and was equipped with a giant alloy sword, giving it an imposing appearance. Chu Yang's voiceover explained, this is the first-generation mech suit developed by our Jishangqin Research Institute, the White Tiger armor. Currently it's still in the early design stage. Once worn, it can perform basic limb movements and has a full load operating time of about 2 hours. However, it is highly flexible. He continued. The precursor to the White Tiger armor was the bionic prosthetic technology used by our military, so you can think of it as a sophisticated prosthetic suit. As long as you have a functional brain, you can wear our White Tiger armor. Chu Yang also mentioned, our technology for the White Tiger armor is nearly mature. Soon, in collaboration with Huaxia Xiankao Technology Group, we will offer customized prosthetics to the public. In the video, Chu Yang provided a detailed introduction to the White Tiger armor's technology, downplaying its endurance capabilities slightly while exaggerating its combat effectiveness, just by a bit, about tenfold. He omitted mentioning the crucial warp drive technology. Initially, Chu Yang had reservations about using the script provided by the Strategic Development Department, finding it too unrealistic. But after some convincing by Wang Weiman, who argued that it was a rare chance to boast in front of the entire nation, Chu Yang agreed. The animation quickly went viral on Weibo, skyrocketing the White Tiger armor topic to the top of the trending list. Within half an hour, the post amassed over 100,000 comments and nearly 100,000 shares, and the numbers kept climbing. Wow, this is like Iron Man. Will we get to wear mech suits in the future? My goodness, will there be a major for mech piloting? I'd love to study that. Wake up! Even if there's a mech piloting major, it'll be at military schools. Try getting into one first. Military school? Easy. Picture student Idaho from Xiang'an National Defense Technology University. Whoa. Impressive. I'm more interested in the prosthetic technology. This is a game changer for people with disabilities. Awesome news, folks. Looks like our country is leading the way. While other countries are still planning, we're ready for mass production. In a luxurious villa in Beijing, the gray curtains blocked most of the outside light. A young man with pale skin and scholarly air, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat quietly in his wheelchair. Below the wheelchair, the area was covered by a blanket, hiding the emptiness. He was staring intently at the video on his computer screen, his grip on the wheelchair's armrest tightening, veins bulging. His once lifeless eyes now showed a spark of hope. In a rural village in Jiangsu province, a rough-skinned, dark-faced man rode his motorcycle home, shouting, "Great news, great news." A tired-looking middle-aged woman came out, asking, "Weren't you at the construction site? Why are you back so early?" A 3 or 4-year-old girl ran out, hugging the man with her left arm, her right sleeve hanging empty. "Daddy, why are you back?" The man scooped her up with a smile, saying, "Sweetie, there's hope for your arm." He pulled out his phone, showing a video to his wife. "Our country is strong now. Soon, our little girl can get a full bionic arm." The woman watched the video, then sighed, "Even if they develop the bionic arm, we can't afford it." The video showed the mech suit moving seamlessly, followed by an introduction to prosthetics controlled by bioelectric signals. But such high-tech solutions seemed out of reach for their modest means. The man insisted, "Didn't you watch carefully? We have insurance. We can get the prosthetic under our healthcare plan. Even if we have to sell everything, our daughter will get that arm." His eyes gleamed with determination as he held his daughter. "Daddy, does that mean I can go to school like other kids?" "Yes, sweetie," he said, his voice breaking. "We should be grateful to our country and those scientists. Without them, we'd have no hope." The girl's innocent eyes sparkled. "Scientists? I want to be a scientist when I grow up." "Yes, scientists," he said, tears in his eyes. "And you'll be the best one." At this moment, across the ocean in the United States, it was the middle of the night. But that didn't stop a group of top officials from gathering for an emergency meeting. This group included representatives from the Army, Air Force, Navy, military laboratories, and leading defense technology companies. The room was filled with the most influential figures in the country, all with grave and worried expressions. The president, looking serious, tapped the table heavily before speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you've all seen the information on your way here." He continued, "Let's analyze this. Do you think the video released by China is more likely real or fake?" A well-dressed, bespectacled blonde man began. "I've had the video analyzed by our company's tech team. There are minor signs of editing, but the content appears genuine, without any CGI. So China has indeed developed a mech suit." Some faces in the room grew even grimmer. An older man in a lab coat, sitting at the end of the table, spoke up after a brief pause, "I believe the video's authenticity. It's likely real, but the data within might be exaggerated." This elder was the same one involved in the alien gene experiment. He chuckled, "We've done similar things in the past, haven't we?" During the arms race with the Soviet Union, he had witnessed firsthand how a superpower could crumble. The effects shown in the video are impressive, but if we aim for brief demonstrations, our labs could produce similar mech suits, he added. He then proposed, regardless of China's intentions with this video, whether it's to confuse us or something else, we shouldn't panic. Our lab's steel armor designs are almost ready. With enough funding, we could have a prototype within 3 months. However, my stance remains unchanged. Decoding alien genes is our priority. The blonde man sneered, "You dare bring up that alien lab experiment here? We've poured immense resources into it, only to end up with unstable serums. Do you realize how much money and effort we've wasted?" Meanwhile, China not only mastered controlled mutation but also developed functional mech suits. "Where are our promised designs?" he demanded. The elder's face darkened. "Now is not the time for internal disputes. Our enemy is China, across the ocean. As for the serum, I maintain that it's not flawed. The problem is that we haven't found anyone strong enough to handle the serum's power. If we could, they'd transform into super soldiers, outmatching any mech suit." The president sighed, realizing the ongoing feud between these two powerful figures. He interrupted, "Let's focus on analyzing the issue at hand and devising a counter-strategy. This time we must give it our all. We cannot let China, the sleeping giant, rise again. We must win this arms race." He was confident in their resources and talent. Although China had a brilliant researcher, could he alone match the combined expertise of their numerous scientists? At Jichongqin Research Institute, a young researcher approached Chu Yang with excitement. "Professor Chu, we've prepared the lab. You can start your research any time, and if you need any assistance, just let us know." These researchers were among the best, many drawn by the opportunity to work under Chu Yang. It was a coveted position. Great, Chu Yang smiled. "I have a materials list. Please gather everything on it and bring it here. If anything's missing, inform Director Wang." He handed the file to the researcher, who scanned it and looked puzzled. Aluminum alloy, magnesium alloy, titanium alloy, stainless steel, graphite fiber composite panels, tungsten. After a quick review, the researcher said, "We have most of these materials in our inventory, but some electronic components will need to be sourced from other labs. Professor Chu, are you planning to build a satellite? The materials listed were typical for satellite construction, but there didn't seem to be any current need for launching a satellite. Jishongqian Research Institute responded swiftly. By the afternoon, all the requested equipment and materials had been delivered to Chu Yang's mechanical lab. Even the precision instruments from his lab at Beijing University had been discreetly moved to his new lab, per his request. Chu Yang preferred to work alone due to the numerous secrets he harbored. When necessary, the precision instruments controlled by Xuanwu could outperform human capabilities in executing complex procedures. On the lab table, a stack of detailed blueprints lay spread out. On the large screen in front of Chu Yang, a basic model designed by Xuanwu based on his data was displayed. It looked similar to a satellite but was slightly larger, and had some unusual attachments. After glancing at the materials in the lab, Chu Yang clapped his hands and said, "Xuanwu, let's start assembling the basic model." "Yes, Sir." Xuanwu's mechanical voice echoed through the large lab. Chu Yang donned protective goggles and began working with tools, assembling the parts. However, he had barely started when he received a call from Wang Wyman. "Chu Yang, did you receive the materials and equipment you requested?" "Yes, they arrived. Thank you, Mr. Wang." Chu Yang replied with a smile. "I've already started assembling the model. It should be done in about 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Wang Wyman was taken aback. He knew Chu Yang worked quickly, but 2 weeks seemed ambitious. "That's right, 2 weeks," Chu Yang said confidently. He was being conservative with the stable power supply at the research institute. Yu Xuanwu could continue assembling the components, even when Chu Yang wasn't in the lab. After hearing Chu Yang's assurance, Wang Wyman grew more curious. "So, what exactly are you working on?" Chu Yang had requested a substantial amount of materials, most suited for space environments. If he was merely building a satellite, there were simpler ways to procure one from existing research bases. Chu Yang replied without hesitation, "I'm working on a weather satellite with some additional features, which is why I needed the mechanical lab. I plan to handle the modifications myself." He didn't see the need to hide his project from Wang Wyman, who would be essential in coordinating the satellite's launch. He continued, "Since you called, I have another request. I noticed there's a weather satellite launch scheduled for the end of this month. I'll send you the specs for my satellite. Could you coordinate with them to adjust the launcher parameters to include my satellite?" Wang Wyman's mouth twitched in surprise. "A weather satellite? You know those are typically developed by the National Security Agency in conjunction with other defense and research institutions. What are you up to?" Wang Wyman remembered Chu Yang's capabilities, but didn't recall satellite construction among them. Nonetheless, he responded, "All right, I'll see what I can do. But I'll need a complete project report to make it happen." Chu Yang had earned his reputation as a top researcher in China's scientific community. Even with his status, proper procedures had to be followed. Chu Yang smiled. "I understand. I'll send you the project details shortly. Trust me, this weather satellite will be a pleasant surprise." If not for the shock it might cause over the phone, Chu Yang would have preferred to call it what it truly was: a space-based weapon. After hanging up the phone with Wang Wyman, Chu Yang returned to his work in the lab. While he continued with the assembly, he had Xuanwu compile a project report, which was then sent directly to Wang Wyman's inbox. In his office, Wang Wyman received the email within 10 minutes. He clicked his tongue in surprise. "That kid must have been waiting for my call. He sent the report right after we hung up." He quickly put on his reading glasses, took a sip of his goji berry and chrysanthemum tea, and began to read project application for weather satellite Heaven's punishment plan. Upon seeing this, Wang Wyman nearly spat out his tea. His mouth twitched uncontrollably and his eyes widened. A space-based weapon. This kid actually wants to develop a space-based weapon. Anyone involved in national defense research was familiar with the concept of space-based weapons. These are weaponized satellites or space stations launched into Earth's orbit, designed to strike targets from space. They're a strategic weapon system, often referred to as space-based weapons. Historically, the only known country to possess such capabilities was the United States. They began deploying their system, named Rods from God, a decade ago, planning to develop it over 15 years. Theoretically, space-based weapons come in 3 types. Space-based laser satellites. These can target deep enemy positions and other satellites, utilizing the speed and precision of lasers. They can eliminate high-value ground targets without harming nearby individuals and provide the first line of defense against ballistic missiles. Projectile-based space weapons known as kinetic bombardment. These deploy dense metal projectiles from orbit to impact Earth with significant force, useful for penetrating underground bunkers. This was the concept behind the U.S. Rods from God. Lunar bases, these would function similarly to laser satellites, but could house much larger weapons due to the moon's ample space, becoming a strategic high ground and deterrent. For China, such plans were mostly theoretical. Establishing a lunar base faced enormous technical and international challenges. The only feasible option was kinetic bombardment, which Wang Wyman had studied in past symposiums. Yet 2 years into the project, they concluded that China lacked the capability to develop space-based weapons due to the immense resources required. Like controlled nuclear fusion, it demanded vast national investment. While the principles of space-based weapons weren't complex and technically feasible with current technology, they were impractical. Creating projectiles from materials like tungsten and titanium to be pre-loaded in weaponized satellites, then using Earth's gravity to accelerate them to devastating speeds was the plan. A single tungsten rod could achieve a speed of Mach 10 and deliver the equivalent of 12 tons of TNT. Despite their power, the cost was prohibitive. Deploying and maintaining such systems would cost billions, with questionable strategic value. Any nation capable of launching satellites could also develop missiles to destroy these weapons. Thus, China had abandoned its space-based weapons research, deeming it an expensive and impractical pursuit. After reading most of the project report, Wang Wyman considered advising Chu Yang to abandon the idea. Even if he could develop the weapon, its strategic value was limited. But as he continued reading, something caught his eye. He put his glasses back on, intrigued by the mention of an additional monitoring system. This satellite could do more than deploy weapons, it also featured advanced monitoring capabilities. Wang Wyman finished the report, deep in thought. This kid was stirring up trouble, likely motivated by the recent incident involving Lin Qingshu. Everyone knew Chu Yang was fiercely protective of her. It seemed those who targeted her had underestimated his resolve. Inside the mechanical lab, after reviewing Chu Yang's detailed project proposal, Wang Wyman couldn't stay seated. He quickly gathered a few friends familiar with weather satellites and rushed to Chu Yang's lab. The researchers at the Zhuzongshan Science and Technology Institute were top-notch, especially those brought in by Wang Wyman, so Chu Yang had no objections to their visit. Upon entering the lab, Chu Yang greeted Wang Wyman with a smile. "Wang Lao, I just started this project, and here you are, rushing in. You need to take it easy. It's just a simple little space-based weapon, nothing to get excited about." Wang Wyman had seen Chu Yang's lab at Peking University, but witnessing the precision robots busily working again filled him with awe. He quickly asked, "Xiao Chu, can these instruments and devices be used by other researchers in different labs?" This was a fully mechanized lab. Chu Yang, along with his modified precision robots, achieved efficiency comparable to a mid-sized lab team. If such robots were available in other labs, their research efficiency would soar. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. "Of course, but currently these robots can only handle assembly line tasks and still need the Xuanwu system's coordination. For real research, human scientists are still indispensable." Robots had their advantages, but in the field of research and innovation, humans held the upper hand. Naturally, Wang Wyman agreed, then turned his attention to the partially assembled satellite in the lab's center. It was a cuboid structure about 2.5 mx 2.2 mx 2.25 m, relatively small for a satellite. Surrounding it were neatly categorized parts, making the lab look more like an auto repair shop, causing Wang Wyman and the satellite experts to twitch involuntarily. They had assembled satellites before, but their process was meticulous, checking each part multiple times before installation. It was a laborious and precise task. However, in Chu Yang's lab, precision robots quickly selected the correct parts and assembled them with robotic arms on the ground. Some automated machines even produced new components continuously. No wonder Chu Yang often worked alone. These mechanical arms were far superior to human capabilities. For these experts, assembling this small satellite manually would take many days. However, their main purpose today wasn't just to marvel at Chu Yang's advanced lab. Wang Wyman looked at Chu Yang and said, "Xiao Chu, I'm not an expert on weather satellites, but I brought a few capable academicians with me. Can you explain your design to them?" They wanted to hear Chu Yang's detailed design for the space-based weapon. It wasn't that they doubted his ability, but this was a space-based weapon, a project that had previously consumed nearly $1 billion without success. Now, Chu Yang intended to build one single-handedly, with additional anti-espionage features. Chu Yang understood their concerns and smiled. "Of course, no problem. Let's sit down and talk." After instructing Xuanwu to continue the assembly, Chu Yang led them to the lab's rest area and even made tea for everyone. Once settled, he began, "You probably reviewed the general information on your way here. Wang Yuan, I emailed you the detailed project report. So, I'll focus on the two main functions of this satellite, which I named Heaven's Punishment. Xu Yang got straight to the point. First is the space-based weapon system. The primary principle is similar to the electromagnetic railgun system. The satellite's accelerator converts electromagnetic energy into kinetic energy to propel projectiles at high speeds. The projectiles are made of a tungsten-titanium alloy, coated with a nanomaterial derived from insectoid bones, enhancing heat resistance during atmospheric entry and reducing the need for heavy tungsten rods. According to my design, we can install 200 tungsten-titanium alloy projectiles in this satellite, each weighing only 500 grams. After entering the atmosphere and shedding its protective layer, each projectile retains about 100 grams. At this point, a micro-laser guidance system inside the projectile will precisely target the designated area. Upon hearing this, Wang Wyman remained silent, but one of the other academicians quickly asked, "But from what I understand, projectile-based space weapons can only target stationary objects. Even with a guidance system, the size of these projectiles won't cause significant damage once they hit the ground." In terms of destructive power, space-based weapons can indeed rival land, sea and air missiles. However, this relies on the large size of the projectiles. Xu Yang's small projectiles wouldn't cause much damage, comparable to bullets that could harm individual humans, but not more. Their small size might allow them to bypass various countries' anti-air defenses and reach the ground, but it's not enough to justify their use. Before the Chinese space weapon research project ended years ago, it faced similar criticisms. Nonetheless, Xu Yang remained calm. Without any hesitation, he continued, "This brings me to the second feature, which I call the Sky Eye system." His eyes showed a hint of pride. The Sky Eye system wasn't directly taken from the Eternal Knowledge Vault but was a result of his innovative thinking while researching space weapon systems. Although he later found similar technologies in the vault, it was still a significant personal breakthrough. Xu Yang explained, "The Sky Eye system is based on this weather satellite's primary structure, designed as a space-based signal augmentation monitoring device. The core components are a radio telescope spectrometer and a full-spectrum communications signal capture device. With these two devices and precise data analysis, I can ensure the projectiles from the space weapon system accurately hit their targets. A radio telescope studies various radio waves in space, and a spectrometer splits incoming light into a spectrum." Xu Yang modified the satellite's radio telescope by adding his custom-made spectrometer. When operational, this spectrometer could amplify the radio telescope's power by 100-fold. As Xu Yang finished speaking, Wang Wyman still didn't fully grasp the concept since he wasn't a satellite expert. However, the satellite experts among them were shocked. Simply put, the spectrometer acted like an advanced zoom lens for the radio telescope, allowing it to capture exceptionally clear images. While it sounded simple, achieving this was technically challenging. Only a renowned foreign astronomical institute had developed such technology, and it was globally unique. Without questioning Xu Yang's claims, the experts were more curious about the full-spectrum communications signal capture device he mentioned. One of them asked, "What exactly is the full-spectrum signal capture device you mentioned?" In today's information age, both wired and wireless signals are transmitted via satellites. If all countries capable of launching satellites suddenly disabled their communication satellites, the world would revert to the era of wired communication, relying solely on electrical transmission of electromagnetic signals. While wired communication still exists, such as in high-level administrative offices, it's primarily for security against eavesdropping. Xu Yang's device, if it could capture signals across all satellite communication protocols, would be revolutionary. It could potentially intercept global satellite communications, making it possible to monitor all human communications covertly. Seeing their astonished expressions, Xu Yang smiled faintly and said, "I believe you understand the implications of the full-spectrum communication signal capture device. Indeed, it functions as you think. Regardless of the communication protocol, whether it's the old standard, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, or future 6G, 7G protocols, if the communication is transmitted via radio waves, the Sky Eye system can intercept it. I've also integrated critical information filtering and encryption breaking technologies. Once this weather satellite is in orbit, we can monitor global communications from space, filter relevant information, and use the Sky Eye system to track it. It will allow us to pinpoint communication satellites from foreign intelligence agencies, such as the CIA, transmitting orders to agents within our borders. Once we have the coordinates, the space weapon system can be deployed. In simple terms, this setup would enable China to detect and eliminate foreign intelligence activities within its borders. The process would involve intercepting communications, identifying agents, and using the space weapon system to neutralize them with precision-guided projectiles. Wang Wyman and the others exchanged looks of amazement. Xu Yang's plan was indeed ruthless but effective. If successful, it would make foreign intelligence operations within China nearly impossible. Moreover, the entire process from detection to elimination would be seamless, thanks to Xu Yang's integrated approach. Indeed, any foreign intelligence activity, once detected, could be swiftly dealt with using the space weapon system, Xu Yang concluded with a cold gleam in his eye. This setup not only ensures our national security but also serves as a powerful deterrent against any future espionage activities. After listening to Xu Yang's detailed explanation about the weather satellite he named Heaven's Punishment, Wang Wyman and several experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences swiftly left Xu Yang's lab. They couldn't contribute much on the technical side since Xu Yang handled all the theoretical aspects himself. Besides, seeing Xu Yang working so comfortably, even having tea with them, it seemed he was more than capable of completing the satellite on his own. Therefore, they decided not to linger and disturb him further. Once they left, Xu Yang put on his protective goggles and resumed his work in the lab. Clanking, banging, and other mechanical noises filled the lab as various tools and machines operated, reflecting the busy atmosphere. Pieces of metal and other materials were scattered around, turning the lab into a bustling construction site. As the number of parts on the floor decreased, Xu Yang discarded several faulty pieces, continuing to work with determination. Passers-by, including Wang Wyman and other experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, occasionally paused at the lab's door, observing but not interrupting Xu Yang's meticulous work. Xu Yang diligently checked each component he assembled, often testing the full-spectrum signal capture devices intended for the weather satellite. Despite the hectic work, his eyes remained resolute. Once this satellite, named Heaven's Punishment, was launched, it wouldn't possess missile-like destructive power. However, it would be more than enough to handle foreign infiltrators within China. Days passed. A week later, most of the satellite's structure was completed. Xu Yang anticipated another week for performance testing before the scheduled launch at the month's end. Simultaneously, in another part of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, a team of researchers in the Life Genetics Lab, using Xu Yang's gene coding technology combined with Zerg genes, successfully created a new mutant creature, a mutant python. This python grew to nearly 5 meters in length, with a girth as thick as a water barrel. To prevent the incident of the mutant lobster rampaging through the streets, the researchers reduced the muscle strength in the python's genes, resulting in a physically imposing but weak creature. However, its skin retained a shell-like toughness similar to the Zerg's, with added flexibility, making it ideal for manufacturing anti-G suits. The python's skin, after special treatment, could even be used as a lightweight bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, in the lab working on the quantum force field shield, progress was swift, thanks to Xu Yang's technical data and theoretical guidance. Within just over a week, they used a particle collider to identify and capture gamma particles as Xu Yang described. Tests confirmed that when these particles combined with air, they created an invisible but tangible air wall, dubbed the quantum force field generator. The generator's force field strength increased with power input. For example, using the daily electricity consumption of an average household, about 10 kilowatt-hours, they could create a shield with a half-meter radius, offering protection equivalent to a standard bulletproof vest. However, this shield only lasted for about 0.1 seconds. Continuous operation on a national scale would require massive amounts of electricity. Fortunately, this was seen as a promising start. Like the curvature drive device, enhancing the quantum force field generator would only be a matter of time and resources. Xu Yang estimated that within half a year, China's first controlled nuclear fusion power plant would be operational, providing ample energy for the nationwide shield. However, Xu Yang's primary concern was whether the Zerg would give China this crucial half-year window. While Xu Yang and his team at the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute were busy with various projects, progress was also being made in the United States. A piece of news about the U.S. National Defense Plan quietly surfaced online. China International Defense Agency news at the Special Operations Forces Industry Conference on November 18 that the U.S. Special Operations Command announced plans to launch a near-Earth orbit satellite carrying a classified special reconnaissance payload on December 1 this year. The satellite, designed and manufactured by Blue Ocean Technologies, with payloads provided by national laboratories and other institutions, is part of the Special Operations Command's Special Reconnaissance Program Office's Modular Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance Program, aimed at developing space-based ESR technology. As soon as this news broke, it spread like wildfire across the internet. First, there's the Starlink network plan, and now another space-based reconnaissance satellite. The US doesn't even try to hide it anymore. Just say you want to monitor the world. What's the Starlink network plan? Starlink is a plan by a US tech company that has already been implemented. There are at least 10,000 signal satellites from the US orbiting Earth. But what exactly these signal satellites do, I'll let you figure out yourself. The US is ambitious, everyone knows that. China isn't afraid of any invaders. If my country needs me, this 8-year veteran is ready to go. On US websites, there were comments praising their country's actions. The US is the best, unbeatable. China wants to compete with us in space? That's the funniest joke of the century. Our technology and economy are far superior. What do you yellow-skinned monkeys have to compete with us? Ha ha ha. Let's celebrate our reconnaissance satellite's successful launch in advance. These comments quickly spread, and screenshots were taken by some netizens who accessed foreign websites, exposing them on Chinese social media. Naturally, this sparked a strong reaction among Chinese netizens. What's there to brag about? This is just a plan. The US satellites might not even launch successfully. They've had plenty of failures over the years. Seriously, overhyping themselves. If it fails to launch, it'll be so embarrassing. The higher they jump, the harder they fall. Even if it gets launched, what if it gets hit by a meteorite? Within the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, Chu Yang saw this news too. While the Chinese government had its own plans to counter the US move, Chu Yang found some of the online comments amusing. He even liked one comment about the US satellite potentially being hit by a meteorite. However, he quickly remembered that his Weibo account had nearly 10 million active followers, meaning anything he did was closely watched. Realizing this, he quickly unliked the comment. Despite this, sharp-eyed netizens captured the brief like and took screenshots. This incident quickly climbed to the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Does anyone know why Chu Yang liked and then quickly unliked that comment? Could the US satellite really be hit by a meteorite? Wink. I think that meteorite is quite likely, haha. Why are you putting quotes around the word meteorite? Haha. Is that commenter an undercover agent trying to gather information? Does Chu Yang really have time to scroll through Weibo during work hours like the rest of us? Haha. Maybe that's exactly what Chu Yang thinks. Back in the lab, Chu Yang continued working on the assembly and testing of the Heavens Punishment Weather satellite. When Wang Wyman received a call from Director Zhang of the Science and Technology Administration and saw the trending topic on Weibo, he hurried to Chu Yang's lab. Zhao Chu, what were you thinking with that Weibo post? Was it really an accident? Chu Yang's status meant his online actions could reflect China's stance, especially in the scientific community. Cough, cough. Chu Yang coughed awkwardly. I was just browsing Weibo during lunch and liked the comment without thinking. I quickly unliked it, but netizens are too quick with screenshots. He looked at Wang Wyman. Should I post an explanation on Weibo? Wang Wyman thought for a moment, then said, yes, explain it. We need to make our stance clear. Chu Yang nodded and quickly posted on Weibo, don't overthink it, it was an accident. Wang Wyman, trying to stay current, pulled out his phone and checked Chu Yang's Weibo. Seeing the post, he asked, why add winking emojis at the end? Don't worry about it, Chu Yang laughed. By the way, Wang, what's the higher-ups' take on this? The US openly stating they're launching a reconnaissance satellite seems a bit much. Wang Wyman shook his head. That's for the Strategic Development Department to handle. We just focus on our research. Chu Yang smiled. Isn't there a chance that the US satellite might actually get hit by a meteorite? Highly unlikely, Wang Wyman replied instinctively. If the US was serious about the launch, they would minimize all risks, including meteorite impacts. But as he spoke, Wang Wyman noticed Chu Yang's gaze fixed on the nearly assembled satellite. A meteorite might be unlikely, but something similar could certainly be arranged. At this moment, within a strategic development department in China, many leaders from relevant departments had been summoned to a meeting room. Displayed on the projector screen was news content forwarded from America, including numerous comments from American netizens. Everyone in the meeting room looked solemn and grim. America's aerospace development has always been at the forefront of the world, and even if it's hard to admit, this is an established fact. However, this recent move by America has clearly shown that they consider themselves the world's most powerful nation. Although they have always carried themselves this way, they used to exercise some restraint. But now, they are openly declaring their intention to launch an intelligence reconnaissance satellite. Isn't this just a spy satellite for espionage and counter-espionage? Now, They have brazenly announced it to the world, showing they no longer regard other countries. This move is akin to blatantly declaring their intention to monitor others. Arrogant to the extreme. Aham, the main person in charge of the Strategic Development Department, cleared his throat and looked at the news on the screen. This news from abroad has been confirmed by our intelligence personnel. On June 1st, America will indeed launch their intelligence reconnaissance satellite. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. Does anyone have any thoughts on this matter? Spy satellites are something every country has. How else could domestic weather forecasts become increasingly accurate? However, these are usually labeled as meteorological satellites. But now, America seems to have dropped all pretense and openly intends to launch an intelligence reconnaissance satellite, clearly aiming to humiliate us. Find a way to take it down. The military leader, known for his fiery temper, slapped the table. America is openly disregarding our missiles by launching this satellite. Are they planning to fly it directly over our territory next? If they want to fight, then let's fight. After all, our ancestors didn't back down from a fight. Hearing this, others in the room clenched their fists, showing their anger. However, another voice soon spoke. Do you want to start another war? We have satellites in space too. If we shoot down their satellite today, they can shoot down ours tomorrow. Even if we must act, it must be done secretly, without anyone knowing it was us. Isn't your suggestion ridiculous? The military leader retorted, secretly shooting it down? How? Do you expect an asteroid to conveniently hit their satellite? The room fell silent. They had to admit that such coincidences are mere fantasies. For something like this to happen, it would require unpredictable events in space, making the odds extremely low. At this moment, the head of the Strategic Development Department received a text message. His expression darkened further upon reading it. He tapped the table and said sternly, "Everyone, calm down. I just received another piece of news. America will be globally broadcasting the satellite launch live." This announcement caused an uproar in the room. Arrogant. Arrogant. Damn it. What are they trying to do? China had live broadcast satellite launches years ago to boost national confidence and unity. But now, with China's rising power and cultural confidence, such measures are no longer necessary. The head of the Strategic Development Department smiled and reassured everyone. Actually, this can be seen as a good thing for us. What do you mean? Someone asked. It shows that our Southgate project indeed poses a threat to them. He smiled and clicked a button on the remote, displaying a new PPT slide with comparative data charts. This is a comparative data analysis of American netizen comments. After we launched the Southgate project, especially after releasing the video of the first-generation White Tiger battle armor, 90% of American netizens' comments criticized their own government and research speed. And today, with the announcement of their intelligence reconnaissance satellite, there has been a noticeable increase in support for their government. Some even talk about crowdfunding for domestic research projects. I believe that with the global broadcast, these sentiments will peak. The Strategic Development Department excels at making development plans with a strategic vision and analyzing other countries' strategies. Clearly, America's move was a reaction to Chu Yang's video of the White Tiger battle armor. They need such news to boost national confidence. Otherwise, when a country's people lose faith in it, it truly faces decline. This move by America seems like a wise one. As long as nothing major goes wrong, the live broadcast of the satellite launch should mitigate the impact of our White Tiger battle armor announcement, at least in the short term. As soon as the main person in charge of the Strategic Development Department spoke, everyone in the meeting room began discussing fervently. Most of them were either involved in administration or had battlefield experience, and many were also engaged in intelligence work. In short, no one who had reached this level was simple-minded. Soon, someone sneered, "If that's the case, we must find a way to ensure that America's satellite does not get launched." The speaker was Liu Changqing, the head of the National Security Agency. Among those present, he was the one most knowledgeable about and most averse to America. Over the years, his department had dealt with numerous special incidents involving America domestically. These incidents ranged from spreading misinformation to tarnish China's administrative environment and controlling public opinion to constantly praising foreign countries. They also used resources to propagate anxiety and undermine the morale and confidence of the Chinese people, even attacking the core values of diligence and resilience. Even though no gunpowder wars had been fought for many years, covert struggles never ceased. Now, America's current actions seemed well calculated. The satellite launch was definite, and no other country would dare interfere at this stage since the time for a full confrontation hadn't come yet. If you act against my satellite, I'll have a reason to act against yours. When it gets to that point, it won't be a simple matter of minor public opinion battles. So, essentially, no one would attempt such actions. However, if America's satellite launch failed, it would have a significant impact on America. This would be a rare opportunity to openly suppress America's arrogance. "Let me say a few words," said Director Zhang from the technology agency, suddenly smiling as he took a sip from a bottle of mineral water and looked calmly at everyone. "I mean, destroying America's satellite in space may sound far-fetched, but it's not entirely impossible." "Old Zhang, what do you mean someone in the room couldn't sit still?" Others chimed in. "Yeah, old Zhang. You've been sitting here quietly for so long. Is there something you're hiding?" With the rise of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, the technology agency had gained quite a bit of prestige recently. Today, the calmest person in the room was Director Zhang. "Hey, all of you are department leaders. If outsiders heard how you speak, it wouldn't be good." Director Zhang laughed and continued, "At the end of this month, we also have a satellite launch project. I received a request before this meeting. Chu Yang from the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute has asked to use the satellite launcher to send his self-developed meteorological satellite into space at the end of the month." Everyone immediately understood. They knew exactly what meteorological satellites were for. Someone asked, "Is there a problem with his meteorological satellite?" "Of course there is," Zhang said with a smug smile. "And it's a big one." Someone couldn't hold back. "What do you mean? Stop beating around the bush and tell us." "Literally," Zhang replied, "Chu Yang's meteorological satellite is equipped with a space-based weapon system. While it doesn't have the power of a missile, I imagine it could alter the trajectory of a meteor in space without too much trouble." Wow. As soon as Zhang said this, everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Over at the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, Chu Yang had no idea that as soon as he submitted his project, Director Zhang from the technology agency had immediately sold him out. Near the end of the day, he received a message on WeChat from Lin Qingshu. "Honey, I need to tell you something, but you need to stay calm." Seeing this message, Chu Yang was instantly curious. Calm about what? This girl had been quiet for a while. What's happening now? Could it be that things at Jiankao Technology aren't busy enough? "Lin Qingshu, someone is pursuing me." Chu Yang. This has to be a joke. Almost everyone online knows that Lin Qingshu is my girlfriend. Who would dare pursue her? I'll zap them with a Pikachu. Lin Qingshu continued, "I'm at the apartment now. He's been bothering me all day, giving me lots of red packages. I can't avoid him, so I had to accept them." Chu Yang carefully reread Lin Qingshu's message. Then, fearing he had misunderstood, he read it again and replied, "Are the red packages you mentioned ... mosquito bites? The mosquitoes in Kyoto are indeed nasty. Plus, the environment near the teacher's apartment is quite good, perfect for breeding mosquitoes. So, there have been a lot of mosquitoes in his room lately. And the bites are extremely itchy." Lin Qingshu, you guessed it. "Ha ha ha, when you come back, bring some mosquito repellent. The bites are driving me crazy." Chu Yang replied immediately, "No problem, I'll definitely bring something to kill mosquitoes tonight." After replying, Chu Yang turned to Xuanwu in the lab. "Xuanwu, I remember there was a preliminary design for a laser weapon when we were researching the Tianfa satellite, right? Make a mini laser weapon with guidance systems targeting the mosquitoes in my apartment." Xuanwu responded instantly. "Boss, using a laser weapon to kill mosquitoes is really impressive. I'll get on it right away." "Well, what can I say? What harm can mosquitoes intend? Yet you're using a laser cannon on them. It sounds a bit over the top. But, as an AI, what else can Xuanwu say except impressive? It can't very well call its boss ridiculous. Otherwise it might become an artificial idiot tomorrow." That evening, Chu Yang returned to his teacher's apartment carrying a silver briefcase. As usual, Lin Qingshu was cooking in the kitchen. When she saw Chu Yang walk in with a silver briefcase, her expression turned a bit strange. "Didn't you say you would bring mosquito coils? Where are they?" The mosquitoes in the teacher's apartment had been tormenting her for the past few days. "They're in the case," Chu Yang said, with a mischievous grin, lifting the silver briefcase with a look of pride in his eyes. "I didn't buy any mosquito coils, but I brought an electric mosquito swatter from the lab." An electric mosquito swatter? Lin Qingshu was stunned. She had been exposed to many projects at Jiankao Technology, and although she wasn't exactly sure what Chu Yang was working on, she knew that a large state-owned research institute like Nine Heavens Technology wouldn't be researching something as mundane as an electric mosquito swatter. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Overkill. "That's right," Chu Yang laughed proudly. "Do you want me to show you how it works?" "Go ahead," Lin Qingshu said, glancing at the chicken soup still simmering in the kitchen. She smiled and nodded. "I'm curious to see what kind of electric mosquito swatter your lab has produced." Typically, an electric mosquito swatter is handheld and used casually. Chu Yang had a briefcase. Was there really a swatter in there? Chu Yang quickly set the silver briefcase on the table and opened it, revealing a small, square white metal box. After plugging it in, a blue LED light illuminated on the box's surface. Soon, a synthesized electronic voice came from the box. Chu Yang's mosquito killer system is preparing attack programs. A few seconds later, the voice continued, attack programs ready. Target mosquito detected. Begin operation. Listening to the voice from the box, Lin Qingshu was bewildered. What kind of electric mosquito swatter was this? Could this thing really kill mosquitoes? Chu Yang smiled calmly. Watch closely. Don't be scared by this little thing. Then he cleared his throat and spoke to the box. Begin operation. The blue LED on the white box turned red, indicating it was in attack mode. Suddenly, white lasers emitted from the box, striking all the mosquitoes flying around the room. Before Lin Qingshu could react, the lasers hit the mosquitoes in midair. She even smelled the scent of roasted meat as the mosquitoes fell to the table, their bodies charred and carbonized. Lin Qingshu couldn't help but cough, shocked. What kind of operation was this? Her mouth twitched as she looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Are you using lasers?" Although she wasn't a scientist, she was familiar with laser weapons from TV shows. You guessed it, Chu Yang laughed. Your reward is an extra bowl of chicken soup tonight. Lin Qingshu was speechless. After taking a deep breath, she asked, "What made you think of using lasers to kill mosquitoes?" In her mind, lasers were powerful weapons. How did they become mosquito killers in Chu Yang's hands? Is there a problem? Chu Yang smiled confidently. It's convenient to use lasers to kill mosquitoes, and I added a guidance system to ensure it won't hit people. He patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, tonight all the mosquitoes in our room will be gone." Lin Qingshu was speechless. Wasn't this a bit unscientific? Finally, she took a deep breath and said quickly, "No way, this is too much. I have to post about this." She could already imagine it. When they got married and moved into their new home, would they even need to buy new appliances? With Chu Yang around, could any household items break without being fixed? Without hesitation, Lin Qingshu took pictures of the mosquito killer and the charred mosquitoes on the table. She also captured her chat with Chu Yang and posted it online. So, having a tech-savvy boyfriend, I asked him to bring back some mosquito coils, and after all this, he brought me this instead. The effect is amazing laser mosquito killer with a guidance system. As soon as Lin Qingshu's post went up, her followers quickly reacted. Wow! The goddess has posted again. Ha ha ha, post more daily updates. I really want to know what it's like dating an academician. Laser weapon? Guidance system? For killing mosquitoes? I have to say, Chu the academician's brain works differently. Having a boyfriend who can build a laser weapon is awesome. Dog head. Building a laser weapon? That's nothing. As long as he doesn't build a nuclear bomb, it's all good. Building a nuclear bomb? Bookmarking this for future reference. Am I the only one who noticed the goddess is living with Chu the academician? After Lin Qingshu posted on Weibo, she didn't give it much thought. She went to the kitchen to finish cooking, and soon, they sat quietly at the small dining table to eat. While serving rice to Lin Qingshu, Chu Yang asked, "How's your thesis defense preparation going at the university?" Since Lin Qingshu became the vice president of Jiankao Technology, Beijing University had put her on a special track, exempting her from required undergraduate courses. She just needed to prepare her thesis defense to move directly to graduate studies. Her graduate advisor had already been chosen, and her research topic had been selected: managing Jiankao Technology Group. Lin Qingshu smiled and nodded, almost ready. The defense is scheduled for the end of this month. So soon? Chu Yang was a bit surprised. Lin Qingshu continued, "My advisor picked the topic for me, and has been helping me with the thesis almost every day." Chu Yang smiled. "Well then, do you want me to come and support you during the defense?" Lin Qingshu quickly shook her head. "No thank you. You said you'd be busy at the end of the month anyway. Besides, what would a scientist like you do at a finance department's thesis defense?" Just imagining that scene felt strange to Lin Qingshu. With Chu Yang standing there, would the professors even dare to question her, or would they just pass her outright? "Are you nervous?" Chu Yang asked. Lin Qingshu proudly smiled. "What's there to be nervous about? Don't you know who my graduate advisor is? She's also in charge of my thesis, and the professors on the defense panel are either her colleagues or her former students." Lin Qingshu's smile grew wider. "My advisor even told me that on the day of the defense, I just need to present my thesis calmly. She'll handle any questions. She knows those professors very well and assured me that she can easily defend me against any critique." PFF Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. A supervisor taking on 5 professors? He had never seen such a scene before, but it wasn't surprising. In academia, heated debates were common. When he was developing the 1nm lithography technology, he had argued with many people during conferences. After dinner, Chu Yang put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and smiled at Lin Qingshu. All right, the usual game. Rock, paper, scissors, loser washes the dishes. Bring it on. Lin Qingshu was fearless. Rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the winner. Lin Qingshu instinctively chose scissors, while Chu Yang chose paper. Seeing this, Lin Qingshu instantly cheered, "Yay! I won again today. Hurry up, you go wash the dishes." Chu Yang gave her a doting smile and began clearing the table. This little girl always chose scissors first. If he didn't let her win, he'd win every time. But because it was her, he didn't mind losing. Whether it was scissors, rock, or paper, he was happy to let her win. Lin Qingshu looked at his resigned expression, her face full of satisfaction and her eyes brimming with contentment. 2 people in one house, sharing 3 meals a day throughout the 4 seasons. They would have many more meals together, talk about all sorts of strange topics, and playfully argue over who would wash the dishes after meals. Unexpectedly, the small joys in life were that Chu Yang would always let her win, and he enjoyed it. These were just the little things in daily life. But this was the life she loved. At the end of the month, 3 days before America's satellite launch, Lin Qingshu walked confidently into a meeting room at Beijing University, dressed in a sharp black suit with her hair tied back in a high ponytail. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Chu Yang was in a large conference room at the Nine Heavens Technology Laboratory. Surrounding him were key figures including the directors of the technology and security agencies, and several important members of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, including Wang Wyman. Everyone's face was tense as they watched a live feed from the Jujin satellite launch base. In the control room of the launch base, everyone looked very serious. Satellite launch preparations, 3.2.1. Ignition. As the voice sounded in the control room, a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses quickly pressed the red button in front of him. Instantly, a small launch rocket, about 6 or 7 meters high, spewed red flames from its tail on the vast launch pad. Amidst a cloud of smoke, the rocket slowly ascended into the sky as the flames intensified. Booster is normal. Rocket trajectory is normal. Sensors are normal. Launch successful. After a long period of tense silence, the words "launch successful" rang out, and the control room erupted in applause. Chu Yang and the others at the Research Institute also breathed a sigh of relief. This rocket booster had been specially modified to fit Chu Yang's Tianfa satellite, and the timing was tight. Everyone had been on edge during the launch. Wang Wyman looked at Chu Yang and said, "Chu, the next part is up to you." For a near-Earth orbit satellite, with China's current capabilities, it would take only a few dozen minutes from launch to reaching orbit. Now, it was time for Chu Yang's Tianfa satellite to perform. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Picking up a computer from the table, he sent the first command to the Tianfa satellite: begin testing. The next second, under Chu Yang's operation, a photo of the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute taken by the satellite appeared on the large screen in the conference room. The image was so clear that it captured every detail, down to the acne and black stubble on the faces of the researchers walking outside the institute. "My goodness," exclaimed Wang Wyman and the others upon seeing the image on the screen. Was this really a photo taken by a satellite? They knew that satellite photos had far higher resolution than 99% of professional cameras on the market, but the distance was just too great. These images were taken from space. Yet the photo displayed on the big screen was as detailed as the close-up shots taken by the world's best cameras. Chu Yang, seeing their astonished expressions, smiled calmly and explained, "I made some minor improvements to the imaging system on the Tianfa meteorological satellite. Theoretically, the error margin of the images shouldn't exceed 1 meter. Considering various factors, the precision of the Tianfa satellite's images should be between 1 to 2 meters. Although Chu Yang said this lightly, Wang Wyman and the others were shocked by these numbers. This wasn't just simple photography, it was diverse imaging and mapping from far out in space. The smaller the margin of error, the higher the data accuracy. In other words, if Chu Yang's Tianfa satellite were used for future mapping and guidance systems, it could precisely target anything, even a specific building. The terrifying implication was that this supposedly meteorological satellite had an imaging system with precision surpassing that of an astronomical telescope. If foreign intelligence agents knew this, they would be devastated. Just for intelligence gathering, was it necessary to deploy such a high-level satellite? With such precise satellite imagery, As long as the information provided by the security agency was accurate, they could conduct point-to-point satellite surveillance. When the time was right, they could move directly to apprehend targets, making the security agency's job significantly easier. Seeing everyone's silence, Xu Yang continued. This imaging system is just a minor feature, not worth mentioning. The truly valuable parts are the communication interception and decryption system, and the spaced weapon system installed on the Tianfa satellite. With that, Xu Yang began operating the computer in front of him. Let's see the results. Countless commands were issued, and the screen in front of them changed. It displayed a star map of the vast expanse of space, clearly showing all the satellites and planets surrounding Earth. The key element was the red dots on the star map, each representing a satellite orbiting Earth. Extending from these satellites were numerous colored lines, connecting the satellites with each other, and with various countries and cities on Earth. Each line represented a communication frequency. The screen was filled with these lines. Seeing this, Wang Weiman and the others were confused. Someone asked, "What does this mean?" Xu Yang smiled and explained. Each line represents the communication frequency band of a satellite. Because the data is vast, we can't effectively identify all communications related to intelligence activities in China. Therefore, we need intelligent analysis to conduct an initial screening. Hearing about intelligent analysis, everyone immediately understood. In the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, everyone knew about the powerful AI, Yi Xuanwu, created by Xu Yang. Xuanwu not only managed the institute's internal network, but also acted as an intelligent robotic butler and cybersecurity watchdog. In the digital realm, Xuanwu was almost omnipotent. Xu Yang continued, "Due to the sheer volume, please be patient. We'll have the results within 5 minutes." Instantly, across the country, a scenario similar to when Xu Yang hacked into the US Central Intelligence Network occurred. Countless computers contributed their processing power to support Xuanwu's analysis of various communication channels. As Xuanwu worked, the lines representing communication protocols on the screen began to disappear. A few minutes later, about 3,000 viable communication frequency lines remained. These lines, identified by Xuanwu, were likely involved in intelligence activities. Because of the satellite and network dual positioning, each communication channel's connection points could display IP addresses and precise coordinates. The lines were color-coded. Red lines represented communications from foreign intelligence agencies to locations within China. Orange lines indicated communications from other countries to China. Green lines represented communications within China between different cities. Each line, identified by Xuanwu's big data analysis, was believed to be involved in intelligence activities. Simply put, as long as Xuanwu's big data analysis was accurate, there were at least 3,000 instances of foreign intelligence agents conducting activities in China at this very moment. Seeing this, Liu Changqing, the head of the security agency, clenched his fists. He had thought that under his management, the efforts to combat foreign intelligence agents in China were effective. Even after the last leak of foreign agent lists, which dealt a heavy blow to foreign intelligence networks, he hadn't expected the agents to become active again so quickly. He stood up abruptly and asked Xu Yang urgently, "Academician Xu, can we allocate this authority to our security agency's Information Control Center?" The Information Control Center at the security agency was responsible for monitoring and intelligence gathering. Xu Yang nodded slowly, of course. "If Director Liu needs it, I can immediately allocate the authority to the security agency. After all, AI is still data analysis. It requires human oversight for comprehensive identification. This is where your team comes in." Liu Changqing quickly nodded, looking gratefully at Xu Yang. "Academician Xu, on behalf of the entire security agency, I thank you for your research and contributions. Even if there were 30,000 communication channels to monitor and eliminate, as long as it safeguarded China's peace and stability, the security agency's staff would tirelessly work to protect the country. Loyal to the people, defending the nation, this was their duty." Liu Changqing quickly added, "Academician Xu, please allocate the authority immediately. I'll notify my colleagues at the Information Control Center to start working right away." National intelligence work was always urgent. A few minutes, even seconds, could determine how much confidential information was transmitted abroad. Xu Yang nodded. Under Xuanwu's control, the authority for the Tianfa satellite spy monitoring system was swiftly allocated to the security agency. Liu Changqing immediately rushed out of the meeting room to coordinate the subsequent work of identifying and tracking the individuals involved in these communication channels. In various cities across China, There were high-ranking company executives, celebrities with millions of online followers who had starred in popular films, well-known sex education influencers on social media, taxi drivers, and even foreign professors at universities. These individuals shared a common past. Some had studied abroad, some were expatriates who had come to China for work and been placed in various positions, while others had been coerced or enticed into espionage after brief interactions with foreign agents. Their ultimate goal was to operate undercover in China, manipulating online narratives to their advantage. These individuals were foreign intelligence operatives who had become active in China with the rise of the internet in recent years. Their information wasn't stored in intelligence databases, but in top-secret databases of foreign cultural propaganda departments. This is why they hadn't been exposed by Xu Yang earlier. However, with the Tianfa satellite's assistance, these agents were now being unmasked. This also demonstrated the power of the Tianfa satellite. The foreign intelligence operatives in China came from multiple countries. Even the most advanced intelligence systems and encryption technologies of powerful nations, like the United States, which had once aspired to monitor the entire world with their communication and intelligence satellites, were easily bypassed by Xu Yang's methods. If other nations' intelligence agencies learned about this, their response would be one of helpless outrage. In the conference room, after Liu Yu Changqingheng had arranged the security agency's tasks, it was time for the most unique demonstration of the Tianfa satellite, its space-based weapon system. In the vastness of space, the Tianfa satellite wasn't particularly conspicuous among other satellites, even appearing small. Thus, it was unlikely to draw the attention of other countries as a space weapon. The tungsten-titanium alloy rods used as projectiles inside the satellite were also very small, almost like cosmic dust. It was nearly impossible for other countries' satellites to monitor the Tianfa satellite's every move. In simple terms, the Tianfa satellite's weapon system could catch everyone off guard. Xu Yang continued to operate the computer, and soon, the screen in the conference room changed again. It showed an area of space filled with asteroids. Although the image was clear, the asteroid field was tens of kilometers away from the near-Earth orbit. Under Xu Yang's control, a black tungsten titanium alloy projectile was quickly launched from the Tianfa satellite via an electromagnetic cannon. In the vacuum of space, with no air resistance, the projectile traveled at high speed towards the asteroid field, guided by its own system. Before everyone's eyes, a large asteroid was struck by the small needle-like projectile and shattered into smaller pieces. The power seemed insignificant in space, but if projected towards Earth, the projectile's acceleration combined with Earth's gravity would make it exponentially more destructive. Seeing this, a glint of cold determination flashed in Xu Yang's eyes. The space-based weapon system in the Tianfa satellite was originally intended for use against spies. However, since the United States had so openly announced their reconnaissance satellite launch, Xu Yang decided to make their satellite a joke. In space, accidents happen frequently. December 1st, an otherwise unremarkable start to the month, had gained global attention due to the United States' audacious plan to live-stream the launch of their reconnaissance satellite. At 8 p.m. Beijing time, the entire world was tuned into this live broadcast, courtesy of Weibo, which had coordinated with the Chinese propaganda department to stream the event without any need for VPNs. In the live broadcast room, an American host was enthusiastically discussing the benefits of the reconnaissance satellite. According to him, the satellite's primary purpose was to monitor global conflict zones to facilitate timely humanitarian aid at the national level. He assured the global audience that the satellite would not arbitrarily spy on other countries' military secrets, urging world leaders and citizens to rest easy. The host dressed up America as the world's policeman, justifying the launch of this global surveillance satellite with lofty ideals. The live broadcast attracted comments and messages from people around the world. First, there were comments from South Korea, displayed in their native language but translated for international viewers. Ha ha ha, America is undoubtedly the world's policeman. With this satellite, global peace is assured. I hope South Korea and America remain friends forever. Now let's see what the Chinese have to say. America is doing so much for world peace while China only talks. America is amazing. I wish our country could achieve such feats one day. Then, comments from Japan. America truly is the world's leading power. I fully support their satellite launch. We in Japan have always been loyal allies of America. This satellite launch includes our technology as well. I'm proud of our country. Best of luck with the satellite launch, America. However, seeing these comments from other countries, Chinese netizens couldn't stay silent. Ha ha ha, I can't believe Koreans say they are America's eternal friends. Have they forgotten how their army stew came about? Brother above, You're mistaken. Look up the origin of army stew. No need, I'll explain. Army stew in Korea originated when Americans were stationed there. Koreans were so poor they had to collect leftover trash from American camps to make stew. Such groveling. No shame at all. Why are there so many bootlicking comments? Don't they realize that once this satellite is in space, their countries will have no secrets left? Letting others sleep in your bed, do these people not understand even that simple principle? Meanwhile, Americans in the live broadcast were overjoyed, especially targeting comments from China. Despite their arrogance, they hadn't expected China, once trampled underfoot, to rise steadily and become a formidable rival. The recent launch of the Southgate Plan and combat mechs by Chu Yang had only deepened their unease and resentment. Seeing their country flaunt its strength on a global stage, they were ecstatic. Ha ha ha, look at these comments. They're scared and jealous. So what if you have mechs? We have missiles, and now a global surveillance satellite. Our power just took a massive leap. Those Chinese are just envious sour grapes. In terms of research, America is still the best. Even in 20 years, China won't catch up to our technological advancements. At the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, Chu Yang was working late in the conference room, surrounded by the same team that had tested the Tianfa satellite. The large screen in front of them was split in two, one side showing the live broadcast of the American satellite launch, and the other side showing real-time footage from the Tianfa satellite. Everyone in the room was visibly excited, especially Lu Changxing. In the past 2 days, his work at the security agency had been remarkably smooth, thanks to the Tianfa satellite. The workload had decreased by nearly 80%, allowing many long overdue homecomings for his staff. Previously unnoticed foreign agents were now being systematically identified and apprehended, and real-time surveillance had significantly reduced the risk to field agents. Lu Changxing eagerly anticipated the performance of the Tianfa satellite's weapon system. A global live broadcast? Enthusiastic netizens? Let's see if the American satellite can safely reach its designated orbit first. Space debris is plentiful in outer space. Adding another piece of satellite debris won't make much difference. The scene of the satellite launch in the United States was truly grand. After the ignition sequence successfully initiated, the rocket carrying the satellite swiftly headed towards space. Watching this, almost all American netizens were glued to their screens. Many even flocked to the satellite launch center with telescopes and cameras, aiming at the rocket to capture the moment. Inside the satellite launch center, social media reporters from various platforms were broadcasting live with their camera crews. It could be said that tonight, the American satellite launch had garnered global attention. This was the first time in a while that America had reclaimed the world's spotlight after Chu Yang's advancements in China had shifted global focus there, including the 1nm lithography technology, White Tiger combat armor, and mutated small lobsters. America's space agency, with many high-ranking officials in the control room, watched as the rocket carrying the reconnaissance satellite gradually ascended. The primary goal of this satellite launch was to boost American morale. But more importantly, the satellite was equipped with America's most advanced surveillance technology. Once operational, it would continuously monitor communication signals from various countries and use American-designed tech products to observe hidden military bases worldwide, primarily targeting China. China's rapid development and its swift crackdown on foreign intelligence had prompted this move. They intended to monitor China's communication channels thoroughly and intercept any research-related conversations through their Central Intelligence Agency. In the conference room at the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, various satellites were shown moving slowly in near-Earth orbit on the space video feed. Amidst the tranquil space, irregularly moving asteroid fragments were gently descending towards Earth, drawn by gravity. These small asteroids typically disintegrated upon entering Earth's atmosphere, turning into dust. Watching this, Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Now, it's your turn," he murmured. He swiftly operated the computer, typing lines of code. The Tianfa satellite, managed by Xuanwu, received Chu Yang's commands and began tracking the newly launched American satellite. Within seconds, the screen showing the American live broadcast switched to the Tianfa satellite's view, offering a much clearer image. If zoomed in, one could even count the stars on the American flag painted on the rocket. The space-based weapon system started preparing. The Tianfa satellite's targeting system locked onto the American satellite. As the American satellite broke through the atmosphere and reached space, the live feed switched to footage from other American satellites. Just as this happened, Chu Yang entered the final command to activate the space-based weapon system. A tungsten-titanium alloy projectile quickly launched from the Tianfa satellite. In the American live broadcast, Viewers saw a black rod quietly approaching the reconnaissance satellite. Initially, no one noticed due to its small size and the vastness of space. Even if spotted, it would be mistaken for space debris, common around Earth. As American netizens continued celebrating, the projectile grew clearer in the video feed, its dark surface glinting with a white light. Seeing this, the live chat exploded. What the heck is that? Space debris? It's moving too fast. Is it really just space junk? Why are you focusing on that? Shouldn't we be watching the satellite? In the American Space Agency's control room, everyone's expressions turned serious upon noticing the unidentified object in the video. Everything about the satellite launch had been meticulously planned, but this unexpected object was not part of their calculations. Considering space-based weapons didn't even cross their minds. Though they had once pursued such weapons, they abandoned the project, deeming it too costly. They believed no other country would invest so heavily in such an endeavor either. What on earth is that? The Minister of Space Affairs, seated at the head of the conference room, had a serious look, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Everyone in the room exchanged glances, each showing an expression of bewilderment. On the screen, the small unknown object didn't seem to pose any threat to their reconnaissance satellite. After all, in the face of such a large satellite, this tiny object seemed insignificant. But observing the object's movement, it was clearly heading directly towards their satellite. Gradually, the minister grew more anxious. Despite the rushed development, this satellite incorporated the pinnacle of American space technology due to its critical strategic importance. The satellite project was hastily initiated in response to the unexpected reveal of China's 1nm lithography technology. They had been blindsided by China's advancement, prompting the creation of this satellite to enhance global surveillance, particularly targeting China to prevent similar surprises. Initially, every aspect of the launch, including the various online trends and movements, was under his control. But now, this unknown object in space had become the greatest unexpected variable in his satellite launch plan. Regardless, the satellite launch had to succeed. The whole world was watching. A failure would severely damage America's international standing. Despite his inner turmoil, the minister maintained a calm facade, even forcing a smile as he addressed the team. No need to worry. It's just space debris, which is common. Our technical team at the launch center can handle it. With this assurance, the tension in the room eased slightly. Space debris? No problem then. Only the minister continued to ponder intensely. What was this thing? Space debris, or an unknown space weapon? If it were the former, there was no concern. But from the video it looked more like a space weapon. Quickly, he recalled a satellite China had launched a few days ago. Could it be a weapon system installed by China in space? However, he dismissed this thought. Every Chinese satellite launch was monitored by America. The recent Chinese satellite appeared no different from a standard satellite, possibly with enhanced reconnaissance and surveillance features at most. As one of the major global powers, they knew each other well. China had ceased its space weapon research years ago, so it couldn't be their doing. Could it be aliens? The minister, with decades of experience, shuddered at this thought. In the live broadcast chat, American netizens were already in an uproar. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Is this thing heading towards our satellite to destroy it? Why haven't the Space Department officials responded? Don't they know what it is? Someone said it's space debris. Have you ever seen space debris move that fast? At a well-known TV studio in the US, a top female host and a renowned satellite research professor were discussing the satellite launch. They were capitalizing on the hype surrounding the event. Suddenly, the host received a message from the director and promptly asked the professor, Professor Furnek, "Can you analyze the black object in the video? Could it pose any threat to our satellite?" Caught off guard, Professor Furnek's expression changed. He had been deliberately avoiding this topic, which wasn't in the script. Clearly, the producers, driven by the need for higher ratings, had inserted this question. He was indeed a satellite expert and had worked on many satellite projects, but this sudden appearance of an unknown object in space was beyond his expertise. He could only awkwardly smile and say, "It's probably space debris. I trust our satellite launch team to handle this issue." In the main control room of the American Satellite Launch Center, the chief in charge, face flushed with anger, shouted, "Hurry up. Can someone accurately tell me what this thing is?" Since the appearance of this unknown object, they had activated emergency protocols, calculating its speed and trajectory. The conclusion, based on orbital simulations, it would collide with the satellite in less than a minute. If the satellite were destroyed, his career prospects would be ruined. While the chief continued his outburst, a researcher quickly stood up and said, "Based on its trajectory, this appears to be some kind of unknown space weapon. Its acceleration is too rapid. The only option we have is to alter the satellite's course to avoid a collision. Although they weren't sure of the object's destructive power, any collision in space could have significant consequences. The satellite couldn't be allowed to suffer any impact. Then change the trajectory immediately, the chief ordered. The team of researchers, faces tense, began issuing a series of commands to the satellite, attempting to alter its path and avoid the unknown object. If they could change the satellite's course, they might prevent the collision. At the Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute, Chu Yang, observing the data on his computer, smirked. Do they really think simply changing the course will prevent a collision? If this were an ordinary projectile, the American satellite's course change might have thwarted their plan. However, Chu Yang had incorporated a special guidance system. If they could change course, so could he. With a command from Chu Yang, the tungsten titanium alloy projectile split open, revealing a smaller core. A burst of flame appeared at its rear, propelling it swiftly towards the satellite, even as it altered its trajectory. In the American control room, someone shouted nervously, their voice trembling with fear, "The object's speed has increased, and it's changed course. It will collide with our satellite in 15 seconds. 15 seconds was too short to make any further adjustments. The control room fell silent, the researchers holding their breath, the chief's face pale. In the live broadcast, the viewers were equally transfixed. American netizens, filled with anticipation, watched in horror as the projectile closed in on the satellite. 3, 2, 1. In that instant, the projectile pierced the American satellite. At first, only a small hole appeared, but within moments, internal circuits and equipment were destroyed, sparks igniting the satellite's components. Almost immediately, the satellite, on the verge of entering its orbit, exploded in a brilliant display of fireworks in space. After the explosion, the live chat erupted. Korean netizens, what was that unknown object? A conspiracy, targeting our satellite launch. Japanese netizens, it's just an accident. I still believe in America's technological prowess. American netizens, WTF. God, what was that thing? Could it be from an alien civilization? Russian netizens, hahaha, the explosion of America's satellite was quite spectacular. Chinese netizens, wow, I was just eating instant noodles, and the satellite is gone. Oh guys, those fireworks were beautiful. Honestly, I'm curious, what was that thing? Dog head emoji. The chief responsible for the satellite launch might just commit seppuku over this. The American Satellite Launch Center was in chaos. Their multi-billion-dollar satellite had been destroyed by this unknown object, leaving nothing behind. The chief urgently ordered, cut off all live broadcasts immediately. With the failure of the satellite launch now inevitable, their only option was to minimize the damage. In the TV studio, even the experienced female host was visibly shaken. In her many years as a host, she had never encountered such an unbelievable situation. How could she possibly ease the tension now? Beside her, Professor Furneck sat silently, overwhelmed by a mix of awkwardness and helplessness. He had just said it was space debris, and now the satellite had exploded? He could only think about how the American officials would handle this unprecedented disaster.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.